The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626 Too Many Coincidences. Yu Hengyi heard the plan of these people from the side, and found that these people had already set their sights on the supernatural potion in Qin Qiu's hands, and they were still plotting to stun Qin Qiu. The most terrifying thing was that Yi Kanwen agreed this matter. The anger in Yu Hengyi's heart was almost unbearable. He thought that Yi Kanwen was sorry for Qin Qiu because he spent all day drinking outside. Back then, Qin Qiu endured his boyfriend's cheating and had to work to support him. For Qin Qiu, that was pure torture, but now, Yi Kanwen didn't care about the feelings of his childhood sweetheart since he was a child, but was driven by interests to betray Qin Qiu. Yu Hengyi couldn't imagine why Yi Kanwen didn't feel grateful at all. Even if he became a supernatural person, it was because Qin Qiu had the supernatural potion that he gave it to him, but now Yi Kanwen has forgotten that it was his wife who helped him. Yu Hengyi really wanted to do something, but in public, he couldn't kill people directly. Even if Yi Kanwen was completely vulnerable in his eyes, he had to consider the subsequent impact. Even if you want to kill someone, I shouldn't be the one to do it. If I kill someone, the traces are too obvious, and the scope is very wide, so it is easy to accidentally injure others. Let Lin Yu and Xiao Fuli do this kind of thing. Kanwen can make Qin Qiu truly live a happy life. Yu Hengyi thought silently in his heart. Yu Hengyi has not completely lost his mind. He thought of what Lin Yu said before. If you want to kill people without leaving traces, you should leave it to professionals. Lin Yu's attack is very concealed, just manipulate the sound waves. Past thinking of this, Yu Hengyi stood up and left, ready to find Lin Yu, and at this moment, Yi Kanwen whispered to the people around him, "You just wait, until tomorrow, I will definitely bring a sleeping Qin Qiu to your side." Afterwards, several people laughed out loud. Yu Hengyi returned to his residence with a gloomy face, only to find that Lin Yu hadn't come back at this time. Instead, Xiao Fuli was taking a nap at this time. After covering his face with a book to block the sunlight, he fell asleep amidst the scent of books. Wake up, wake up. Yu Hengyi shook Xiao Fuli's shoulder, and Xiao Fuli woke up. "You're back? How is it going? Have you heard the news? Have you decided what to do?" Xiao Fuli looked at Yu Hengyi sleepily and asked directly. Yu Hengyi nodded, and replied seriously, "I've already decided, let's do it. I don't care if something strange happened to Qin Qiu. Even if something strange happened, it must be the bastard Yi Kanwen. What a trick, Yi Kanwen, I must kill him." Seeing Yu Hengyi's serious look, Xiao Fuli couldn't help asking, "Did you hear any bad news? Tell me, Xiao." Fuli did not expect that Yu Hengyi, who had been hesitant before, was now full of murderous intent. The original Yu Hengyi had always hoped to investigate the truth, and it would be best to find the reason for Qin Qiu's drastic change in temperament. But now, Yu Hengyi is unwilling to care about these. Yu Hengyi didn't hide anything, and directly told what he saw and heard today. It turned out that he finally confirmed that Yi Kanwen was the scum of scum, so he had to do it. After hearing these words, Xiao Fuli became silent instead, touched his chin, and said to himself, "Is it too coincidental?" "What coincidence?" Yu Hengyi was still angry at this moment, and couldn't care whether it was a coincidence or not. Xiao Fuli said seriously, "Why did you find out about Yi Kanwen in a few hours when you went out at noon today? Why did you find Yi Kanwen so quickly? And you just happened to eavesdrop on the plans of these people? All kinds of coincidences gathered together, you say. Isn't this too strange?" Yu Hengyi's concern and anger have blinded his eyes, but it doesn't mean that he has lost his mind. Now that he has been awakened by Xiao Fuli, he immediately starts to think about why this is, why he can so coincidentally run into what the enemy is planning. A seat at the bar speaks volumes for real purpose. Those young masters have made it very clear before that they are all people who are not valued in the family, so it is impossible to inherit the family business. It is almost impossible to obtain the supernatural medicine. The supernatural medicine is too precious, and it is impossible. Only the heirs of the family are eligible to use it. There is no doubt about it. However, even if they can't inherit the family business, it doesn't mean that they are simply incompetent. Will people from these big families really be defenseless? Do you really dare to plot bad things in public? You know, Qin Qiu is the captain of the Ability Management Bureau. Even though most of the manpower is in Siberia now, it doesn't mean that Qin Qiu can calculate any cat or dog. Thinking of this, Yu Hengyi suddenly understood, and said, could it be that this is a trap specifically aimed at us? They knew I was eavesdropping, so they said these words on purpose. Cao Fuli nodded seriously, and replied, I think that's the case. As the saying goes, there must be monsters when things go wrong. What happened to you today is too coincidental. Whether it is a plan against us or not is hard to say now, but very likely. Yu Hengyi hesitated in his heart. He didn't know what to do at this moment. If this was a trap, then he would be throwing himself into the trap. If he went to trouble, he can win himself. However, if this was the real thing, then Qin Kwei is about to be counted. After much deliberation, Yu Hengyi couldn't make up his mind at this time. Cao Fuli said, by the way, contact Lin Yu and ask Lin Yu to come back quickly and ask him to refer to it. Yu Hengyi immediately took out his mobile phone and started calling Lin Yu. After the call was connected, Lin Yu said directly, I'll be back later today, I have something to do. After finishing speaking, Lin Yu hung up the phone, completely disregarding the importance of this mission. Of course, Cao Fuli knew what was going on. Lin Yu had just found a woman who looked exactly like his girlfriend, and she was probably flirting outside now, so he said quickly, then wait for Lin Yu to come back, let's go to the roof, we can see the Ability Management Bureau in the distance, just watch from a distance. Yu Hengyi had no choice. He thought that as long as he made up his mind to kill that scumbag, he would be done. But now it seems that if he acts rashly, he may encounter a trap. After thinking about it, he can only observe next. The two of them climbed out of the window and climbed the wall to the roof. Normally, no one would come up to the roof of this old-fashioned tube building. On the roof, there are solar water heaters. These water heaters are the roof, more or less, provides shelter. Yu Hengyi held a telescope and looked into the distance. More than 200 meters away was the Ability Administration Bureau. Even the dormitory building of the Ability Administration Bureau could be clearly seen. With the help of the telescope, coupled with the ability with the astonishing eyesight of those capable, Yu Hengyi could clearly see the situation of the Ability Management Bureau. The position here is not bad, we'll just wait and see the changes. If there are really traps, the Ability Management Bureau will definitely become very dangerous. Cao Fuli said with a smile. Yu Hengyi looked around. Many water heaters next to him could be used as a cover, so it would not be easy to be found. It is indeed a good place to observe the Ability Management Bureau here. We can only wait and see. If there is really a trap, doesn't it mean that we have been exposed now? Yu Hengyi said with a frown. Cao Fuli frowned and thought for a while, then said, with Lin Yu here, if someone was following us, he would have discovered it long ago. Before anyone delivered food to our door, he had discovered it. This shows that no one can escape Lin Yu's attention. For investigation, he is also the leader of the intelligence team in Yazhou. He has rich experience, he must not have been exposed, you can rest assured. Cao Fuli has great trust in Lin Yu's ability. After all, Lin Yu provided key information for several operations in Yazhou before. Lin Yu's eyeliner was arranged in the whole Yazhou. The reconnaissance ability is also very strong, and his side will not be easily discovered. Yu Hengyi began to think in his heart, if there is no exposure, doesn't it mean that he can when really wants to drug Qin Kwei? Really wants to betray her? Does he really dare to do this? Yu Hengyi and Cao Fuli brought some water and squatted down on the roof of the building. The two took turns to observe the Ability Management Bureau. As long as they found something wrong in the Ability Management Bureau, they could guess whether it had been exposed, and Lin Yu had already taken Zhan Jinsu, who had escaped from the fire pit, to find a new residence. Lin Yu spent money to rent a house for Zhan Jinsu, and then changed Zhan Jinsu into clean clothes. Zhan Jinsu had been wearing patched clothes before, and this kind of tattered clothes couldn't even cover his body. His arms and navel would be exposed outside, his white skin was exposed to others. He looked like a country girl, a down and out wild girl. Today's Zhan Jinsu put on clean clothes, and immediately looked brand new, and then combed her hair neatly, and she was a beautiful beauty. Although she was only 14 years old, she was already slim. Lin Yu looked at Zhan Jinsu, who had changed into a different person, and lost his mind for a moment. For a moment, he thought that Fu Ya had reappeared in front of him. Is this God's will? God made such a person appear in front of my eyes to make up for my pain of losing Fu Ya. Lin Yu thought in his heart. Seeing Lin Yu staring at him, Zhan Jinsu couldn't help blushing, and said, Brother Lin, can you stop doing this? Lin Yu came back to his senses and realized that he had lost his composure. There is a saying in China called "do not see evil." That is to say, it is impolite for a man to stare at a woman so directly. Lin Yu quickly withdrew his gaze. You are living here these days, I will leave some money for you, and I will take you away after I finish my work in Yanjing. Lin Yu said hastily. Lin Yu found that his heart was moved. Fuya, whom he had never forgotten, reappeared, still so gentle and pleasant. He planned to bring Zhan Jinsu back to Yazhou. In this way, he could be regarded as an explanation to the city lord. Zhan Jinsu quickly asked, "Where are we going in the future?" Of course, it is impossible for Lin Yu to directly tell the destination. After all, the current relationship between the headquarters and Yazhou is not good. Telling the destination will cause trouble. After thinking about it, he said, "Go to the south, anyway, follow me and you won't suffer if you're hungry, I won't sell you either." Zhan Jinsu nodded quickly, and said with a blushing face, "As long as I can be with Big Brother Lin, even if I wander around Xian'an, I won't regret it." After Lin Yu settled in Zhan Jinsu, he was about to return to his residence, because it seemed that he had encountered some trouble with Yu Hengai, but instead, Zhan Jinsu rushed up to hug Lin Yu and said, "Brother Lin, don't go, you stay with me more, if you leave, I will be very scared." In a daze, Lin Yu thought of Fu Yang. 2 years ago, he also went out to maintain order and left Fu Yang at home. However, it was his own decision that caused Fu Yang to be killed in the end. Now another woman stayed at home and waited for her. Lin Yu nodded and said, "Then I will sit with you for a while, and I will tell you my current phone number. If you are in danger, just call me, and I will rush over." As the night gradually fell, Zhan Jinsu hugged Lin Yu's arm, and began to tell about her painful experience in the past 2 years. Since her mother died, she has been suffering continuously, and the root of the pain comes from her gambling father. Thinking about it now, Zhan Jinsu's mother may have been exhausted. When all the burdens of the family are under pressure, how can a weak woman bear it? Chapter 627. Leave it to us. It was not until late at night that Lin Yu returned to his residence. Although Yanjing has a curfew, with Lin Yu's ability, he will not be found when he goes out at night, and he can find out the people patrolling the road in advance, so he can avoid them in advance. Unless everyone doesn't make a sound, otherwise, Lin Yu will be able to detect the danger in advance. Lin Yu pushed open the door and saw that the house was pitch black and no one was there, but the car the three of them were riding in was still parked in the community, and it was unlikely that the two of them would move at this moment. A rope was thrown down from the window. When Lin Yu found out, he quickly poked his head out of the window and found that Cao Fuli was gesturing to come up on the top of the building. Lin Yu quickly grabbed the rope and climbed up. And finally successfully reached the top of the building. At this time, Yu Hengai was still holding the binoculars and looking into the distance, and there were bloodshot eyes in his eyes, which was the result of not blinking for a long time. Seeing the seriousness of the two, Lin Yu quickly asked, "What's wrong with you? Did something happen, Cao?" Fuli shrugged and said, "Do you think everyone is as leisurely as you? You have returned home with a beautiful woman, but the problem on Mr. Yu's side has not been resolved yet. Someone wants to attack Ms. Qin, and now Mr. Yu is watching the actions of the other party. If you continue to have a good time outside, we can only treat you as dead." Lin Yu quickly defended himself and said, "Listen to my explanation, I am not having fun outside, but setting up a home for a homeless woman. Your hearts are so dirty that you even put me want to be this kind of person, Cao." Fuli didn't speak, but walked up to Lin Yu, found a strand of hair from Lin Yu's body, and said, "This strand of hair is at least 20 centimeters long. Now, do you still want to say that we are thinking too much? Don't forget our mission. It would be bad if the mission failed this time because of the woman you just found." Lin Yu saw the strands of hair and realized that it must have been left when Zhan Jinsu hugged his arm before, but he didn't expect Cao Fuli to look so carefully. Actually, Yu Hengai was the main task this time. Both Lin Yu and Cao Fuli could only be regarded as cooperating with him. It was just that Yu Hengai was not fit to criticize Lin Yu's unauthorized actions, and it took so long to return to his residence. And the words of criticism can only come from Cao Fuli's mouth. After all, Cao Fuli was also the first to follow Shen Feng's group. He is absolutely qualified to criticize Lin Yu's behavior, and Lin Yu also knew that he was guilty, so he didn't dare to refute it this time, so he had to change the subject. By the way, what's the situation now? Is there any movement from the enemy? Lin Yu asked quickly. Cao Fuli explained, we have been looking for more than 10 hours, and we have not found any abnormalities, but we are also worried that this may be a trap, so, waiting for you to give us a reference, can you listen to the Ability Management Bureau? Is there something going on inside? Lin Yu hastily used his ability, listening to the houses in the distance. No matter what kind of subtle sound, he could be caught, but after Lin Yu used his ability, he didn't find any abnormalities. There is no ambush. It seems normal. Besides, the number of people in the Ability Management Bureau is relatively small. There are about 10 security guards. Lin Yu replied, since this is the case, we can rule out the possibility that it has been exposed. Next, let's plan how to kill He Kanwen. It's best to do it in a secret way, and it's best to disguise it as an accident. I know. Yu Hangai said hastily previously. What Yu Hangai was worried about was whether this would be an ambush. After all, what he experienced during the day yesterday was really a coincidence. He happened to hear other people's conspiracy in a club. It is a group of second-generation ancestors, and it is impossible to make such a low-level mistake. Now that Lin Yu checked his surroundings, no one was watching him, and there was no ambush in the Ability Management Bureau. This shows that the actions of the 3 people on his side have not been exposed. Beijing, the information and so on are all fake. If this can be targeted, then it is really too bizarre. Seeing that Yu Hangai had finally made up his mind at this time, Lin Yu immediately began to suggest, according to me, I will touch it later, and quietly approach Qin Qi's room. The air can shock him to death. A sound wave flicks past, and he hangs up directly, and it is colorless, tasteless, invisible and formless. Lin Yu was going to pay off his merits at this time. It was really inappropriate to ignore the task just because of a woman. It is impossible to forget it after being criticized. So, he let himself kill the scum that Yu Hangai hated. In this way, even if it is meritorious service, this credit is enough to offset the previous willfulness. Cao Fuli felt very good, and said, your boy's ability is suitable for this kind of shady business, and this task is entrusted to you. I am optimistic about you, Lin Yu immediately geared up. Isn't it easy to complete the task assigned by the city lord? The content of the task is to help Yu Hangai solve the crisis related to Qin Qi, but where does this crisis come from? Of course it came from He Kanwen beside her. All the abnormalities in Qin Qi's body came from He Kanwen. However, at this moment, Yu Hangai stopped and said, no, you can't do anything in the Ability Administration Bureau. You are not a member of the Ability Administration Bureau. You don't know. There are many organs in there. It may be easy for you to go in. But when you want to get out of it, it will become very difficult. This is not a joke. It is true. Although the wall is not high, it is just a few barbed wire fences. As long as it is powered on, it will be insurmountable. Moreover, there are fully automatic machine guns in the Ability Management Bureau. If an intruder is found, they will shoot directly. With the explanation from Yu Hangai, who used to live in the Ability Management Bureau, Lin Yu finally discovered that there was a deadly mechanism hidden in this seemingly loose place. But think about it, what is the place of the Ability Administration Bureau? What is Yanjing? For the sake of local criminals, of course, the top technology must be used. There seems to be no dangerous place. Maybe there's hidden danger. After getting this answer, Lin Yu thought of something, turned his head to Yu Hangai and said, in this way, the organs of your Ability Management Bureau may still be used to guard against your own people. Didn't you say so? It's easy to get in, but hard to get out. Yu Hangai didn't answer this question, because he hadn't thought about it so much before. In this case, we can only wait until He Kanwen comes out, but in this case, we can only do it during the day. Cao Fuli said with a frown. Lin Yu also hesitated. If it was during the daytime, it would be difficult to say. If it was exposed, it would be very likely to be surrounded and suppressed. Killing people is not a difficult task. The 3 supernatural beings here are all fighting types. Can't we kill a waste? However, we have to consider the follow-up impact. The 2 of us will be able to return to Chongqing. Zhou, Mr. Yu, it will be difficult for you. Lin Yu said to Yu Hangai. Yu Hangai did not withdraw from the Ability Management Bureau, and the Ability Management Bureau did not quit if he wanted to. When he signed the contract, he had already agreed that he would work for the headquarters within 10 years, so it was impossible to say no. Do it or not. Besides, Yu Hangai's family is still in the hands of the headquarters. Therefore, once Yu Hangai's behavior of killing people in the street in public appears on Yu Hangai's body, It will be extremely bad, and Yu Henggai is also one of the top 10 heroes. Under this, Yu Henggai's reputation will be ruined. Yu Henggai hesitated for a moment, and said, "Don't worry about me, as long as you can kill this scumbag, there will be no problems. Besides, I don't need to come forward. After you two kill someone, run away quickly. I will call you. Cover, in order to let Qin Qiyi get rid of the entanglement of the scum. Yu Henggai no longer cared about his reputation at this time, and as long as he didn't show up, no one would be able to believe that he killed someone in the end. Lin Yu and Cao Fuli thought about it, and they had to do this. Okay, that's the only way to do it. I just don't know if I can escape from Yanjing after the incident. Cao Fuli hesitated. Killing people is nothing, but once caught, the end may be bad. Unfortunately, what Cao Fuli was worried about was that he would not be able to escape from Yanjing smoothly. Cao Fuli guessed that if he was caught, the best result would be to be used as a hostage by Yanjing. Only when Yazhao pays a certain price can he regain his freedom, but if he encounters a bad result, then he will be free. What a pity, after being targeted by others, just a knife, the extraterrestrial elements in the brain will also be extracted and made into supernatural potions in order to give them firm belief. Yu Henggai quickly said to them, "Don't worry, Yanjing city wall is still easy to climb. I have climbed the wall from outside the city and entered the city before. No one can stop me. As long as the faster you go, the faster you can escape." Lin Yu nodded and said, "Of course it's okay to kill people, but I just saved a girl yesterday and settled in Yanjing. It's easy for me to leave. What will she do? Don't worry, Yanjing still has me. You tell me her address, and I will take care of her. When I have the opportunity, I will send her outside the city. You can take her away." Yu Henggai replied. Now, the plan was finally made. Lin Yu and Cao Fuli worked together to kill the bastard Ikanwen, while Yu Henggai was secretly covering up. When the matter was over, the two quickly escaped. Yu Henggai was in charge. Aftermath work. At this moment, a mosquito landed on Lin Yu's neck. Lin Yu slapped him to death with a backhand, and said, "It's almost autumn, why are there still mosquitoes?" Yu Henggai also noticed the mosquitoes outside, and immediately said, "Mosquitoes are very sensitive to temperature, and the temperature drops to kill mosquitoes. Therefore, mosquitoes first disappeared from the north, and then gradually moved to the south. I heard that in places like Hainan, there are also mosquitoes in winter." Lin Yu looked helpless looking at the many mosquitoes around him. The more summer it is, the more important it is to show the importance of mosquito nets. When many mosquitoes are buzzing in your ears, there is a mosquito net. If it exists, these mosquitoes can be isolated. If you light a plate of mosquito coils, you can sit back and relax. It is a pity that it is impossible to find mosquito nets and mosquito coils on the roof, and the three of them can only feed the mosquitoes on the roof. The three of them stayed on the top of the building all night. Their stomachs were already growling with hunger. It was Cao Fuli who took the time to go back to the room, boiled a large pot of batter, poured it into a bucket, and brought it upstairs. Otherwise, there will always be cuckoo sounds one after another on the top of the building. If you don't know, you may think that someone's pigeon landed on the roof. The batter has no taste, and has almost no advantages except that it can fill the stomach. It is only useful for posting Spring Festival couplets and New Year pictures during the Chinese New Year, and at that time it should be called paste. While the three of them were on the roof looking at the Ability Management Bureau in the distance, the sky gradually brightened, and at this moment, a black car stopped outside the Ability Management Bureau. At this time, the visibility had just changed. When the sky is higher, but still very blurry, as the saying goes, it means the sky is bright. In the dormitory building of the Ability Management Bureau, a figure suddenly appeared, but he couldn't see clearly. After all, it was dark, and he was carrying a sack on his shoulders. It seemed that there was a person in the sack. Chapter 628. Stop the tragedy. When it was getting dark, a black car suddenly appeared and parked directly outside the gate of the Ability Management Bureau. At this time, the curfew had just been lifted, and many people on the edge of the city began to look for jobs. After all, they had to support their families. In daily life, it is also common to go out before dawn. At this moment, someone came out of the Ability Administration Bureau with a sack on his shoulders. Yu Henggai hurriedly took a look through the binoculars. Under the streetlights, he could clearly see that the guy carrying the sack was He Kanwen. The thing is probably a person. Seeing this scene, Yu Henggai's teeth were about to be gritted, and he said angrily, "It's really hateful. You are planning to take people to make a deal early in the morning, Bastard. Let's do it quickly, and take advantage of the present there's no one on the street. Of course, many poor people on the edge of the city can only start looking for work before dawn, while in the central area of the city, most of the people living here have no worries about food and clothing, or have formal jobs, and do not need a big job. Get up early, so the city is bustling, but the city center is deserted. Taking advantage of this time to do bad things is indeed very difficult to be discovered. Lin Yu and Cao Fuli also knew that they were coming to work, and they just took advantage of this time to do it. As long as they killed He Canwen, it would be over. The three of them then jumped down from the top of the building, landed lightly, and then rushed towards the direction of the Ability Management Bureau. Lin Yu and Cao Fuli rushed in front, while Yu Hengai followed behind, killing people with their hands. Of course, it was impossible for Yu Hengai to do it. After all, if Yu Hengai really did such a thing, he would be accused by thousands of people after Yanjing. However, on the way, the phone on Lin Yu's body started to vibrate. Lin Yu didn't know what happened, so he quickly took it out to check, and found that it was a call from Zhang Jinsu, who had been settled yesterday. Hey, what's the matter? Now is not the time for you to be coquettish. Lin Yu also knew that Zhang Jinsu was timid. After all, she lived in a miserable family, and before she left, she hugged herself and said a lot of dissatisfaction. What about she's words? However, even if you want to tell your miss, it must depend on the time. I am busy here, but Zhang Jinsu called directly as soon as I made a phone call. Isn't this causing trouble for myself? So, while speaking, Lin Yu also used his anger, ready to let Zhang Jinsu know that now is not the time. But Zhang Jinsu cried on the phone, "Brother Lin, come back quickly. My father brought a group of people from the casino to find me. My father went to gamble last night and lost again, and sold me again casino. Now they want to take me away. If you don't come back, I will be sold." Hearing this shocking news, Lin Yu felt helpless immediately. He didn't expect a call to come at such an inopportune time. He was just about to complete the task here, but now there's Zhang Jinsu causing trouble for him. Mr. Yu, brother, I need to trouble you. You go to my girlfriend's site and send away a group of bastards. I am grateful here. Now I will complete the task. Lin Yu can only ask Yu Hengai to do this at this time. It's a matter of fact, it's not convenient for Yu Hengai to come forward to kill people, but it's still very easy to deal with a bunch of troublesome little bastards. After Lin Yu thought about it, it was impossible for him to sit idly by and ignore Zhang Jinsu, and the only person who could get rid of him was Yu Hengai. Yu Hengai had also heard what was on the phone, and he also knew that the person on the other end of the phone was very important to Lin Yu, and it was impossible for him to make the other party give up the safety of the person he liked for his own sake. So Yu Hengai patted Lin Yu's shoulder, and said, "You go, I will solve it with Cao Fuli here. I cover my face, no one can recognize me." When Lin Yu heard this, he felt grateful immediately, and said, "Mr. Yu, thank you very much. Stop talking nonsense, go quickly. If you can't save the person you like, you will regret it for the rest of your life." Yu Hengai said with a smile, and Yu nodded and didn't say anything else. He gritted his teeth and rushed out into the distance with a determined look in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Yu thought in his heart, "Xiaoya, I let you stay at home alone, and finally an accident happened, which caused you to die in chaos. Now, I will definitely save you. I won't let it happen a second time." Lin Yu could still recall what happened in Jiangyang back then. At that time, speed zombies rushed in from outside the city, preparing to create chaos. He was forced to go out to maintain order, while Fuya closed the door and hid at home. It was the neighbors in Yeshao who called to leave together, but she didn't leave either. Eventually an accident happened, but now at this time, it was Zhang Jinsu who was blocked at home, and a group of bastards were threatening outside the door. If he couldn't go back quickly, Zhang Jinsu would be sold to nowhere. Lin Yu wouldn't just watch same thing happens a second time. After Lin Yu left, Yu Hengai looked at Cao Fuli and asked, "How is it? Now is this time, are you sure you can defeat him?" After hearing this question, Cao Fuli's face suddenly revealed a look of disdain, and then said, "I look down on anyone, isn't it just killing a piece of trash? It's easy." At this time, Yu Hengai also took out a mask from his body and covered his face. As long as it was not a critical moment, Yu Hengai didn't need to make a move. It just so happened that at this moment, a black car was speeding past on the street, and Yu Hengai hurriedly shouted, "Let's chase after it." The sky has gradually brightened, and the morning glow has appeared on the far horizon, and the purple light has covered half of the sky. If some fortune tellers appeared here and saw the current scene, I am afraid that they would have exclaimed, "I saw the purple air coming from the east." Back then, when Liuzi left Tangu Pass in the west, Ziki came 90,000 miles east. Therefore, when the purple color appears in the sky, everyone will subconsciously feel that this is an auspicious sign. Lin Yu ran on the street, thinking in his heart while running, "Zhan Jinsu, you must wait until I come back, and don't let me see your dead body, Lin." You couldn't imagine what would happen to Zhan Jinsu after she was taken away. If she was sold to a brothel, with her personality, she would definitely commit suicide, right? Lin Yu has seen the miserable lives of too many people, especially women. When troubled times come, women are the first to suffer. Even a powerful supernatural being like Mu Ying was humiliated for a month when the apocalypse appeared. If she hadn't become a supernatural being by chance, she wouldn't have been able to take revenge, and many women often choose to commit suicide amidst men's scolding, and Zhan Jinsu is only 14 years old, and she can't imagine how she can deal with a miserable life, so Lin Yu must stop all this. When Lin Yu rushed to the door where Zhan Jinsu is placed, his heart immediately became cold, because the door had been opened at this time, and there was a huge gap at the position of the door lock. Split in the face of absolute power, any skill is futile. This sentence is appropriate for the door lock. Although the design of the door lock is very clever, it has blocked countless thieves, but no matter how sophisticated the door lock is, it is nothing in the face of the violent demolition method. After Lin Yu saw the open door, his mood immediately fell to the bottom, and he thought, "Am I still a step late?" As a result, at this moment, a scream came from the house, "Let me go quickly, my husband will be back soon." This voice was Zhan Jinsu's voice. Lin Yu immediately cheered up and rushed into the room. Now that Zhan Jinsu had not been taken away, he still had a chance afterwards. Lin Yu rushed into the room immediately, and then saw the scene in the room. Zhan Jinsu had been dragged out of the bedroom, and the clean and tidy clothes on his body had been torn apart at this time, and his snow-white skin appearing in the eyes of a group of men made all the thugs excited. There are about 10 men in the room. One of them is Zhan Jinsu's father, Zhang Hao, who is flatteringly saying to the man who has pressed Zhan Jinsu, "Boss Wang, do you think my daughter is very valuable? Ah, the money I owed you last night, okay, the money you owed before will be written off, and now the uncle is going to have fun with the brothers, you hurry up. Brothers, I eat meat, you can also drink soup." The strong man on Zhan Jinsu continued to tear his clothes. Everyone among them also showed wicked smiles, saying that they were lucky to meet such a beautiful woman. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu immediately lost his mind and rushed forward with a roar. He couldn't stand someone insulting Zhan Jinsu, because the face Zhan Jinsu was wearing was Fuya's. Lin Yu, who has become a supernatural person, kills people as easily as crushing an ant. Although he doesn't have a weapon in his hand, his movements are very fierce. He grabbed the head of the strong man who was pressing on Zhan Jinsu's body, and twisted it gently. Immediately broke the guy's neck. This scene immediately shocked everyone present. A group of gangsters immediately took out knives from their bodies and prepared to strike. After seeing Lin Yu's killing methods at this time, they all understood that the guy in front of him could not be a good person. If he was careless, he might be killed too. Looking at a group of enemies who were in fear around him, Lin Yu mercilessly rushed over. His punches and kicks were unpretentious, without any moves, but after hitting ordinary people, he still directly killed them. When he killed him, Lin Yu's eyes turned red, and he didn't care whether he would be exposed. Bang! Bang! Lin Yu punched out. Under his merciless attack, more than a dozen punks died one after another. The punks also wanted to resist, but the knife in his hand was impossible to stab Lin Yu. Under Lin Yu's skill, a group of ordinary people have no power to resist. Boom! Lin Yu grabbed the head of the last little gangster and smashed it against the wall, making a loud noise. On the spot, the head turned into half a watermelon, and the other half exploded, and more than half of the wall was destroyed. The blood was stained red at this time. Lin Yu, in Zhan Hao's eyes, was completely a murderer, especially in the head that exploded just now. A lot of blood and brains splashed on Lin Yu's body, making Lin Yu look even more terrifying. Zhan Hao's left hand was already broken, and it was hung in front of his chest with a splint. He was also very good at timing, so he knelt down on the ground with a plop on the spot, kowtowed to Lin Yu, and said in his mouth, I'm obsessed with ghosts, I don't have eyes, I know I'm wrong, I'll never come to my daughter again, please forgive me." Lin Yu looked at Zhan Hao coldly. For Zhan Hao, he had no compassion at all. He had already given him a chance to live. Obviously, he just needed to bring the golden beans and live honestly. As long as he doesn't go to places he shouldn't go, as long as he works honestly, there won't be any problems, but he chose the worst path. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Lin Yu had already seen through Zhan Hao's face, and kicked out with his foot, hitting Zhan Hao's chest, which was sunken at that moment, and blood spewed out of his mouth continuously. With a lot of air out and less air in, it is obviously impossible to survive after killing a group of scumbags. Lin Yu also heard a lot of footsteps outside the door. Presumably, his movements were too big, which caused a lot of noise, and it is not suitable to stay here for a long time afterwards. Lin Yu looked at Zhan Jinsu, who was on the side, and said, "Come with me, I'll take you to Yazhao. From now on, no one will be able to bully you again." Zhan Jinsu stood up slowly, with a sad look on her face, and the clothes on her body were already in tatters, so she could only pull the clothes with her hands, so as to barely keep them from being exposed. Chapter 629 Item number 039, S. I'll lie to you. The clothes on Zhan Jinsu's body have been torn to shreds by the strong man just now. Her hair is also very messy, and there are still tears on her face. What else can a woman do in danger? There was nothing to do but cry. The last thing a man believes in is tears. The only thing a man believes in is his own fist. Therefore, Zhan Jinsu looks very weak with pear blossoms and rain at this time, and people can't help but feel pity after seeing it. Lin Yu knew that he couldn't stay here any longer, otherwise, it would be almost impossible for him and Zhan Jinsu to escape. The most important thing is to leave here first, so he tore off a piece of curtain next to him, and tore it open. It turned into two halves and covered Zhan Jinsu's body. "Let's go now, come on my back, I'll carry you." Lin Yu turned his back to Zhan Jinsu and said seriously. However, at this time, Zhan Jinsu fell to the ground instead, crying, and said, "Brother Lin, I am a lone star from the sky, and I will always bring you troubles. You should leave quickly. Killing people will pay for your life." "Yes, I will stay here, and I will surrender to protect your safety." Zhan Jinsu, who was wearing curtains, kept crying, but did not lie on Lin Yu's back. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu had no choice but to turn around and hug Zhan Jinsu, and comforted him patiently. "Silly girl, don't think too much. Too much, it's not your fault, it's the fault of this world, the vicissitudes of the world. You can only live in a miserable family, and you are constantly under pressure, but as long as you can follow me to Yazhao, then all danger is far away from you." Zhan Jinsu still didn't stand up right away, but continued to cry, and said while crying, "But I think you're lying to me." "How could I lie to you? If I had lied to you, I wouldn't have helped you so much. I have always been good to you, and you should see that." Lin Yu said hastily in Lin Yu's ears. He could always hear the sound of footsteps outside, which meant that someone would come here soon, and he had to leave with Zhan Jinsu immediately. Right now, Lin Yu had already made plans. "No, I can only rush out of Yanjing with Zhan Jinsu in my arms." But Zhan Jinsu cried, "I know, Brother Lin, you are very kind to me, but I always feel that when you look at me, it's like looking at someone else. You just use me as a substitute. You don't really like me, you just treat me as someone else, as a psychological comfort." Lin Yu was startled. He didn't expect that his purpose had been seen through. He immediately thought to himself, could this be a woman's sixth sense? This sixth sense is too accurate, right? However, knowing that his true thoughts had already been guessed, Lin Yu still refused to admit it at this time. He said seriously, "I have never regarded you as other women. The only one I like is you, and only I like you, so I will take you back to Yazhao. Don't worry, I will treat you wholeheartedly in the future." While speaking, Lin Yu hugged Zhan Jinsu even tighter. He wanted to tell Zhan Jinsu how deep his love was. In this way, after receiving such an answer, Zhan Jinsu remained silent. She, who was hugged, sneered at this moment. "Hey, you stinky men just talk too much. You are not lying to me by talking so much." Lin Yu didn't understand why Zhan Jinsu said such words. When he was in doubt, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and felt that something sharp had penetrated directly into his abdomen. Lin Yu looked down and saw that warm liquid had already flowed out, and blood was flowing on the ground, and the blood all came from his body. Lin Yu didn't expect this kind of situation to happen at all. It was the woman who was about to be brought back to Yazhao by him, but now he stabbed him, but he still reacted quickly, and then slapped him out. "Pa!" Lin Yu slapped Zhan Jinsu's face. "Bitch, you dare to harm me." Lin Yu said with red eyes. Originally, he only needed to attach a sound wave to his palm to kill Zhan Jinsu directly, But at this moment, Lin Yu still had a thought in his mind. Instead of treating Zhang Jinsu as an enemy completely, but at this moment, Zhang Jinsu pulled back quickly, and got out of Lin Yu's embrace. A powerful force erupted from his body in an instant. Even Lin Yu couldn't hug her at this time. It is unimaginable that a thin girl has such a powerful force at this point. Lin Yu could only admit that he had misjudged that Zhang Jinsu is the enemy. Just now you said that he is the person you like, but slapping me now is too much? Zhang Jinsu said with a smile after walking away from Lin Yu at this time. Zhang Jinsu had a red palm print on her face, which looked very conspicuous, and she had already swept away her weak and pitiful image in the past, and her face was full of confidence. She looked at Lin, who had fallen to the ground, jumping, like watching a clown. Damn it, you lied to me, slut. Lin Yu looked at Zhang Jinsu, who was pulling back, and was extremely angry at this moment. At this moment, he finally believed that Zhang Jinsu is the enemy, and this time he was specifically plotting against him. No wonder I easily met a woman who looked exactly like Fu Yang. It turned out that it was all planned for me. HMPH, now I know it's too late. My brother Lin, if you don't want to lose too much blood and die, you can surrender now. I promise not to kill you. I just want to ask Yes Hao for something. After being scolded, Zhang Jinsu was not angry, but began to persuade him to surrender. Lin Yu looked at the knife in his abdomen. The knife pierced deeply. The knife was not pulled out, but the blood was already gushing out, and he didn't know if the vein had been punctured. You must have hired these people to act, right? In order to catch me, you really worked hard. You didn't hesitate to spend a dozen lives, and you must find a way to make me fall for you. Lin Yu looked at Zhang Jinsu on the opposite side. Said coldly. Zhang Jinsu shrugged, pulled off the curtains on the side and draped it over his body, and said, well, let me keep these contents secret. It's a secret, and it's not something you should know. Afterwards, footsteps outside the door quickly approached, and dozens of people rushed in with guns in hand, ready to arrest Lin Yu. These footsteps were not from neighbors, but from professional soldiers. Seeing this situation, Lin Yu looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that. I finally trusted someone once, but I lost so completely in the end. Zhou. Al. The voice of Lin Yu screaming up to the sky gradually became louder and louder. The majestic cry was transmitted directly to the surroundings. The frequency of the sound was also continuously rising. The sound was as deafening as a cannonball exploding. After the soldiers in the room heard the loud roar, their whole brains became dizzy, and they couldn't help putting down their guns to cover their ears. However, under the increasingly high-pitched sound waves, it was impossible to just rely on their hands. Those who resisted such an attack seemed to have a voice echoing in their heads, and everyone became uncomfortable. At this moment there is a limit to the perception of sound by humans. They can only hear sounds within a certain frequency range, and sounds beyond these ranges are ultrasonic waves and infrasonic waves. At present, the ultrasonic waves that Lin Yu displays directly exceed the range of human perception range, but the energy of the sound wave spreads to the surroundings. The person closest to Lin Yu was Zhang Jinsu. Instead of covering her ears, she gritted her teeth and endured the huge sound waves. Suddenly, her ears could not hear any sound, and blood flowed out of her ear canal. She was shocked forcibly. Deaf, crack, the glass of the entire building couldn't stand the high-frequency sound waves, and then a resonance phenomenon occurred, and the glass shattered in an instant. A loud shouting spread far away, waking up many people who were sleeping soundly. After getting up, these people couldn't help but curse. Who is yelling? Do you have public morality? Others have to go to work tomorrow. What, Lin? You pulled out the knife and threw it on the ground. Holding his stomach, he jumped from the tall building. When he landed, he staggered and almost failed to stop. Zhang Jinsu didn't expect Lin Yu to have such a move. Obviously, the information showed that Lin Yu's attack method was to launch sonic bombs, but he never thought that at this time. Lin Yu let out a long roar, which directly shocked everyone present, and let him escape. Zhang Jinsu then began to yell at the soldiers around him, find someone for me. You must catch Lin Yu. If you can't catch him, you can kill him. If you can't catch the living, the dead will always stay. However, after opening her mouth, Zhang Jinsu found that she had released all kinds of words, and then she realized that her eardrum had been broken by the high-frequency sound just now, and she was not speechless, but said words that came out could no longer be heard. Seeing this situation, Zhang Jinsu quickly cast his supernatural ability, closed his eyes, and put his hands on the pinny. After a while, His hearing finally recovered. Next, Zhang Jinsu continued to scold his subordinates, "If you don't hurry to find someone, why are you all standing here?" However, these subordinates still couldn't hear anything, and their heads were not clear enough. They could only see Zhang Jinsu opening his mouth to speak, but they couldn't hear anything. These soldiers are all temporarily deaf. When human beings hear a loud sound, they will have a stress response. As a result, they can't hear any sound for a short time. When the hearing threshold falls back to the normal level, you can hear others speak again. Seeing that he couldn't communicate with these people, Zhang Jinsu had to grab a rifle, and then jump down from the window, the curtains on his body rattling in the air. After landing, the sparse crowd on the street cast puzzled looks at Zhang Jinsu, as if they didn't expect a woman to jump down from upstairs with curtains on, and nothing happened. In the end, Zhang Jinsu didn't bother to pay attention to other people's eyes. His task was to catch Lin Yu and find a way to keep Lin Yu away from Yu Hengyi. Now he let Lin Yu escape. Lin Yu was nowhere to be seen on the street. Lin Yu had already run far away. Fortunately, Lin Yu was injured, and blood was continuously flowing on the ground, causing bloodlines to appear on the ground. Go up. Zhang Jinsu held the rifle and chased after him wearing a curtain, ready to make meritorious deeds. After Lin Yu escaped, he quickly took out his mobile phone and called Yu Hengyi directly. He had already fully understood that his side had been exposed, and even the things he encountered these days were planned by himself, so the plan made last night must be cancelled. However, the call was not connected, so Lin Yu had no choice but to leave a message. "Give up immediately after hearing my words. We have been exposed. I only know that we are not being followed or watched by anyone, but our every move is within the enemy's expectation. I think there must be some supernatural beings among the enemies. They are detection-type supernatural beings, who can detect us remotely. Run quickly." After saying these words, Lin Yu staggered and almost fell to the ground. His face was pale, and he was about to faint due to blood loss. In desperation, Lin Yu had no choice but to find a hidden alley to deal with the wound on his body. The wound was too big and he had to bandage it to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, if he continued to let the blood flow, he would die sooner or later. And Lin Yu also felt it, as it is very difficult to escape from Yanjing when he is severely injured. Chapter 638 and number 039, all a trap. However, on Xiao Fuli and Yu Hengyi's side, when they spotted the black car driving towards the distance, they rushed up and started chasing directly. Yu Hengyi wore a mask on his face, so he would not be recognized under normal circumstances. What's more, in order to avoid being checked for fingerprints, Yu Hengyi still wore white gloves on his hands. "Can you find a way to intercept the car? Now that it is far away from the Ability Management Bureau, there is no need to continue to hide it," Yu Hengyi said hastily. If it was Yu Hengyi who did it, under 10 times the gravitational field, ordinary supernatural beings would be enraged. Wouldn't it be a simple matter to intercept a car? However, Yu Hengyi's ability is the scorpion's feces, the only one. The whole world knows that only Yu Hengyi's ability is to control gravity, the most powerful group of natural abilities. This kind of ability is too conspicuous, cannot be used easily. Then the person who can intercept the car will naturally become Xiao Fuli. Xiao Fuli didn't hide anymore. Didn't he just intercept a car? Isn't that easy? No problem, leave it to me, Xiao Fuli said, patting his chest. Afterwards, Xiao Fuli looked at the car in the distance, stretched out one hand to aim at it, and after concentrating his attention, he shouted in a cold voice, "Melt it, Xiao." Fuli's ability is to control plastic. If his ability appeared in ancient times, such as the Three Kingdoms or Tang and Song dynasties, it would be completely useless. After all, plastic is a synthetic high molecular polymer, which cannot be found anywhere in the world. Plastic, perhaps a little bit of natural plastic, can be found where there is oil in the ground, but that doesn't help either. However, Xiao Fuli is now in a modern society. Plastics are already used everywhere in all walks of life. Even the presence of plastic particles has been detected in the glaciers of Antarctica. So the substances that Xiao Fuli can control, it is also everywhere. There are many plastic parts on the car. Although the main part of the car is made of steel, in addition to the main body, the car chooses many hard plastics as parts in order to reduce the load. The hardness of the plastic is also very high to a certain extent. Strong, can resist strong impact, and, under the same volume, plastic will be lighter. When Xiao Fuli started to use his abilities, the plastic in the car melted immediately. Whether it was hard plastic or soft plastic, It melted into liquid in an instant. When the steering wheel and instrument panel melted in an instant, the driver was at a loss for a while, and reached out to pinch the handbrake, only to find that there was only an iron piece left on the handbrake, and the bracket of the rearview mirror was also made of plastic. Then it fell down with a crisp sound, and the mirror was damaged on the spot. When it fell, the driver was confused by the situation in front of him, and he didn't know what to do now. The plastic wrapping the steering wheel had melted, and the only thing left was the iron ring wrapped in leather. The driver quickly twisted the steering wheel, but this time the steering wheel at the time did not move at all, and there was no response at all. What the hell is going on? How did the car become like this? The driver was terrified at this moment, completely unaware of what happened. The plastic on the car seat also suddenly melted, causing the driver to sit on the car on the spot. Now the car is out of control, and he has no idea what happened. Holding the sack, he thought uneasily, it's finally here, it's finally here. The enemy has already taken the bait. Although he can't win as a scumbag, he is not a fool. If he really wants to do something bad, he can't say it in public. He has to talk in a secret room anyway. His mind is still fine. However, for the sake of acting, he can when cooperated with a group of people to perform and lure Yu Henggai into the bait. The car was out of control at this moment, and all the plastic products in the car melted. Even the dancing Kodak duck used as an ornament had turned into yellow plastic liquid. Under such circumstances, the driver was completely dumbfounded. Generally speaking, drivers are well trained, and they can react quickly even if they encounter unexpected situations, so as to respond. However, drivers have never heard of what to do when the plastic inside the car melts. Under Cao Fuli's control, the melted plastic instantly wrapped the car's engine. As long as the engine was controlled, the car would lose its source of power. The core part of the engine of a car is naturally the cylinder part. If the piston is stuck, the engine cannot continue to add fuel, let alone rotate. Even at this time, the plastic flowed into the cylinder block, completely blocking the way for gasoline to flow in. The engine stopped working, and the car slid on the ground for a certain distance, and it was about to stop. At this moment, the side door of the car was suddenly kicked open, and then He Kanwen rushed out with a sack on his shoulders, shouting loudly to the surroundings while rushing, "Killer, murderer!" Although it was early in the morning, there were already people walking around on the street. When He Kanwen shouted loudly, people around him immediately cast their gazes. Seeing this, Yu Henggai quickly shouted to Cao Fuli, who was beside him, "We can't let the chaos continue to expand, and get rid of this bastard quickly." Cao Fuli was also unambiguous, and rushed up directly. Before rushing up, he said, "If I can't win for a long time, you have to remember to support me." He Kanwen carried the sack and entered a small alley. With a strong desire to survive, he exploded at such a fast speed that Cao Fuli couldn't catch up. In an instant, Cao Fuli rushed directly into the alley, but strangely, there was no sound at all in the alley. Yu Henggai sensed something was wrong at this moment. Could it be that Cao Fuli was in danger? Afterwards, Yu Henggai rushed straight forward, and when he came outside the alley, he saw an astonishing scene. Cao Fuli fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. There was a blood hole on his neck. A hole the size of a teacup appeared on his neck. The blood kept flowing out. He was gone now. Any anger and death will not die. When Yu Henggai saw this situation, he was stunned immediately, and said in his heart, "Who has such a powerful strength? Who can kill a supernatural person in such a short time?" It took only half a minute for Cao Fuli to enter the alley. In such a short period of time, there was no unnecessary sound at all. The alley was extremely quiet, but Yu Henggai had just approached and found that Cao Fuli was dead. Cao Fuli anyway, he is also a supernatural being, and he can't even make a sound of calling for help, which is really incredible. Brother, who did it?" Yu Henggai pushed Cao Fuli, but Cao Fuli was already in this state. It was impossible to answer Yu Henggai's question at this moment. A knife appeared out of nowhere in the air and stabbed at Yu Henggai. The timing of this knife appearing was ingenious. It appeared in the blind spot of Yu Henggai's vision. Ordinary people will die for no reason when they suffer this kind of surprise attack. However, Yu Henggai was already a 6th level power user at this time, and after sensing the danger, he immediately dodged to the side and dodged the knife. "Bastard, you plotted against me." Yu Henggai looked at the shiny knife flashing in front of him, and now he has figured out who the murderer is. Cao Fuli was also caught off guard at this time, so he was killed afterwards. Yu Henggai cast a 10-fold gravity field. Under the strong gravity, The surrounding buildings collapsed instantly. Under the tenfold gravity, the buildings could not bear the huge pressure brought by themselves. At the same time, there was a plop sound from the ground beside Yu Hengyi. It was the sound of someone falling down. Yu Hengyi's combat experience was extremely rich, and he knew it when he heard the sound of the enemy falling to the ground. At this moment, the enemy couldn't bear it at all in the gravity field, so he was directly crushed to the ground. And as attack began, the surrounding buildings were collapsing, and the cement slabs kept falling from both sides. If Yu Hengyi was hit, he would be turned into meat paste. Therefore, the battle must be resolved quickly. Yu Hengyi pulled out the dragon's mace on his back, and then hit it hard. This is a weapon made of meteoric iron. It is extremely hard and weighs far more than ordinary weapons. Even people wearing armor will be crushed by this heavy weapon. Break the defense directly. Boom! The Kanglong mace hit hard, directly breaking the waist of the guy who was invisible on the ground. This person was in so much pain that he could only release the invisible state, and began to scream continuously, and the roar was full of pain. Boom! A heavy cement board fell into the alley. The cement board immediately fell apart, and the floor tiles were almost smashed to pieces. Seeing this scene, He Kanwen, who was hiding in the corner, got out and ran away, running towards the distance. He was afraid that he would be hit by a stone slab falling from the top of his head. If this is the case, then it is true unjustly died. When Yu Hengyi saw He Kanwen appearing, he chased after He Kanwen without hesitation, gritted his teeth and said, "You bastard, you plotted against us and even killed one of my brothers. You will pay the price today." During these days of getting along, Yu Hengyi, Xiao Fuli, and Lin Yu are already acquainted. I thought that as long as these two people can display their supernatural powers, nothing will happen to them. He was killed by an invisible power user, and Lin Yu didn't know what happened. Yu Hengyi knew that most of the reason why this happened to him was that he had been exposed, and what happened today was already planned. Seeing that He Kanwen in front of him was carrying a sack and was flying away, Yu Hengyi didn't care about giving up the knife to the guy on the ground. He knew that the most important thing now was to save Qin Qa. As for the murderer who killed Xiao Fuli, he had already been killed. The spine was broken, and in the crumbling alley, the man could not survive. Yu Hengyi's speed was much faster than Xiao Fuli's, and he quickly chased after him. He Kanwen felt that the person behind him was getting closer and knew that this guy was very powerful, so he yelled up to the sky and shouted directly, "Hurry up and save me, I'm going to be caught." Yu Hengyi was startled, and then looked around, thinking, could it be that there are other enemies nearby? Are we ambushed? When Yu Hengyi was in doubt, a black figure suddenly appeared next to him, and he rushed over at a very fast speed. Even if Yu Hengyi was also a supernatural person, he couldn't see the opponent's actions clearly at this time. After he rushed over, he said nothing without saying anything. He grabbed He Kanwen and left quickly. Yu Hengyi felt a gust of wind coming, and suddenly realized that he was too familiar with this kind of ability. It was wind. When I was with Shen Feng before, when Shen Feng accelerated himself, he used his supernatural power in this way to let Feng accelerate himself for a moment. Yu Hengyi thought that Shen Feng had come to Yanjing, but after careful consideration, he realized that this black shadow was not Shen Feng. If Shen Feng really appeared, at his speed, no one would be able to see clearly. Seriously, the speed directly exceeds the speed of sound, and the guy at this time is too slow, 5 times the gravity field. In order to prevent the opponent's actions, Yu Hengyi immediately cast a supernatural ability within a range of 500 meters. Under the cover of the gravity field, everything around will bear 5 times the gravity. Even the supernatural beings cannot exempt from impact. Chapter 631. A little fish took the bait. After Yu Hengyi cast his supernatural ability, he thought that the guy who was running ahead would be suppressed by gravity soon. After all, even a powerful wind-type superhuman like Shen Feng couldn't exert his speed in the gravitational field, so now he can suppress it by himself. The speed of the opponent is not difficult. Yu Hengyi didn't dare to use the tenfold gravity field. As soon as he used it in the alley just now, the surrounding houses began to collapse. If he used the ability on a large scale, I am afraid that a large area of houses in Yanjing will collapse, which will cause huge damage. Casualties, 5 times the gravity field, is the range that the house can barely bear, and it can slow down the speed of the supernatural being. However, at this moment, the black shadow in front of him did not stop at all, and his walking steps were not affected at all, and he escaped from the range of the gravity field in an instant. The figure flashed in front of him, leaving behind a sentence, "Want to keep up with me? Your speed is still a little too slow, Yu." Hengai was shocked to find that his gravity field was useless at all. At this time, he was completely stunned. Apart from himself, there were no people who were not affected by the gravity field. Thinking back at sea, it would directly suppress after killing a hostile group of supernatural beings. The gravity field suddenly doesn't work, and it's completely unclear what's going on. However, in order to save Qin Qa, even if there is still an ambush, Yu Hengai will not give up at that moment. Yu Hengai rushed out and chased in the direction where the enemy disappeared, and the gravity field had been put away by him. On the top of the building, a man in casual attire is slowly tasting red wine. There is no one around him, and it stands to reason that no one can talk to him. Said, "Number 1 fish has been hooked, get ready for the net." It turned out that there was a simple communication device beside this man, which was capable of internal communication. A voice came from the loudspeaker. "Got it, your number 2 has escaped and is on the run. I don't know where it is now, but Zhang Jinsu is following it." The man was silent for a moment. He didn't expect such a result, and then he continued, "Catch your number 3 as soon as possible. As for no, get in touch." After speaking, the man turned off the communicator and continued to taste the red wine without opening his eyes. On the closed communicator, there is a line like this: "Exclusive to Xianlong Bureau, owner, Longqian, Long Jin is the captain of the Xianlong Bureau, and Su Liang, who conspired to seize Yazhao, is the deputy captain." The most elusive thing about Long Jin is his real name. No one knows what Long Jin's real name is. As for Long Jin, this name was only called for convenience, and Long Jin's identity became a mystery unbeknownst to Yu Hengai and the others. They fell into a trap designed by Long Jin. Lin Yu was ready to escape, but he was deeply injured and it was impossible to escape. Yu Hengai chased the enemy in the direction where he was fleeing, but after chasing for a long distance, he didn't see anyone. At this time, Yu Hengai felt a strong uneasiness in his heart. The enemy had been lost by him, and the speed of the opponent was really fast. It was too fast. Yu Hengai couldn't figure out how to find the enemy's position next. It wasn't until this time that Yu Hengai realized that he still needed to remind Lin Yu that Cao Fuli had been killed, and now Lin Yu had better beware of other people's conspiracy, so he immediately took out his mobile phone and prepared to call Lin Yu. However, when Yu Hengai took out his mobile phone to check, there was no signal at all, and it was impossible to make a call. Damn, there is no signal. Could it be that the surrounding signal base stations have been turned off? Yu Hengai couldn't help cursing when he saw the phone like this. If the mobile phone wants to surf the internet and make calls, it depends on the signal base station. When the base station is turned off or damaged, the mobile phone cannot be used normally. Now that Yu Hengai sees that the mobile phone has no signal at all, he thinks clearly. Why now? Yu Hengai feels that he has fallen into a trap that has been set up long ago. He wants to get out of this trap, but he no longer knows how to do it. Buzzing. Suddenly at this moment, a fly flew past Yu Hengai's eyes, immediately making Yu Hengai feel uneasy, and couldn't help but grab the fly and crush it to death in the palm of his hand. Ha ha ha! One of the top 10 heroes in the past has now fallen to the point of catching flies to vent his anger. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Time to start laughing at Yu Hengai's behavior. Yu Hengai immediately looked in the direction of the sound, but found that the person standing in the distance was a guy wearing a mask of an evil spirit. He couldn't tell what it looked like, but the appearance of this mask was really familiar. Yes, especially Yu Hengai will never forget this mask for the rest of his life. When they were attacked at sea, the enemy wore similar masks. I thought it would be difficult to find them, but now it seems that the enemy will come to your door without taking the initiative to find them. It turns out that you bastards are plotting against me. Prepare to die. Seeing the enemy appearing, Yu Hengai grabbed the Kanglong mace and charged forward. This is different from the past. Back then, he was in the boundless sea. Wouldn't it be nice if he wanted to escape? It is possible, but now it is on land. Yu Hengai believes in his own strength, especially when he has just become a 6th level supernatural user. All his injuries have recovered, his strength has increased a lot, and even the range of the gravity field has increased. At this time, Yu Hengai, ordinary superhumans will not be attracted by him at all. Put it in your eyes. However, after Yu Hengai rushed towards the enemy did not get entangled with Yu Hengai. Instead, he quickly moved away, saying while walking away, yes, that's it, come here, come with me. Yu Hengai looked at the enemy in front of him. It was probably the guy who plotted against him at sea. He wanted to catch up, but the speed of the opponent was not slow at all. Forward with the appearance of the sun, it was time for work in Yanjing, and countless people were driven out of their homes, ready to go to work or part-time jobs. There were too many people on the street, and Yu Hangai didn't dare to open the gravity field casually. When he was in Kagoshima, after using the supernatural ability, it directly caused the death of 5,000 people, and most of them died: the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled. After killing too many people, there will be psychological shadows, especially for Yu Hangai. When he was in Kagoshima, he fell into confusion and felt that he was a bastard. In the end, he was enlightened by a monk. He came out from the shadows, and Yu Hangai at that time often went out to do good deeds, and used the way of gaining merit to alleviate his sins. Now that the streets are full of compatriots, how dare Yu Hangai make a move? As a result, Yu Hangai could only be seduced by the masked guy in front of him and leave. It's uncomfortable to be led by the nose, but Yu Hangai has no choice. He also knows that what is waiting for him is probably a trap, but he can't just watch Qin Qi's accident and don't save him. Be sure to take a break. In the end, Yu Hangai was taken to a very familiar place. This was the Beimaju, where Yu Hangai found out the news yesterday. There were almost no customers in this club in the early morning. After all, many people were still sleeping at this time. Although the door was open, but no one entered it. A trace of uneasiness appeared in Yu Hangai's heart. Could it be that Qin Qi was really brought here after being dazed? Isn't Qin Qi in danger? Coincidentally, the guy who seduced Yu Hangai in front also stopped at the door, and said to Yu Hangai, "I'll tell you the truth, the Qin Qi you've been thinking about is here. If you want to see him, then come in. I'm afraid now, she is having fun." After finishing speaking, the masked enemy entered the club in a blink of an eye. The huge club seemed very quiet. There should have been a few welcoming ladies at the door, but now they didn't see them at all. "It's a trap." Yu Hangai gritted his teeth, knowing that Qin Qi was inside, so he rushed in immediately. "Sister Qin, where are you?" After Yu Hangai rushed in, he began to call loudly, trying to find Qin Qi. Although the hope was slim, Yu Hangai still hoped to hear Qin Qi's answer. However, no matter how Yu Hangai called, he couldn't hear any answer. Instead, only his own shout echoed in the corridor. Yu Hangai became more anxious. At this moment, he was more and more worried about Qin Qi's safety, and he resented his own incompetence even more. If he could have thought of countermeasures earlier, this series of things would not have happened. Suddenly someone's voice came from the corner. "Yu Hangai, Qin Qi was taken to the top floor, and the people who went up with him were 7 or 8 strong young men who were found by He Kanwen. If you want to save people, then hurry up." When Yu Hangai heard this, he didn't care to tell whose voice it was, and immediately rushed up to the top floor. Just as Yu Hangai was approaching the top floor, he heard the laughter of a group of people. "Hurry up, how can such a beautiful beauty be monopolized? Hurry up, I'm going to go." "Miss Qin Qi, haven't you always been aloof? Why are you begging for mercy now?" "It's useless to beg for mercy. The brothers can't wait any longer." "Hey, this skin is really fair and tender. Even the skin of a big star is not as good as your skin, as expected of a supernatural being. The figure is so perfect." Amidst the laughter of this group of people, it seemed that the sound of applause could be faintly heard. This sound was so ear-piercing that Yu Hangai's eyes immediately turned red when he heard it. Qin Qi's begging voice also came out at this time. "Please let me go. I am willing to give you the supernatural potion. Please let me go." However, these men did not answer Qin Qi's entreaties, as if they were all dazzled by desire. At this time, Yu Hangai rushed in, and immediately saw many white bodies. The field was in chaos. He Kanwen was sitting on the sidelines enjoying the red wine, and Qin Qi was weak at this time, powerless, has been tortured by a group of people for a long time. Yu Hangai fell silent, his eyes became hollow and numb. He never expected that the situation he least wanted to see would finally appear. Seeing Yu Hangai's appearance, Qin Qi couldn't help stretching out his hand and said, "Xiao Yu, save me." It was this sentence that stimulated Yu Hangai, and Yu Hangai immediately became crazy. With inexhaustible strength all over his body, he shouted, "Since this world is so filthy, let it be destroyed." The most beautiful thing in Yu Hangai's heart is about Qin Qi, so even if Qin Qi gets married, even if her temperament changes drastically, Yu Hangai feels that there must be something hidden in it. But until now, Yu Hangai's best memories have been forgotten. Others were forced to destroy it, So Yu Hangai fell into complete madness in an instant. A field of 10 times the gravity enveloped the entire club. Boom. The appearance of a 10-fold gravity field immediately caused everyone to be affected by huge gravity. Smoke and dust rose everywhere on the ground, and it seemed that an invisible big hand was pressing down hard. In an instant, all ordinary people present died. Can't stand such a violent impact. Moreover, even if the supernatural person has endured 10 times the gravitational field, he can no longer stand up, and even breathing becomes difficult. If this continues, the supernatural person will suffocate to death. Report, you are number 1 successfully took the bait, and the next step is to wait for you to finish the shot. Far away from the club, someone saw all this with a high-powered telescope, and then took out the walkie-talkie to start contacting. The answer came from the walkie-talkie. Don't worry, Yu Hangai is at his most desperate moment now. He has fallen into an illusion, but this is also his craziest moment. As long as he is still using his abilities, he cannot approach casually. According to this person's observation, He Kanwen was the only person at the top of the club, and He Kanwen was still explaining something, but it was too late, and Yu Hangai, who was furious, couldn't hear anyone else. What's more, Yu Hangai was deeply in a hallucination, unable to wake up on his own initiative. The 13th Taibao of Lulian Mountain really deserves its reputation. If you don't make a move, it's enough. Now you make a move, and you can directly control Yu Hangai. Tisk, people with 6th level abilities can use illusion effects. It's really amazing. It seems that their boss is called Chen Jianyi. Right. The observer asked, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Don't you know the confidentiality rules of the Xianlong Bureau? No one answered the person's question, but Long Jin's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Chapter 632, A Hero Becomes a Demon. Yu Hangai has completely lost his mind. A person who has a mental breakdown is a complete lunatic, and Yu Hangai is like this. He saw with his own eyes that Qin Qa, whom he was thinking of, was insulted by a group of bastards, but he failed to stop it all. In desperation, Yu Hangai no longer cared about anything. Yu Hangai immediately used his power with all his strength, and the 10-fold gravity field covered a range within 500 meters. All the houses began to vibrate, and layers of sand fell from the top of his head. The vibration of the building is actually a warning. The violent vibration indicates that the building is overwhelmed. During the vibration, many load-bearing structures of the building will also loosen. When the vibration reaches a certain level, it will collapse. Yu Hangai's eyes were completely lost. He couldn't see any light, and he seemed to have lost the ability to think. He Kanwen was suppressed on the ground, and it became difficult to breathe. He exhausted his last strength and shouted to Yu Hangai, calm down, kid. Qin Qa is fine. This is just a conspiracy against you. You hurry up and stop. Just grab it with your hands. He Kanwen thought that he had found a strong backer, so that no matter what he did, he would be protected. But when it came to the critical moment of life and death, He Kanwen discovered that no one was protecting him, and it was suppressed on the ground by the strong gravity, and it was difficult to breathe. It was almost impossible to survive safely. It was only now that He Kanwen realized that he was just a pawn, and that he thought he could be protected was just his own wishful thinking. Even if he was killed on the spot by Yu Hangai, no one would come to save him. He Kanwen couldn't help cursing angrily. Long Jin, Chen Jianyi, you two bastards, I won't let you get what you want. Even if I die, I will definitely pull you as a backup. Knowing that he was just a pawn, He Kanwen refused to give up. He grabbed a broken brick beside him and rode on the ground with difficulty. The people who made this conspiracy are Long Jin and, before He Kanwen could finish riding, the ceiling couldn't bear the violent shaking and fell down. A huge cement slab hit He Kanwen on the spot, ending He Kanwen's life as a pawn. He Kanwen probably never dreamed that he died at the hands of others shortly after he became a supernatural being. In his mind, since he has a lifespan of 300 to 500 years, he will definitely enjoy life in the future, especially after the apocalypse is over. I can still have luxury cars and mansions, and be served by countless beauties. After I go out, I can easily spend tens of thousands. At that time, I will be the absolute focus. But Yu Hangai had completely fallen into an illusion at this time. In fact, he should have understood when he found out that there were enemies from the sea. The ability is to use illusion. How do people perceive the outside world? Is it through the eyes and ears? Or through nose and tongue? Or even the touch of the palm? No, the formation of human perception occurs in the cerebral cortex, and if there is a problem with the perception of the cerebral cortex, what the eyes see is visual hallucinations, And what the ears hear is auditory hallucinations, because what the brain feels and the eyes and the information received by the ears is different, and what human beings always believe in is the brain, which creates illusions. Yu Hengai's brain was strongly stimulated, and he had completely fallen into hallucinations at this time. The scenes he saw and the sounds he heard were not the information obtained by his eyes and ears. To put it simply, Yu Hengai has completely turned into a lunatic. He saw the scene he least wanted to see, and he collapsed at this moment, unable to do anything except continue to display his abilities. It doesn't matter if Yu Hengai casts the supernatural power. Within a range of 500 meters, everything is affected by the 10 times gravity field. Even supernatural beings can't bear such a huge gravity, let alone ordinary people. You can still stay awake in the 10-fold gravity field, but you have difficulty breathing. It is the turn of ordinary people to enter the gravity field. If you are lucky, you will faint, and if you are unlucky, you will die on the spot. Even pilots who have been trained for a long time can only withstand 8 or 9 times the gravity in an instant, and barely keep from fainting, but that is also a huge burden on the body, and it is impossible for a pilot to withstand 10 times the gravity for a long time. It will be even worse for ordinary people who stay awake without training, and die directly under the huge impact. Boom! Yanjing City was filled with smoke and dust, and the huge sound spread to the surroundings, echoing in the city with a population of 8 million. Ordinary people would think it was thunder. After all, it was a thunderstorm during this time. The typhoon swept across North China, and thunder was normal, but when I looked up, the sky was cloudless, and I couldn't see any clouds at all. Probably the typhoon had receded and Yanjing had returned to the rare sunny weather, and the loud noise that reverberated in Yanjing City was actually the sound caused by the collapse of buildings. Along with the sound, there were continuous vibrations. The movement at the center of the vibration was too loud. Can't help but people don't pay attention to it. After the shaking ended, the surrounding smoke and dust quickly fell to the ground. Under 10 times the gravity, it was very difficult for the smoke and dust to fly out. When the dust settled, some people wanted to get closer to the central area to watch, but when they got closer look, the ground is slowly sinking. This scene stunned everyone. Although there is a subway underground in Yanjing, most of the areas are solid, right? But at this moment, how could the ground sink? Someone couldn't help but walk into the sunken ground. In just a moment, the whole person fell into it, and then began to roll his eyes. He died almost instantly. The body seemed to be under invisible pressure, and the whole person was about to spread out. The broken bones pierced the muscles, and the white skin was exposed outside. When everyone saw this situation, they didn't dare to approach it immediately. The situation at this time was really weird. If they walked in, wouldn't they also die? At this time, many armed soldiers rushed over from a distance, and Dai Sheng shouted, all leave, there are dangerous people in the central area, don't come close." When everyone saw the army showing up to maintain order, they finally felt relieved, but after hearing that there were dangerous people inside, they became worried again, and couldn't help asking, are there any dangerous people here? Will they rush out? In danger us? Now, the residents on the outskirts of the subsidence area are most worried about whether the dangerous people inside will rush out. If they do, wouldn't they be in danger? It was only 10 or 20 minutes ago, and the entire huge area was turned into ruins. Even the ground is constantly subsiding. I don't know how many people still live here. I don't know if there are still people alive now. I don't know how many people died. If such a dangerous person rushed out of it, it would be too dangerous, a soldier replied. It is Yu Hengai from the Ability Management Bureau who has returned. He is now crazy. We will subdue him later. Please rest assured, stay away from here as soon as possible, and don't stay any longer. When the common people heard this, they were all stunned, because they never expected such a thing to happen. They thought that Yu Hengai was one of the top 10 heroes. In order to defend Yanjing, he went deep into the enemy's rear and killed the Corpse King. The collapse of the tide, but at this moment, the original hero is creating a disaster in Yanjing, didn't it mean that Yu Hengai died at sea? Why is Yu Hengai still alive? Someone asked, does it need to be said? The previous news must be false. Did it somehow say that Shen Feng came back alive? Since these two are together and Shen Feng is still alive, then Yu Hengai must also be alive, but why did Yu Hengai do this? How could he slaughter his compatriots? The soldiers didn't care about this. It was too chaotic here. If people continue to stay here, accidents might happen. Now everyone's life must be guaranteed, and no one should come close. The ground is still sinking slowly. Under ordinary gravity, the density of the ground has reached a more suitable level, so as long as the deep groundwater is not exploited in large quantities, and a huge space is not dug underground, there will be no subsidence. But when 10 times the gravitational field enveloped this area, the ground couldn't bear such a gravitational force, and then began to sink thanks to the existence of the subsidence area. People know the range of the gravity field, otherwise, if they accidentally walk in, they will definitely die. When the soldiers were clearing the field, there was the sound of a helicopter in the distance. Everyone looked up at the sky, and then saw 4 or 5 helicopters flying towards them. Someone recognized them. This is the newly established Xianlong Bureau helicopter. A person with supernatural powers has come, and now Yu Hengai can be caught. Why? Catch him? This demon has killed so many people. How could he survive? Just kill him. Absolutely can't keep him. That is, for such a supernatural being who slaughtered civilians, no matter what his identity is, he must be executed on the spot. Not killing is not enough to anger the common people. Not killing is not enough to set the record straight. Not killing is not enough to inspire the government. Not killing is not enough to comfort the sages. In the mouths of everyone, Yu Hengai made a terrible mistake, and only by killing him can the dead be truly forgiven. The former hero has now become the target of everyone shouting and killing. Someone on the helicopter landed slowly and did not approach the sinking area. Otherwise, the helicopter would likely be dragged down. With 10 times the gravity field, it would be difficult for dust to fly, let alone a helicopter. The heavier the object, the stronger the force received. Wearing casual clothes, Long Jin landed on the ground, and then said to the crowd behind the cordon in the distance, "Everyone trust me, I will definitely give you a perfect reply." Such words immediately won unanimous cheers from the crowd. They all hoped that the riots here could be resolved as soon as possible, and only when the riots were completely resolved would they be able to live a safe life. Next, Long Jin took out a box from the helicopter, which contained a praying mantis, and it was a mutant mantis, which could be as big as a rooster. "Captain, the anesthetic is here. Here it is." Someone from the Xianlong Bureau next to him handed over a syringe. Long Jin took the syringe and asked, "How about the dose?" "Don't worry, even an elephant will be crushed." The team member next to him assured him no matter how powerful the ancient Mongolian sweat medicine is, it is not as good as modern anesthetics. A powerful anesthetic takes only a dozen seconds to produce an effect. Elephants can't resist the effect of anesthetics, let alone humans. Next, Long Jin opened the cage, released a huge praying mantis, handed over the syringe, and handed it to the mantis. The mantis grabbed the needle and spread its wings to fly, ready to enter the gravity field. It's a pity that the gravitational field is still too strong. After the mantis entered the gravitational field, it fell to the ground instantly. However, the mantis did not die, but jumped forward towards the distance. The body structure of insects is very peculiar. Ants can lift objects that are dozens of times heavier than themselves, and the jumping ratio of fleas is far higher than that of humans. Therefore, for most humans, the gravity field is a forbidden place for death. Instead, insects can among them. Although their bodies are light, their strength is not weak at all. Chapter 633, The End of the Hero. Chaos had already arisen in Yanjing City, because a violent house collapse suddenly occurred in the city center, and the huge sound wave directly shocked a group of people around the place where the loud noise passed. Was like the sky falling apart, and people couldn't help but pay attention to it. No one wanted to die, and everyone wanted to live in safety. At this moment, what happened next to everyone immediately attracted everyone's attention. In the subsidence area, the entire area has been turned into ruins, regardless of whether it is a building that is resistant to a magnitude 7 earthquake or an earthquake of magnitude 8. In the face of powerful abilities, these houses will collapse. Under the action of 10 times the gravity field, reinforced concrete can no longer continue to be strong. Bricks, stones and glass are scattered on the ground, and the towering buildings have completely disappeared. Looking down from a height, you can only see mounds of earth one by one. You can vaguely see figures in the gravity field, but these figures are unable to move. Most of them died in the 10 times gravity field. In the middle of the ruins, a figure is standing. This was originally a club, but now it has become ruins. The person standing is naturally Yu Hengai. When the building fell, Yu Hengai's survival instinct played a role, and he escaped. The ceiling that fell from the top of the hut finally stood on the ruins, and then fell into hallucination again. Human survival instincts is very strong. Even in the illusion, Human beings will instinctively avoid danger, just like when a small flying insect is about to get into the eyes, human beings will involuntarily close their eyes. This has nothing to do with the reaction speed. It doesn't matter anymore, this is pure instinct. Even children with Down syndrome have an instinctive reaction. Jianyi, who survived, continued to maintain the gravity field. He had a complete mental breakdown. When the most fragile thing in his heart was shattered, he fell into madness. He can't care about anything now, he just thinks about kill. However, at this moment, a turquoise figure appeared in the distance. A praying mantis the size of a rooster appeared, with an iconic triangular head, 2 big eyes, a black spot in the center, and a translucent behind. Its wings have many barbs on its feet, which look very sharp. The most striking part of the praying mantis is its forelimbs. Many people think that the praying mantis relies on a pair of scythe-like forelimbs to hunt prey, but in fact, the forelimbs of the praying mantis are more used to fix the prey. Yes, but not the main function. In the north, mantises are also called knife mantises, and the reason is very simple, that is, the forelimbs of mantises are like sharp knives. If they attack humans, they can even cut through the skin. Therefore, people think that they are insects with knives, so call it a knife beetle. After the praying mantis appeared, it began to bounce and move forward. Normally, the mantis moves by flying. Although it can't fly too far, it can compare with the speed and persistence of birds, but flying is always better than flying on the ground. Crawling is much faster. However, the gravitational field created by Jianyi is so powerful that even the ground began to subside continuously. In an hour, the ground sank more than 1 meter deep. It is completely impossible to fly in the gravitational field. Even if it is impossible for a light hummingbird to fly in a gravity field, let alone a praying mantis. Therefore, the only way forward for the praying mantis is to jump. In fact, being able to walk into the gravitational field has already proved how tenacious the vitality of insects is. Ordinary animals have already died of lack of oxygen in the gravitational field. Especially birds. The abdomen of the praying mantis is constantly shrinking. The insects do not have lungs, but they still need to breathe. They rely on the trachea to breathe. In the gravitational field, the breathing of the praying mantis becomes more difficult, but fortunately, they can still move. At this time, the mantis is holding a needle tube in its forelimb. The needle tube is filled with a colorless and transparent liquid. This is a very fast-acting anesthetic. Once it is injected into the body, it will take effect within 10 seconds. To be overwhelmed, the most shocking thing is that this praying mantis is actually acting according to human thoughts. There are no mutated bugs, but they are generally weaker. After all, the mutated bugs are about the size of poultry like chickens and ducks. Their combat effectiveness is really poor, so no one pays attention to them. If you see them, don't be afraid. For parasites, you can catch them and roast them. However, under the current heavy 10-fold gravitational field, ordinary animals cannot enter it, and only insects with relatively strong physiques have the ability to enter the gravitational field. Jianyi's brain was in chaos, and this is the expression of a guy with a broken heart. He seemed not to think about anything in his mind, and he was unwilling to think about it. As long as he thought of the things that happened that he didn't want to see, his mentality would further collapse. At this time, the big green praying mantis slowly approached Jianyi. After approaching, it directly inserted the syringe into Jianyi's calf. Jianyi suffered from pain, and under the stimulation of pain, he regained a sense of sobriety. Pain is a deeper feeling than vision and hearing. Therefore, under the stimulation of pain, Jianyi suddenly found that the scene around him had changed, but it was only a moment. He found that the club around him had disappeared, and when he looked around, it turned out to be in ruins. What's going on? Jianyi was stunned as he watched the surrounding scene change, but he just experienced a psychological breakdown, and now he can't think normally for a while, so he doesn't know what the current situation is of. At this moment, Jianyi felt a pain in his calf, and when he looked down, he realized that there was a huge praying mantis injecting himself with a syringe. Jianyi didn't care about thinking at the moment. He lifted his foot and kicked it out. Mantis. After being kicked so hard by Jianyi, he was turned into minced meat and killed instantly. Jianyi knocked his head hard, trying to wake up from the current situation, but there were so many strange pictures in his brain, which made Jianyi completely unable to concentrate. At this moment, Jianyi felt dizzy, and his footsteps became stilted. At this moment, he was almost unable to stand still. After discovering this situation, Jianyi immediately said to himself, "No, These injections probably contain anesthetic ingredients, or they may be poisonous. If you fall asleep, it will be over. Yu Hengai has heard that there are many poisons in this world, especially neurotoxins, which directly act on the nerves. Once the toxic components bind to the receptors, it is irreversible. It is almost impossible to revive it. If it is revived, the body will also be damaged, and it is impossible to return to normal person. Yu Hengai felt that the drowsiness in his head was getting stronger and stronger. Probably as long as he closed his eyes, he would fall into deep sleep. In this case, Yu Hengai could only think of a solution, that is to eat the centennial orchid that he carried with him. See, there are 3 centenarian orchid seeds on Yu Hengai's body. As long as he eats the seeds, he can break through the limit, and his body's recovery speed will be extremely terrifying. Apart from the need to cultivate afterwards, there are no unnecessary side effects. Yu Hengai didn't want to die, so he could only find the centennial orchid seeds in his pocket, tremblingly ready to hand them to his mouth. However, at this moment, more than a dozen weavers suddenly appeared in the distant sky, that is, insects that often make strange noises at night, not crickets or grasshoppers, commonly known as shaggy and pike. Is a member of katydids. These weaving girls are all of normal size, and they should not be mutated bugs. In normal times, it is impossible to cause any harm to Yu Hengai, but now, Yu Hengai has an anesthetic in his body, and his nervous system is suppressed. He thinks it is also completely impossible to react at this moment. Weaving girls flew over quickly. Some of them lay on Yu Hengai's eyes and blinded him, and some of them grabbed the seeds of centenarian orchid and dragged them aside. Yu Hengai failed to eat the centenarian orchid seeds, and eventually his body could not stand the effects of the anesthetic, and finally fell asleep on the ground. Most people who were injected with such a large dose of anesthetic would be unable to bear it and die. This is why the anesthetist in the hospital always the reason is the lack of people. After all, if the dosage is not calculated properly, it will kill people. However, Yu Hengai is a 6th-level supernatural being, and his physical fitness is different. He forcibly endured the treatment that an elephant can only have, and then fell asleep at this time. The ground also stopped sinking, and the gravity field disappeared. Longjin grabbed a stone and threw it into the ruins. The stone drew a nearly perfect arc in the air, and made a crisp sound after falling to the ground. Sound if the gravity field still exists. After the stone flies in, it must land quickly, and it cannot fly such a long distance at all. After all, if the gravity changes, the direction of flight will also change at this time. Longjin had confirmed that the gravity field disappeared, and then directly ordered, "Follow me, catch the evil Yu Hengai, and avenge the dead." After finishing speaking, Longjin took the lead and rushed out, and the rest of the members of the Xianlong Bureau followed closely behind. The distance of 500 meters was just a blink of an eye for the supernatural beings. When Longjin approached the ruins, he used his supernatural ability, and a dozen weavers brought 3 centenarian orchid seeds directly. Longjin looked at the 3 ordinary seeds in his hand, and murmured, "This is it. What caused Shen Zinti to fail? It doesn't look like anything special." The rest of the people also rushed up one after another. First of all, they searched the body. All the pockets on Yu Hengai's body were taken out, but nothing was found. Someone picked up the Kanglong mace at the site and said enviously, "I heard that this is made of meteorites from outside the sky. Your weapon is really heavy." Long Jin attached great importance to the humble centennial orchid seeds, but he didn't care about the meteorite weapon. He said lightly, "According to the news from the Japanese country, this weapon is only made of the shell of the meteorite. It's really useful. Yes, it is the extraterrestrial element in the meteorite. Logically speaking, Yu Hengai has a part in him, so he must be tortured to find it out. Then, can this weapon be given to me?" Immediately, a person with supernatural powers asked, "Even if there is no extraterrestrial element in this weapon, it is still expensive, and if you take it out, you can show it off." "Nonsense." Longjin immediately scolded, and said directly, "This is the murder weapon used by the suspect Yu Hengai, and it exists as evidence. If you want to obtain it, it is simply nonsense." The captain had already spoken, and the rest of the members of the Xianlong Bureau didn't dare to object, so they could only be obedient, preparing to lock Yu Hengai up. And by the way, keep the Kanglong mace as a witness. When Longjin was speaking, he quietly put the 3 seeds in his pocket. Since this is something that can make a person burst into powerful combat power in a short time, it must not be underestimated. It is best to carry it with you, So as not to be caught, others snatch it, and Long Qian has taken great pains recently to stabilize the situation of the Xianlong Bureau. The Xianlong Bureau has a total of more than 40 people, and about 20 people were taken to Yeshao by Su Liang to fight, and those who stayed were all unsuitable for combat. Including Long Jin himself. There is no other way except to control the bugs. Under this situation, the Xianlong Bureau is extremely unstable, but now, Long Jin has already done meritorious deeds. In front of many people, he directly arrested Yu Hengai, who made trouble for Long Jin. The most important thing at a moment is not to publicize his achievements, but to quickly replenish the number of supernatural beings in the Xianlong Bureau. Without superhumans, the Xianlong Bureau will not receive attention. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634, The Turtle in the Urn. In order to complete the task and return to Yezhao as soon as possible, Xiao Fuli also worked hard. When he found that Ikanwan was running away with his sack, he immediately chased him and rushed to a small alley, but something strange happened. No matter how hard Xiao Fuli tried to catch up, he couldn't catch up with Ikanwan. According to the information that Xiao Fuli learned, this guy Ikanwan is just a guy who was lucky enough to become a supernatural power. The supernatural powers he can use are useless powers that strengthen the body type, and the parts that are strengthened are not hands and feet. The part, on the contrary, can soften the bones of the body, and can do a movement that ordinary people cannot do, which is almost useless in battle. However, for such a guy, Xiao Fuli, a fourth-order supernatural being, couldn't catch up. For a while, Xiao Fuli doubted his ability. Could it be that his strength is so bad? Why can't I even catch up with a drunkard, but the other party can have this kind of ability? When Xiao Fuli was running forward, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Ikanwan's movement seemed to have remained the same, and he looked very stiff immediately. Xiao Fuli, who sensed something was wrong, stopped chasing, stood on the spot and began to observe. Before he knew it, he had come to a strange place. This place seemed to be a park. There were many old men and women in the park. The sleep is very shallow, and I wake up soon after falling asleep, so I do morning exercises in the park early in the morning. And after Xiao Fuli stopped, he suddenly discovered unexpectedly that the running figure in front of him had disappeared, as if a gust of wind had blown him away. Damn! This is an illusion. Xiao Fuli stopped, feeling that he had been ambushed. You're not stupid, you discovered the abnormality so quickly, but now, it's impossible for you to leave. Such a voice suddenly came from a distance. Xiao Fuli looked in the direction of the sound, but found a guy wearing a mask walking slowly from a distance, and then looked around. There were people in 4 directions, wearing different clothes, but all wearing masks. Are you guys from Lulian Mountain? Xiao Fuli asked carefully, trying to find out the real identity of the other party. At this time Xiao Fuli once heard from Yu Hengai, what he and Shen Feng encountered on the way back. At that time, Yu Hengai once said that there was a group of enemies who never showed their true colors, but wore masks all day long. Even Shen Feng and Yu Hengai would be affected by the illusion. Later, Yu Hengai speculated that these people were the guys hiding in Lulian Mountain, but there was no evidence. After Xiao Fuli's question was uttered, everyone present immediately laughed, and they said while laughing, "Aren't you stupid? You know the reputation of our Lulian Shen 13 Taibao, but you will be killed by us soon. I caught it, and when I catch you, I can ask for something from Yazhao, monopolize the production of the evolutionary base, and want to remain independent." What a sweet dream. The enemy didn't hide anymore, and directly admitted that he was a member of the 13th Taibao of Lulian Mountain. Xiao Fuli immediately became vigilant. If the enemy was a member of the Xianlong Bureau, he would not be so careful. After leaving Yazhao, even the supernatural potions remained, and the corpses of these people are still hanging on the city wall. However, if the enemies who once ambushed Shen Feng and Yu Hengai appeared in front of us, we had to be careful of their attacks. Xiao Fuli began to use his abilities secretly, controlling all the plastic around him, and at the same time continued to delay time with words. Why don't you reveal your true colors? Are you worried about being recognized? So, you dare not show your true colors to others. Apart from worrying about being hated, you have a special identity, so you can't take off your mask. Is that what you mean? HMPH, keep this matter in your stomach. Brothers, do it. The enemy had already seen Cao Fuli's thoughts at this time, and naturally it was impossible for Cao Fuli to delay the time and start attacking immediately. Everyone, leave here, this is a battlefield. Cao Fuli saw that there were still many grandparents in the park, so he quickly shouted, hoping to let these people escape quickly. At this time, the enemy's attack finally came. Enemies from 4 directions rushed towards Cao Fuli at the same time, some with knives in their hands, and some with iron bars, and directly attacked Cao Fuli. That is, ordinary people in Yanjing City it is not allowed to carry guns, otherwise, Cao Fuli will be shot black when they meet. There is not a lot of plastic in the park. After all, the park was built for the purpose of environmental protection. Garbage bags are not allowed. It is still very difficult to find plastic. Cao Fuli didn't know what kind of abilities these people had, and he didn't dare to let the other party approach him, so he quickly fled, and all the plastic left in the park was controlled: the white lampshade on the fence, the plastic seat, the green leather trash can, and even the plastic pipe for watering all melted instantly at this moment, turning into liquid and flying towards Cao Fuli with the plastic in his hands. Cao Fuli finally feels more at ease. Now it seems that his abilities can also be used. Although there are not enough plastics, simple battles can already be carried out. Looking at the human rights around him, Cao Fuli said in his heart, I can't fight these people for a long time. I will be exhausted. I must rush out as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will be caught. Make a quick decision and rush out. At this moment, Cao Fuli had a thought and was ready to rush forward. However, at this moment, a black shadow rushed to Cao Fuli at a very fast speed. It turned out to be a guy wearing a mask. Oh. Go. Cao Fuli was taken aback. He didn't expect there to be such a fast person. He didn't see clearly at all. It became a spear. Cao Fuli charged, and the spear pierced through. Shui. Cao Fuli was about to go all out. 90% of 100% of his strength had been used up. A little cold light came first, and then the spear shot out like a dragon. The spear pierced out like a python. As long as it hit the opponent, it would be able to pierce through it directly. However, after the spear pierced the masked guy, there was no resistance, and it passed through directly, as if there was no entity. Cao Fuli couldn't hold back his strength, so he bumped into it. It didn't matter that he bumped into the black shadow in front of him. At that time, the shadow disappeared, as if he had never appeared before. Hallucinations? No, this is visual deception. Seeing this scene reappear, Cao Fuli thought it was a hallucination at first, but now, Cao Fuli finally understands that hallucinations are feelings that appear directly in the brain, and at this time I was simply deceived by the scene in front of me. That's right, some of what you saw was real, and some of it was an illusion created by me. Now, I'm going to see what you do. The leader immediately laughed, and then, the illusions in the park one by one when they appeared, they were all figures wearing masks, and it was impossible to tell if they were real people with the naked eye. Cao Fuli looked at the black shadows appearing in the park one by one, which made people dazzled at first glance. After a rough look, there were at least 30 more phantoms in the park, and these phantoms had no effect except to dazzle the eyes. But it is impossible for Cao Fuli to give up the use of eyes. Cao Fuli is not Linyu. He cannot use sound waves to detect objects around him. Once he closes his eyes, he will become completely blind. When human beings obtain information from the outside world, the eyes play a very important role. Sometimes, even if they hear the sound, they still need the aid of the eyes to confirm it. Therefore, after ordinary people lose their eyesight, they need to perceive the world correctly. Impossible. The enemy's ability at this time is to use light and shadow to deceive the eyes to achieve the purpose of procrastination. Cao Fuli's eyes are dazzled by the scene in front of him, and it is impossible to accurately find the enemy's position. There are only 4 enemies in the park, but there are more than 30 phantoms. These phantoms have lights, shadows, and movements. From the outside, there is no abnormality at all. These figures have surrounded Cao Fuli and want to rush out. Simply impossible at this time. Cao Fuli could only cheer up silently in his heart. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, only the 4 enemies are real, and the other figures are my poor vision, and they are all light and shadow effects. Thinking of this, Cao Fuli immediately rushed out, rushing towards the direction where there were few people in his memory, and the phantoms in the park also made attacks one after another. In the hands of these figures, some were holding knives, some were holding long swords. They were all attacking Cao Fuli. Cao Fuli acted as if he hadn't seen anything, and rushed over, smashing the phantoms in front of him one by one. After smashing 5 phantoms in a row, Xiao Fuli saw the hope of rushing out of the park. As long as he rushed out, he would be safe up. However, just as Xiao Fuli was about to rush out, a big foot stretched out and kicked towards Xiao Fuli. Xiao Fuli thought it was the same phantom as before, so he didn't take any precautions. However, when phantom kicked over, Xiao Fuli was kicked back viciously, and flew upside down in the sky, and it took a long time before he landed on the ground. Bang! Xiao Fuli fell to the ground, his whole body was in severe pain, and he didn't know what to say. Damn it, you bastards are playing dirty tricks on me. Xiao Fuli's hope of escaping has disappeared, and he can only helplessly fall to the ground and howl. Although there are only 4 enemies, they have been hiding all the time. In the phantom, it is impossible to tell who is the entity. Then, stop playing shady tricks, let me show you something real. At this time, someone replied, since this trick is called a shady trick because it is false, then it's better to use a more upright move. After finishing speaking, the ground began to tremble slightly at this time, and Xiao Fuli quickly looked around. At this time, he also felt that something was wrong, as if a powerful attack was coming. Xiao Fuli's feeling was not wrong. At this time, there were suddenly countless cars coming towards the park in the distance. If you look around casually, you can see 50 or 60 cars. Some of these cars have been overturned on the ground. There is a driver driving. The driver tried his best to control the direction and the trajectory of the car, but he couldn't do it at all. He could only see the car dragging in the distance, and the people in the park have almost run away. These uncles and aunts did not expect that. They thought they would be safe in the city, but they never expected that battles would appear in the city, and they were all battles of supernatural beings. As the saying goes, immortals fight and mortals suffer. For ordinary people, fighting with supernatural beings is almost like fighting with immortals. Cars rushed towards Xiao Fuli. Xiao Fuli hurriedly dodged around. He had a plastic spear in his hand. As for the phantoms rushing around, he picked them up. Since he couldn't tell who the real enemy was, he had to ignore them. No matter how they all attack, they can't let any phantoms get close to them. When the car rushed over, Xiao Fuli immediately felt strenuous. He needed to avoid the impact of the car and be careful of the enemy's attack. It can be said that he was guarding against possible dangers every second. Gradually, his head was almost not enough. After often dispelling a phantom, you have to face the oncoming car, and you have no time to think about other things. Suddenly, thorns began to grow on the ground. These thorns formed a wall, and the floor tiles were already pushed up by the thorns. If you want to escape, you first need to pass through these thorns. Now, Xiao Fuli, you have become a turtle in the urn. Surrender, you can gain some dignity, and the other 2 who are with you have probably been caught now. After the thorns formed a barrier, someone again persuades surrender. Chapter 635. More than 60 cars rushed towards Xiao Fuli from different directions. Xiao Fuli didn't know how the enemy controlled these cars. A car weighing several tons can fly towards him directly out of the driver's control. This ability has never been seen before. Xiao Fuli did not dare to treat these cars as illusions, because the ground was also shaking at the same time. This is no longer a confusing situation that vision can create. The cars came one after another. As for the life and death of the drivers in the cars, Xiao Fuli was no longer in his control. Boom! The car crashed into a nearby building, and an explosion occurred immediately, and the flames shot up into the sky, alarming other people in the city. Just at this time, there was also a loud bang in the distance. Looking in the direction of the loud noise, countless smoke and dust rose into the sky, but soon the smoke and dust were falling, as if there were invisible big hands. It seems to be suppressing downward. Xiao Fuli heard the sound in the distance, and said to himself, could it be that Yuangai has already been attacked? This is probably not an attack by an ordinary car, right? Such a loud noise must have been attacked by a fuel tanker, otherwise it would not be possible. It's going to be like this. Bye. Now, Xiao Fuli also knew that there was an ambush, and he was attacked on his side, and it was similar to Yu Hengai and Lin Yu's side. They were all ambushed just like him. After the car attacks were over, Xiao Fuli finally got a chance to breathe. When he was about to observe the situation, there was a voice of persuading him to surrender. If he wanted to be more decent, he could only choose to surrender. Surrender itself is not a shameful thing. After all, there were many people who surrendered in ancient times, and many people who surrendered can be reused. However, before this, there had never been a guy in Yazhou who surrendered to others. Cao Fuli didn't want to be the first to be caught. He could accept being caught, but he didn't accept helpless surrender. A lush jungle of thorns has already appeared in the park. The thorns are more than 3 meters high, and the scene outside the jungle can still be vaguely seen. However, as long as you see the sharp thorns around you, you know that you can't go out easily. You want me to surrender? Dream. If you have the guts, come up and practice with me, and see who gets knocked down in the end. Cao Fuli saw that there was no hope of escaping, so he could only provoke the opponent at this time if he is lucky. Cao Fuli believes that his ability can still replace 1 or 2 opponents, and in the current situation, dying with his opponents is the only thing he can do. It's a pity that the enemy didn't pay attention to Cao Fuli's provocation. Instead, he said triumphantly at this time, "Have you watched too much? At this time, we have already gained enough advantages. Who has nothing to do to make peace? You are singled out, that's right. As long as we can catch you, our mission will be completed. If we fight you one-on-one, if you catch the hostage, it will not end." The rest of the people also laughed, and they all laughed at this time. Cao Fuli's innocent Cao Fuli gritted his teeth and looked at the thorny jungle of people around him. He felt powerless in his heart. He was doing mental calculations, but now that he was ambushed, the situation was already very bad. If no one could save him, he would definitely be caught. Just when Cao Fuli was in despair, suddenly the thorn forest in the distance caught fire. It seemed that the fuel tank of the car in the distance was broken. It is a fresh thorn, and it is also burning at this time. The weakness of plants is flames. Even the mutated plants that Shen Feng encountered in New Guinea used fire attacks to burn down the main trunks when the thorns started to burn. These supernatural beings in Lulian Mountain also panicked, and no one expected this situation to happen. Old Jianyi, you bastard, let you control the car carelessly. Now it's alright, the gasoline is here. Some people began to complain about their teammates. Why are you talking about this now? Hurry up and put out the fire. Lao Jianyi also seemed embarrassed. If he hadn't tried his best, Cao Fuli would have become a shackle. However, someone suddenly noticed something was wrong at this time, because Cao Fuli suddenly disappeared at this time. Everyone was startled, and quickly looked around, and Cao Fuli disappeared out of thin air at this time. Everyone ignored the firefighting, and came to the place where Cao Fuli disappeared just now, and saw 2 pairs of footprints on the ground. One pair of footprints belonged to Cao Fuli, and the other pair of footprints belonged to someone who didn't know. Damn it, someone took Cao Fuli away. This person knows the invisibility technique. Take a look at the thorns around you. The enemy may not be far away. When the 4 of them saw the footprints on the ground, they understood that someone must have caught fire while taking advantage of the thorns. During the chaos, Cao Fuli was taken away by stealth. Now, the 4 of them are a little bit suspicious. The information obtained before shows that there are only 3 people on Yu Hengai's side, but now, it seems that a change has appeared, and someone rescued Cao Fuli in the chaos. Hurry up and chase them. I'll report to the higher-ups right away. We still have hidden enemies. The Phantom Manipulator didn't dare to underestimate this matter. After all, hidden enemies are very dangerous, so he must report to his superiors immediately. The remaining 3 circled around the edge of the thorn forest, and suddenly found a narrow gap. The thorn forest here was cut off a lot, and most of the enemies escaped from here. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately went out along the gap, but they could no longer see the enemy, and the footprints on the ground had disappeared on the lawn. Only footprints would be left on the ground with sweat on their bodies, but if the enemy walked on the lawn, it is very difficult to find footprints. Damn it, all the ducks are flying away. The 4 of them became dejected when they realized the situation, and Cao Fuli was the happiest at this time. He thought that he would be caught, but at this moment, an unexpected person appeared and saved him. After reaching a safe place, Cao Fuli stopped, looked at the woman in front of him, and said sincerely, "Miss Li, thank you so much. I can't even walk by myself." Li Qi leaned against the wall, continued to hide using the light curtain, and then said lightly, "The 3 of you are too careless. Since you have come to Yanjing, you should ask me for reference. I didn't expect you to make your own decisions and tell you well. From the day you entered the city, your every move has been seen by others." The person who saved Cao Fuli was naturally Li Qi, and she was the only one who could approach the battlefield invisibly and take Cao Fuli away in the chaos. Hearing Li Qi's story, Cao Fuli didn't believe it at first, and then said, "Impossible. We have always done a good job of keeping secrets. We didn't expose it when we entered the city, and we always wore masks when we went out. Lin Yu, the enemy's tracking has not been found. Who can monitor us in this situation? Cao Fuli knows that Lin Yu, as the leader of Yazhao's intelligence team, has a strong sense of anti-reconnaissance. If others want to spy on him casually, they must first pass Lin Yu's level. Could be easily spotted, Li Qi sneered and said, do you really think that only people can monitor you? Let me tell you, the superpower of the captain of the Xianlong Bureau is to control insects. This guy named Longqian, by releasing induced electric waves, you can control the actions of insects. Don't think that you'll be fine if no one is watching you. All the insects in the city are the eyes of Long Jin. The appearance of this answer shocked Cao Fuli for a while, and he murmured, the insects in the whole city are eyeliners, so there's nothing to hide. Human beings are not the only animals that can survive in the city. In peaceful times, there were also stray cats and dogs living in the city. At the end of the day, stray cats and dogs are almost invisible, because those who are hungry will be knocked unconscious with a stick. If you walk away, it will become a skewer at night. As for insects, they will exist all the time. Among other things, flies and mosquitoes are hard to guard against. In addition to flies and mosquitoes, there are cockroaches, moths, and even dragonflies and longhorns in cities. As long as there are trees, there will be no shortage of insects. It can be said that there are insects in cities all the time. When Cao Fuli heard the news, his mood sank immediately. He understood why he was ambushed. It turned out that his every move had been observed. Maybe the mosquito last night was the guy who watched him. No, Lin Yu and Yu Hengai are in danger. I'm going to rescue them now. Cao Fuli said anxiously. Shut up, follow me obediently, don't continue to cause trouble. Lin Yu, I don't know, Yu Hengai has probably been caught by now. Long Jin and the big boss in Lulian Mountain will attack together. Yu Hengai will definitely be unable to fly, and want to save him. Don't think about it. Li Qi said angrily. If it weren't for these people's relationship with Shen Feng, Li Qi wouldn't bother to talk to them. Anyway, if he stays in the laboratory, it's impossible for anyone to make trouble for him, or these people don't dare to make trouble. There is no affiliation with the headquarters, and the laboratory is an independent organization. Cao Fuli was unwilling to follow Li Qi's command, but right now Li Qi was his savior, so he could only choose to obey, otherwise, he would be discovered. Li Qi casts the light curtain, and everyone in the light curtain will be invisible. The visual difference will not only deceive humans, but also animals. The flies flying in the sky cannot find the trace of Cao Fuli. In this way, Cao Fuli was taken to a basement. In this basement, there is a lot of food and water, and the location is very hidden at this moment. Li Qi finally lifted the light curtain, and said, stay here for now, I'm the only one who knows here, I'll go and find out what's going on, don't walk around casually. Cao Fuli had no choice but to nod in agreement. He could only stay in the basement temporarily. He took out his mobile phone, thought for a while, and threw it into the street along the vent. Using electronic devices can easily reveal his location. It's time to call, and Li Qi also went out at this time, and it was much easier to hide himself. Li Qi quickly marched on the street, but found that the helicopters had taken off in the distance, and these helicopters were exclusive to the Xianlong Bureau. The purpose has been achieved. Approaching the battlefield on Yu Hengai's side, a large pit with a radius of 500 meters appeared in front of his eyes. The pit was full of ruins. Many people rushed into the ruins to find their relatives. While digging the ruins, they started crying. On this battlefield, no one survived. Many people died directly under 10 times the gravity, and were crushed into meatloaf by the collapsed buildings. Seeing this scene, Li Qi also had to marvel at the power of the supernatural being, who could cause such a large amount of damage, and even the ground subsided a lot. Perhaps only Yu Hengai could do this in the whole world. Oh, Yu Hengai, it's already ruined. Li Qi couldn't help expressing emotion. Even if Yu Hengai didn't die in the end, it's impossible for everyone to forgive him just because he killed so many innocent people today. Therefore, in the face of this situation, Li Qi dared to directly conclude that Yu Hengai was finished, and killing 1 or 2 people by mistake could explain 1 or 2, but if killing thousands of people, it would be a heavy sin, and Yu Hengai was no more a hero, he's a demon. Chapter 636. Who dares to touch him? Lin Yu did emergency treatment for himself, barely stopped the bleeding, and avoided the fate of dying from excessive blood loss. A person with supernatural powers is also a human body, and if he loses too much blood, he will die on the spot. But Lin Yu faced the real crisis is not just excessive blood loss, but the countless pursuers behind him. Although Lin Yu successfully used the long whistle to temporarily deaf many people, but that can only be delayed for a while. When these people recover their hearing, they will definitely catch up quickly, and the blood flowing from Lin Yu as the guide symbols of in this regard. Lin Yu didn't want to be found, so he could only keep running away and changing his foothold, hoping to find a safe place to recuperate. At this time, Lin Yu began to reflect on his mistakes while shifting. He thought in his heart, it's still because my will is too weak. Just because the enemy looks like Fu Yat, I chose to believe. Tomorrow, the Dragon Bureau with information from all over the country. It is definitely possible to investigate Fu Ya's appearance. Creating a counterfeit is not easy. Also, I have encountered too many coincidences. Why can I find a woman who is exactly like Fu Ya on the black market? Why do I find that Zhan Jinsu is being raped when I go to the slums? Why? Just when our side was about to take action, Zhan Jinsu encountered a crisis. Are these situations too coincidental? In the future, I can no longer believe the words of other people. Fu Ya is dead. I have to accept this fact instead of trying to find a substitute for Fu Ya. Lin Yu reflected deeply in his heart. Although he was stabbed now, although it was the result of the enemy's design, it was also directly related to his low defensiveness. Lin Yu made up his mind that he would never be fooled again. He could avoid today's encounter, but he fell for it. It was such an obvious beauty trick that he couldn't see it. It really shouldn't be. Lin Yu hid in the corner of a small alley, leaning against the wall, looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle, thinking about the next countermeasure. At this time, Lin Yu couldn't contact Yu Henggai and Cao Fuli. He had already prepared for the worst, that is, both Yu Henggai and Cao Fuli had been caught. Next, he could not rely on others, but only on himself. The first thing was to leave Yanjing, and go back to Yazhou to rescue soldiers. In short, if they are all caught, I can't be caught anymore. Lin Yu thought silently in his heart. Suddenly, there were footsteps in the distance. Lin Yu poked his head out and saw that the opponent was shot by a shuttle of bullets. Fortunately, he dodged in time, so he escaped the attack of the bullets. In this split second, Lin Yu, after seeing clearly who the other party was, it turned out to be Zhan Jinsu wearing Fu Ya's face. Zhan Jinsu also said with a smile at this time, "Brother Lin, didn't you say you like me? Come out and have a look at me. I promise not to shoot." Lin Yu thought of what he had been deceived before, and he was very angry. He was obviously an enemy, but now he put on Fu Ya's face and said those teasing words. These words. Lin Yu was furious, and quietly stretched out a finger, and then fired a sonic bullet. Boom! The sonic bomb hit Zhan Jinsu accurately. Although the sonic bomb is not particularly powerful, it also needs to distinguish who is acting on it. When the sonic bomb hits Zhan Jinsu, the power bursts out directly. Powerful. The sonic attack directly attacked Zhan Jinsu's internal organs. Immediately, Zhan Jinsu let out a muffled snort, knelt down on the ground, and the rifle in his hand fell to the ground instantly, making a dull sound. Lin Yu poked his head out quickly and found that Zhan Jinsu was already kneeling on the ground with blood spurting out of his mouth, which meant that his attack had worked. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "This is what will happen to you for deceiving me. Now, you deserve to die." Lin Yu is very confident in his own strength. Although he has not really fought against the enemy and is not very experienced, he also knows that he is a natural type of supernatural being, and what he controls is the sound waves in nature, which is impossible for ordinary supernatural beings. It is my opponent. Now, I have destroyed the internal organs of the enemy with just one blow. This is my own strength. However, at this time, Zhan Jinsu stood up slowly, with a strange smile on his face, and then said to Lin Yu, "Brother Lin, you are really cruel, so don't blame me for being ruthless." After all, Zhan Jinsu rushed up suddenly at this time, and punched Lin Yu in the abdomen. Poor Lin Yu had only been stabbed before, and before he recovered, he was punched again at this time. Immediately, blood gushed out, and the cloth wrapped around his abdomen was instantly stained red with blood. After being punched by a supernatural person, his strength was second. After all, Lin Yu is also a fourth-order supernatural person, and his ability to resist punching is not bad, but the wound was attacked again, which made Lin Yu miserable. Lin Yu, who had a lot of blood, became weaker at this moment. "Get out of here." Lin Yu pushed Zhan Jinsu's chest with his palm, and then the ultrasonic vibration directly attacked Zhan Jinsu's heart. PFFT. Zhan Jinsu was severely injured and immediately fell to the ground. The heart is the weakness of most animals. As long as the heart is attacked, it is basically a death sentence. Many people believe that other internal organs of the human body will suffer from cancer, only the heart not suffering from cancer. This is a very unthinkable problem. However, in fact, as long as there is a slight problem in the heart, it will cause great harm to human beings. Before the cells of the heart become cancerous, human beings will die. Therefore, cancer will not occur in the heart. Cardiomyocytes are strong and it is very fragile, strong enough to supply blood to the whole body, and too weak to bear the slightest blow. Lin Yu clutched the wound on his abdomen, his face distorted. At this time, Lin Yu was in great pain. The pain in the wound continued, and the blood continued to flow. He didn't expect that Zhang Jinsu's internal organs would be attacked. Can do it to himself, but at this moment, Lin Yu had already destroyed Zhang Jinsu's heart. No matter how resistant the opponent was, if his heart was destroyed, he would not be able to survive. Lin Yu was going to rest for a while. Now his condition is really bad, and he has absolutely no ability to escape. However, out of the corner of Lin Yu's eyes, he caught a glimpse of a scene, that is, the pale cheeks of Zhang Jinsu on the ground suddenly became rosy at this moment. She slowly sat up from the ground and rubbed her chest, as if it was stroking the heart, and a strange smile was drawn on her face again, and she said to Lin Yu, "Brother Lin, do you want to kill me, you lunatic?" Lin Yu didn't expect the enemy to recover so quickly. Moreover, the injured part this time was the heart. The heart was destroyed by the sound wave, and it still survived. What kind of monster is it? Lin Yu did not continue to attack this time, but turned around and continued to run away. Lin Yu did not expect that he would encounter an unkillable enemy. As a result, his abilities lost their due effect. Regarding this, Lin Yu was not reconciled. However, there was nothing he could do about it, so Lin Yu could only continue running for his life, escape now and go back to Yazhou right away. I can't kill this guy. Lin Yu was a little worried, so he could only choose to run away. Now Lin Yu and the supernatural beings have not experienced too many battles, so there is a gap in experience. If other supernatural beings from Yazhou appear here, they will definitely try their best to kill Zhang Jin. However, after Lin Yu discovered that he had destroyed the opponent's heart, he still couldn't completely kill the enemy, so he gave up the attack. Lin Yu immediately started to flee. On the way to escape, he came across clothes that someone was drying on the street. He grabbed them and covered them to cover up the blood on his body. Zhang Jinsu slowly got up from the ground, but did not catch up quickly. Instead, he coughed continuously, coughed up a lot of blood, and leaned against the wall to rest. The two weak points of the human body are the brain and the heart. This weakness will never disappear, so Zhang Jinsu barely survived after his heart was destroyed, but his ability to move in a short period of time cannot keep up. Hey, Captain, get someone to pick me up. I'm injured now. Also, use your ability to look at Lin Yu. He probably wants to leave Yanjing. I'm in the western city. Zhang Jinsu took out the walkie-talkie. Start telling Zhang Jinsu is a member of the Xianlong Bureau. His fighting ability is not good. The only advantage is that he can withstand beatings. Even if his heart is broken, he will not die in a short time, and his injuries will recover on his own. Facing Lin Yu, who has powerful abilities, Zhang Jinsu's strength is still too bad. Lin Yu felt a little strange at the beginning, why Zhang Jinsu didn't catch up, and neither did the other soldiers. But after thinking about it carefully, it might be that Zhang Jinsu's injury was too serious, so he couldn't move in a short time. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Yu quickly ran towards the city gate. As long as he could rush out of the city gate and find a place to hide, he would be considered safe. However, at this moment, a swarm of bees flew over in the sky, and the sky was covered with a large area of blackness. At first glance, it looked like black clouds. Lin Yu didn't have time to take care of this swarm of bees. Anyway, the bees didn't have the idea of attacking him. It wasn't worth stopping for a swarm of bees. Lin Yu kept running at a high speed. Due to the strenuous exercise, Lin Yu's wound had already oozed blood again, and the blood spilled on the ground was shocking, but the bees kept chasing after them, flying in the sky, and never left Lin Yu's side. Soon, Lin Yu had already arrived at the West City Gate. At this time, Lin Yu had already lost a lot of blood. If he didn't treat the wound as soon as possible, he would die. Lin Yu himself also felt that his head was not particularly clear-headed, and he was hit by bouts of fainting, which made him want to close his eyes and go to sleep. As for sleeping, it's hard to say whether he can wake up after sleeping. It's almost there, I have to hold on. Lin Yu kept cheering himself up in his heart. Lin Yu struggled and rushed towards the city gate. His body began to shake, and his head gradually became less clear-headed. However, just at this time, a large group of people appeared at the gate of the city, holding rifles, hanging grenades on their waists, and even individual missiles among the crowd. As soon as these dozens of people appeared, they directly blocked the gate of the city. If you want to go out, you must rush through the formation of dozens of people. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu finally lost all hope and fell to the ground. He lost too much blood and was unable to continue fighting. If his body was not injured, he still had the heart to compete with the enemy. No? Dozens of people? It was not impossible to rush over, but Lin Yu was stabbed unexpectedly and lost a lot of blood. It was already very difficult to continue fighting. It seems that my first mission to leave Yazhou has failed like this. Lin Yu lay on the ground with only one thought in his head, and finally passed out. A helicopter flew over in the sky. There was a dragon with teeth and claws drawn on the helicopter. One could tell at a glance that it was the exclusive helicopter of Xianlong Bureau. On the helicopter, a supernatural being saw Lin Yu lying down on the ground. He couldn't help but be overjoyed and said, "I am the one who has been favored by the goddess of luck for such a great achievement." The helicopter descended slowly, ready to capture Lin Yu on the ground. At present, apart from Cao Fuli being rescued by someone unknown, Yu Henggai has already been captured. If Lin Yu is also captured next, that is indeed true. A great achievement. But at this moment, a voice came from a distance, "I'll see who dares to touch him." Chapter 637. Strength is the most important thing. Originally, the morning in Yanjing was relatively deserted, and there were fewer people who could laugh heartily in the apocalypse. In addition, many people had turned into zombies and were killed. More than 2 years have passed. It has not yet come out of the shadow of the zombies. Obviously, the zombies in China have been wiped out in 70s and 80s, but now some people are still worried that the city will be attacked by the zombies. The city of Yanjing was immediately startled by explosions one after another. The city was suddenly very lively, and panic spread. At this time the insider learned an important piece of news, that is, the chaos in Yanjing was caused by Yu Henggai. Yu Henggai had already betrayed the headquarters. Not only that, but also brought the supernatural beings from Yazhou to massacre the people. People died in the hands of Yu Henggai, and the ground subsided in the city, and no one survived. After hearing the news, the opinion of Yu Henggai in Yanjing city immediately reversed. Yu Henggai used to be a hero, but because of this incident, Yu Henggai has become a devil in everyone's mouth. And Lin Yu and Cao Fuli who were beside Yu Henggai were also exposed, and the whole city began to search for these two people. Lin Yu rushed to the west gate of the city after losing too much blood, but was blocked by dozens of soldiers, and finally fell to the ground in despair and fell into a coma. Someone on the street in the distance saw this scene and immediately clapped their hands in praise. "Okay, kill these bastards who disturbed Yanjing, and avenge the dead people." However, a group of people suddenly rushed over from a distance, and immediately protected Lin Yu. The leader was Gong Changfa, who hadn't shown up for a long time. There were more than 20 people behind him, who directly blocked others from approaching. The helicopter could not descend in the city. After all, the streets were too narrow, and there were many spectators gathered at the city gate, wanting to know how Lin Yu would be dealt with. In the end, seeing that the helicopter could not land for a long time, the supernatural being on the helicopter became anxious, and quickly threw a rope from the helicopter, slid down along the rope, and shouted as he descended, "Guang Changfa, this is the one that our Xianlong Bureau is arresting. The arrester, this is the villain brought by Yu Henggai who lured the wolf into the house. Do you want to cover him?" Guang Changfa didn't answer, but just winked at the person behind him, who immediately walked to Lin Yu's side, turned Lin Yu over, and untied the bandage on Lin Yu's abdomen. The blood flowed unstoppably, which looked terrifying. This person put his palm on Lin Yu's abdomen and cast his power. Immediately afterwards, the wound on Lin Yu's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the blood stopped flowing, and the excessive blood loss was immediately stopped. The superpowers from the Xianlong Bureau also dropped to the ground at this time, and walked over to Gong Changfa, still cursing, "You dare to move our Xianlong Bureau people? You are really tired of working." Hearing the other party's rude words, Gong Changfa frowned, then sneered, and said, "I haven't come out for more than half a year, and now any cat or dog can pee on my head. I want to see what you want to do with me." After all, Guang Changfa walked directly towards the supernatural beings from the Xianlong Bureau. As soon as he left, a group of people behind Guang Changfa also walked over. Among these people were Sun Yan and Yun Lays, who was believed to have died at sea, and K Yiming. The supernatural person in the Xianlong Bureau is called Wang Like. Although he is a supernatural person, he is not a combat-type supernatural power. Now that he finds that Gong Changfa is approaching him with someone, he immediately feels guilty, especially when he sees Gong Changfa appearing behind him. After K Yiming and Yun Lei's, he was even more afraid. Damn, why did these two people come back? Did they say that they died at sea? There are other people who don't seem to be good people. Could it be that they are all supernatural beings? Impossible. Gong Changfa was already at the end of his life before. It is impossible to still have the ability to cultivate supernatural beings. After seeing the battle of the opponent, Wang Like was a little afraid, and his steps began to retreat in the shadow of a famous tree. Gong Changfa seems to have a mediocre reputation in the eyes of ordinary people. Many people learned of Gong Changfa's reputation because the Xiangxun Bureau led by Gong Changfa was wiped out by sea beasts at sea, leaving only him and Sun Yan. However, in the mouths of many wealthy sons in Yanjing, Gong Changfa is not a simple person. First of all, Gong Changfa's family is very powerful, and then, Gong Changfa himself is also a powerful supernatural being. Wang Like originally thought that Gong Changfa had spent more than half a year of house arrest, so he only needed to threaten him a little, and he could only retreat honestly. This is the Xianlong Bureau on his side, and Gong Changfa is the day before yesterday who has lost his team members. Captain, what else can you do? However, when Gong Changfa slowly approached with a group of people, Wang Like was really scared. Legend has it that Gong Changfa is invincible in close combat. Thinking of this, Wang Like immediately began to retreat. While retreating, he took out the walkie-talkie and shouted into it, "Captain, Gong Changfa and others have protected Lin Yu. Come and support me. I can't fight here." Wang Like is very self-aware that he is not Gong Changfa's opponent, not to mention that behind Gong Changfa, Sun Yan, K Yiming and Yun Lei's are still there, so it is even more impossible for him to be their opponent. Call someone. Calling people is a method that is usually used when fighting in groups. As the saying goes, 2 fists are hard to beat with 4 hands. No matter how good 1 or 2 people on your side can fight, they can't beat the other group of people, especially Wang Like's level is not good. Very high. Gong Changfa stood still and looked at Wang Like coldly, as if he was allowing Wang Like to call someone. As for Lin Yu, who was still in a coma after the wound healed, he was carried on the back by a young man, surrounded by others. It is obviously impossible to snatch Lin Yu away. Sun Yan whispered to Gong Changfa from the side, "Boss, you seem to be too impulsive to do this. After all, our Xiangxun Bureau has not been rebuilt. This offends the Xianlong Bureau, isn't it appropriate?" Sun Yan never thought that such a thing would happen when he returned to Yanjing after reuniting with Yun Lei's. It stands to reason that this was a conflict between Xianlong Bureau and Yu Hangai. It didn't reach the point of saving him, but now, the boss directly rescued Lin Yu. Isn't this making enemies for the unreconstructed Xiangxun Bureau? Gong Changfa didn't explain carefully, but just said lightly, "Just listen to me. It's good to save Lin Yu." Gong Changfa and Sun Yan had also met Shen Feng and Yu Hangai in North China before. After some in-depth exchanges, the two sides just met each other with a smile, and the world was changing. Gong Changfa was also quarantined for more than half a year. During this difficult time during the filming, Gong Changfa finally understands in this world that only those who have mastered the strength can laugh forever. But now, Gong Changfa happened to bring a group of supernatural beings back to Yanjing. When he saw Lin Yu, he also saw the hope of strengthening his strength, so he directly took action to protect Lin Yu. Not long after, Long Jin arrived here with a dozen supernatural beings. When Long Jin saw Gong Changfa leading a group of supernatural beings to protect Lin Yu, his face turned livid. Someone else took the lead, and the two were careless, and Gong Changfa got the support of a group of supernatural beings. In the original Yanjing, there was only the Xianlong Bureau, an organization of supernatural beings left. The main force of the Supernatural Management Bureau was still digging oil in Siberia, and the Xiangxun Bureau had been disbanded. The big situation, but Long Jin never expected that Gong Changfa would make a comeback if he was not careful. "You're Long Jin? I haven't seen it before. It's a pleasure to meet you." Gong Changfa looked at Long Jin approaching from a distance and said with a smile. Long Jin's face was gloomy at this time, and he led a group of people over, questioning as he walked. "Gong Changfa, you brought so many unknown supernatural beings to protect Lin Yu. What's the matter? You want to be a traitor too? Yu Hangai betrayed the supernatural authority, killed countless people, and has been arrested. Do you want to follow in his footsteps, Long Jin is also very aware of his own strength. Su Luang took the combat-type supernatural beings from the Xianlong Bureau to Yazhou, but the entire army was wiped out, leaving him with people who were not suitable for fighting. Guang Changfa claims to be invincible in close combat. Although there are no folk legends, anyone with supernatural powers has heard of it. If a battle really breaks out, he cannot be Gong Changfa's opponent, but now, Long Jin can only use a big hat to put it on. No matter how hard your spine is, when the hat is put on, that spine will bend down, Guang Changfa said lightly. How can I be a traitor? My family has served China for generations, how can I betray? But you also said that Yu Henggai made trouble in Yanjing, so Lin Yu can be regarded as a coercion. In this case, of course I did you arrest him quickly. Does this credit belong to me, or do you want to take our credit? Long Jin was at a loss for words for a while. He didn't expect Gong Changfa to explain his claim of hating him so simply. Then, he rolled his eyes and said, no, Lin Yu is a supernatural being. He must be handed over to us for detention. God, the Election Bureau has been disbanded and has no ability or authority to detain suspects. As for your contribution, I will report to the headquarters. Long Jin is very clever. I can give you the credit, but you must leave it to me. As long as you can catch Lin Yu, then everything will be fine. Regarding this statement, Guang Changfa shrugged and replied, you don't need to worry about this. I am rebuilding the Xiangsong Bureau. The application has been submitted an hour ago. There will be an answer soon. The place where the enemy is detained, there must be. How about it? What else do you want to say? Or are you going to compete with me? Guang Changfa saw through Long Jin's plan at a glance, and then began to threaten, wanting to take Lin Yu away. That's very simple, just win me. Long Jin gritted his teeth with hatred, but he didn't resent Gong Changfa, but complained to Su Luang in his heart. Su Luang, you bastard, you took a group of my men out to fight, but none of them came back. How can a person with supernatural powers who can fight let Gong Changfa continue to be rampant? Thinking of the current situation, Long Jin was very depressed. If he still had more than 20 combat-type supernatural beings under his command, he would just swarm up and snatch Lin Yu over. Why is he so passive now? It was the bastard Su Luang who caused the problem. Long Jin didn't answer. Guang Changfa shrugged and was about to leave, and said as he walked, if you want to send mosquitoes to monitor me, then just try and see if you can do it. After finishing speaking, Guang Changfa led a group of people and prepared to leave immediately. Gong Changfa felt secretly refreshed, and said in his heart, as long as I am strong enough, I can do whatever I want. I have been intriguing before, and the methods are really bad. It is right to use this kind of openness to suppress people. In the past, Guang Changfa was good at using conspiracy, so no matter whether it was flattering or driving tigers and wolves away, there was no psychological burden in using it. But now, Guang Changfa has learned to use conspiracy, and his strength is strong, so he doesn't need to intrigue and plan carefully, and crush the past with dignity. That's fine. Gong Changfa took Lin Yu away, and no one from the Xianlong Bureau dared to stop him. After seeing this scene, many people were immediately shocked. Isn't the Xianlong Bureau the most powerful superhuman organization in Yanjing? Why are you so frightened to shrink back now? Long Jin took a deep breath and murmured, it seems that we must increase our strength as soon as possible. Chapter 638 Memory Seal. When Qin Kui was resting at home, he suddenly received an unexpected notification. Miss Qin Kui, your husband was killed by Yu Henggai this morning. Now, Yu Henggai has been arrested. Please hurry to Xianlong. The bureau claimed the body. Qin Kui, who heard the news, almost fell down, because he never expected that He Canwen, who had been with him for the past few months, had died for He Canwen. Qin Kui's feelings are very complicated. The two grew up together, and they are real childhood sweethearts. After growing up, they naturally became boyfriend and girlfriend. However, at this moment, He Canwen went off and fooled around outside and didn't work. Instead, he used Qin Kui's money to support other women. Naturally, Qin Kui couldn't bear this kind of practice. She originally planned to break up cleanly. Later, Qin Kui accidentally obtained the supernatural potion, which was originally given to He Canwen as the last gift of the breakup. With such a precious gift, I believe that He Canwen will not continue to pester him in the future, but, just in this case, an accident just happened. In order to save Qin Kui, Yu Henggai and Shen Feng were swallowed by giant sea beasts on the spot. Instead of doing nothing, he began to take care of Qin Kui meticulously. In the end, Qin Kui also took advantage of the opportunity to marry He Kanwen to repay him for his meticulous care during this time. Without him, it would be difficult for Qin Kui to get out of the shadows, but today, Qin Kui suddenly learned the bad news that He Kanwen had been killed, and the person who killed He Kanwen was Yu Hengai. Suddenly Qin Kui's mood fell to the bottom, and he didn't know what to do. That's good. However, the person was already dead, and Qin Kui still had to walk out of the dormitory, and headed towards the Xianlong Bureau in a daze. At this moment, she suddenly became confused, not knowing how this matter would end. The Xianlong Bureau is still far away from the Ability Management Bureau. Qin Kui walked slowly, and it took an hour to finally arrive at the Xianlong Bureau. When entering the Xianlong Bureau, a person greeted him immediately. After a closer look, it was Yang Yun who often treated him. Qin Kui recognized him. Every time he had a splitting headache, it was Yang Yun who gave him heal the disease by oneself, and can also eliminate the unpleasant memory of oneself in the process of treatment. Yang Yun's ability is memory modification, but it can only be used on guys whose mental strength is not as good as his own. It is impossible to erase all the memories by simply modifying the memory. Besides, there is no other way at this time. Yang Yun saw Qin Kui, so he immediately walked up and said seriously, "Miss Qin, are you here? This time I called you here to let you claim the corpse, please." Qin Kui turned pale when he heard this answer, and said, "Could it be that what you said is true?" Yang Yun nodded and said, "That's right, what we said is true. Your husband, He Kanwen, is really dead. The murderer was caught by Yu Hengai." Qin Kui's figure suddenly swayed, and his heart felt uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, the last relative who was by his side also died. But at this moment, Qin Kui suddenly had a headache. He touched his head and said in his mouth, "My head hurts so much. I seem to be remembering something." When Yang Yun saw this scene, he was taken aback. Could it be that Qin Kui was stimulated and was about to recall his previous memories? Yang Yun knew what he had done. If Qin Kui regained his memory, he would definitely be cut into pieces, so he said quickly, "Go in and sit down. I'll treat you. You must have thought of something. Bad memories, I will seal these memories for you immediately." Human memory is stored in the brain, so after the brain is damaged, the memory will be confused, and many things can't be remembered, and Yang Yun's method is to act on human nerve cells. Seal the nerve cells that store memory, then this part of the memory is equivalent to disappearing. Qin Kui was sitting in a room in the Xianlong Bureau. Yang Yun quickly used his supernatural ability to seal part of Qin Kui's memory again, which made Qin Kui feel better. "Trouble. You, Mr. Yang, if you weren't here, I would have died of a headache sooner or later." After Qin Kui recovered, he quickly thanked Yang Yun. Yang Yun smiled and said, "It's not in the way, it's not in the way." Next, Yang Yun took Qin Kui to a closed room. As soon as he entered, he saw a long table covered with a white cloth. Under the white cloth was He Kanwen's body. Qin Kui walked into the door and saw this scene, and her face immediately turned pale. Even though she was already a supernatural being, she still couldn't keep calm in the face of the departure of her relatives, not to mention that the other party took care of her in every possible way when her life was at a low point on people. Next, Qin Kui grabbed the white cloth on the table and wanted to lift it off. Yang Yun quickly said, "Don't open it, don't open it." He Kanwen died in a miserable state. His head was hit by a cement board falling from the top of his head, and he turned into a rotten watermelon. After opening it, and can't see anything, Qin Kui was silent for a moment, and then lifted the white cloth. Qin Kui has killed many zombies and mutant beasts, and he has seen many bloody scenes. Now, it is just a dead person, and it is not enough to let Qin Kui cover. He was scared after lifting the white cloth. Qin Kui saw the white ones and the red ones on the table. "You can't see anything in this pile." Yang Yun's previous description of this as a rotten watermelon is actually not accurate. The watermelon is far from so bad. "Miss Qin, don't look at it. I think you'd better find a way to get revenge." Yang Yun said quickly. Hearing this, Qin Kui couldn't help asking, "Haven't you already caught a murderer? Why do you want me to take revenge now?" Yang Yun hurriedly replied seriously, "We also want to avenge He Kanwen as soon as possible. After all, Yang Yun and I are old acquaintances, but we also need to consider the follow-up impact, because this time the matter involves after leaving Yazhao, Yu Hengai suddenly attacked Yanjing today. It is very likely that Shen Feng ordered it. We need to consider these adverse effects." After Yang Yun finished speaking these words, Qin Kui fell silent immediately. She suddenly remembered that if she wanted to avenge Yi Kanwen, then Yu Hengyi would definitely be killed. Qin Kui can still recall the scene when Yu Hengyi followed him on a mission. At that time, Yu Hengyi was a naive young man full of vigor, but now, he killed his husband. She couldn't accept it, and she didn't want to believe that it was her younger brother who killed her husband, and revenge meant that he had to kill Yu Hengyi with his own hands. Thinking of this kind of thing, Qin Kui couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable, and then said, "Let's talk about this later. Now I just want to take my husband to bury him." Seeing this scene, Yang Yun quickly winked at the people in the distance, and then someone came over immediately and said to Qin Kui, "Miss Qin, we suddenly got a secret document here. Is it about Yu Hengyi? Please go and have a look." After hearing the news, although Qin Kui was sad at this time, he still followed this person. This is also in Yanjing City, so there will be no danger, right? However, in the end, Qin Kui was taken to an underground room. Here, the walls are made of steel. As long as you bring enough food and water to hide underground, you will not encounter any danger. It is impossible to break through. Qin Kui looked at the base that appeared under the Xianlong Bureau, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. He didn't know where this uneasiness came from. He just felt that there was something wrong with the place where the conversation happened here. Although he would not be overheard by others, but at the same time, it is not easy to get out from here. In the end, Qin Kui was taken into a secret room, where Long Jin was already waiting. After Long Jin saw Qin Kui, he smiled directly and said, "Miss Qin, no, it should be Captain Qin. I have some secret documents about Yu Hengyi. I wonder if you want to know." Qin Kui sat down directly, and then said, "That's why I came here. What are the secret documents you are talking about? Tell me now." Long Jin smiled and said, "The reason why this is a secret document is because most people don't know the existence of this document, and if you want to read this document, you need to pay a price. I heard that, Captain Qin. Is it true that you have more than a dozen supernatural potions in your hands? You also know the current situation of our Xianlong Bureau, and want to borrow these supernatural potions and return them to you when you have more time. What do you think?" As soon as Qin Kui heard this, he stood up immediately, turned around and walked outside, and said coldly as he walked, "You really treat me as a 3-year-old child? It's fine if you want to cheat the supernatural potion, or fabricate so many news. Tell you, I don't have a single supernatural potion in my hand." After finishing speaking, Qin Kui turned around and was about to leave without giving Long Jin any face. Long Jin was not very disappointed when he saw that he could not persuade the other party. After all, he had no intention of persuading the other party, but was fully prepared at that moment. Long Jin clapped his hands and said, "Do it." As the voice fell, 2 people suddenly stood up outside the secret room, both wearing casual clothes and masks on their faces. The 2 rushed forward and immediately cast their supernatural powers. Countless vines grew out of one of them, binding them. After leaving Qin Kui, the other person released hypnotic waves and began to hypnotize Qin Kui. "What are you doing? I'm the captain of the Ability Management Bureau. Are you trying to kill your companions?" Qin Kui immediately began to question. Although she was hypnotized, Qin Kui was always a powerful supernatural being, and she was not so easily hypnotized. Her mental state was only affected, and she did not fall asleep. "You don't want to borrow our supernatural potion, but our Xianlong Bureau must develop, so we have to make a bad move. Don't worry, we will help you avenge you, and we will help you judge Yu Hengyi and let Yu Hengyi die." Long Jin said with a sneer. Originally, Long Jin was not willing to use such a violent method to obtain the supernatural potion. If he had time, he would also use the method of boiling frogs in warm water, as long as he could finally get the supernatural potion, but he was threatened by Gong Changfa today. Afterwards, Long Jin realized that he had no time to slowly obtain the supernatural potion. Now, he could only use coercive means to forcibly snatch the supernatural potion from Qin Kui's custody. Qin Kui quickly used his supernatural ability, but this was in the base of the Xianlong Bureau. The ground was made of steel plates and there was no soil at all. Boom! The soil under the steel plate kept pounding, as if it wanted to break through the barrier of the steel plate, and the base of the Xianlong Bureau also began to shake. On the ground, Qin Kui's ability should not be underestimated. However, at this moment, Yang Jun came over and said with a smile, "Miss Qin, you are so excited, let me comfort you, don't worry, you will forget everything soon." Chapter 639. When Lin Yu woke up from the coma, He found himself in a strange room surrounded by white walls and no extra furniture, except for a bed. There was only a chair, and the door was a big iron door. There is also a hanging pole beside the bed. There is a blood bag on the pole, and it turns out that he is transfusing blood to himself. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu suddenly smiled wryly, and murmured, "Are you still caught? It's really a bad start. I didn't expect that the first time I came to perform a mission outside, the mission had already failed. Moreover, I still won the mission. Beauty trap, I'm really a sucker, Lin." You knew that he had been locked up. Don't look at someone giving him a blood transfusion, but that's just the treatment of captives. The gang of Xianlong Bureau just wanted to keep themselves alive, and then obtain more favorable negotiations conditions. Thinking of this, Lin Yu could only sigh helplessly. If he could do it all over again, Lin Yu would not be caught so embarrassingly. Suddenly, Lin Yu remembered something, quickly opened his clothes, and saw a faint mark on his abdomen. For some reason, the incision that was stabbed before had healed up at this moment. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu, I can't believe my Yanjing. However, at this moment, the big iron gate was suddenly opened, and two people came in from outside. One of them was Gong Changfa, and the other was Cao Fuli. Seeing Cao Fuli appear here, Lin Yu couldn't help asking, "Cao Fuli, have you been caught too, Lin?" Yu was not surprised that Gong Changfa appeared here, but Cao Fuli also appeared here at this time, so there's only one possibility, that is, Cao Fuli has also been caught. In this way, he and Cao Fuli are the real brothers in trouble. What? Cao Fuli hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense, I was not caught. With Ms. Li helping me, how could I be caught? I came to you to discuss the next move with you, Lin." Yu immediately became confused. So, Cao Fuli was not caught, so why did Gong Changfa appear here? What's going on here? What's going on with him? Lin Yu couldn't help asking, and while speaking, Lin Yu pointed to Gong Changfa on one side. Gong Changfa said with a smile, "Mr. Lin Yu, don't worry, you have been living with me recently, and when the right opportunity comes, I will let you escape. You have lost a lot of blood and need to rest for a while. As for the reward, I don't care. It takes too much, just pay with supernatural potions." It turned out that Gong Changfa also saved Lin Yu in exchange for the supernatural potion. As for where the supernatural potion came from, he couldn't care so much. It would be best if Shen Feng from Yeshao chose to pay the price. If not, keep it closed. Cao Fuli quickly said, "There is no need to worry about this matter. We should hurry up and plan how to rescue Yu Hengai. I heard that Yu Hengai will be tried in a few days. By then, Yu Hengai will definitely not survive." When Lin Yu heard about this situation, he couldn't help frowning, and asked, "Has Mr. Yu been caught?" Cao Fuli didn't intend to hide anything, so he directly told what happened yesterday. Lin Yu had been in a coma for a day and a night. During this time, Li Qi contacted Gong Changfa, so he brought Cao Fuli over to discuss the situation. Cao Fuli told all the things that Lin Yu didn't know. When Lin Yu learned that the Xianlong Bureau could monitor him through insects, he suddenly remembered the bees he saw during the day yesterday. These bees didn't gather honey, but instead chasing himself all the time. It is obvious that these bees are the eyeliner of Xianlong Bureau. It seems that we were careless. If we could learn more about the enemy, we wouldn't be in this situation. Lin Yu felt a little regretful. A female voice suddenly came from the air. "You really should reflect on it. The plan is not thorough at all, and you never thought about the worst situation. You deserve it right now." The appearance of this voice immediately startled Lin Yu. There should only be 3 men in the room. Why was there a female voice at this time? Lin Yu hurriedly used his supernatural ability, and he heard a 4th heartbeat in the room. "Be careful, there are other people hiding here, she will be invisible." Lin Yu was worried that Cao Fuli and Gong Changfa would not know about this, so he quickly reminded him. Cao Fuli said angrily, Okay, this is Ms. Li Qi, didn't you meet me in Yeshao before? It's a big fuss. Ms. Li was worried about being discovered by the Xianlong Bureau, so she kept using her abilities. Now, this is the Xianxun Bureau, who can come in casually, Lin Yu asked curiously. The Xianxun Bureau? Isn't the Xianxun Bureau disbanded long ago? Why is it reappearing now? Guang Changfa smiled, pulled a chair to sit down, and then said, "Since yesterday, the Xianxun Bureau has been rebuilt. I have to thank 2 people for this. Come in too." After the words fell, 2 people walked in from the door, namely Yun Lays and K Yiming. These two were also very powerful supernatural beings, and K. Yiming was an old acquaintance of Lin Yu. What's going on here? Aren't you dead? The news of your death has been posted on the internet for more than half a year. Why are you still alive? Lin Yu was very surprised. Having learned too much shocking news today, K. Yiming shrugged, leaned against the wall, and said to Lin Yu, "Your city lords can come back safe and sound. Why can't I? Let me tell you, Az and I were also swallowed by a giant sea beast. The big turtle did it. Fortunately, Az was able to control the copper element, which protected the two of us. Afterwards, we killed the turtle, got the sea beast's spar, wandered on a deserted island, and returned to China after a narrow escape. 10 supernatural beings, isn't this too bizarre? It's unbelievable that you can come back from the sea alive." Lin Yu couldn't help sighing. He didn't expect that other than the city lord and Yu Hengai, there were people who could survive from the mouth of the sea beast. Gong Changfa said lightly, "Your city lord has heard about this for a long time, but we told him not to talk nonsense. Now that our Xiangsung bureau has been rebuilt, I believe he can say it. Up to now," K. Yiming said slowly, "what you did this time is really too much. If it is an ordinary bad thing, we will really save it. However, the three of you killed 7 people in Yanjing. There are more than 1,000 people, although Yu Hengai did it mainly, but we have already committed public anger, and we can't protect you anymore." Speaking of this incident, K. Yiming felt very helpless. He is also a member of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau, and he is supposed to help Yu Hengai get out of trouble. However, Yu Hengai killed too many people. If he can be easily let go, it is impossible to give an explanation to the people below. Therefore, at this moment, K. Yiming has nothing to do. Yu Hengai was imprisoned by the Xianlong Bureau and will be tried on another day. Even the gods can't save him. Hearing this, Lin Yu felt wronged, and quickly argued, "It's not that we killed innocent people indiscriminately, it's that we were calculated, and I didn't kill civilians, I killed a bunch of gangsters and hooligans." If Yu Hengai said, he was calculated by a conspiracy and walked into the trap step by step, among the 3 people on Yu Hengai's side, except for Lin Yu who killed a dozen gangsters, Cao Fuli did not kill civilians, and the driver in the car that exploded did not die at the hands of Cao Fuli. Yu Hengai really couldn't be forgiven. With his full power, he directly caused the ground to sink, and 7,000 people were killed. Now he has become the Devil King in the population of Yanjing. Countless people support the death penalty. The former hero has been destroyed. Li Qi continued, "Actually, Yu Hengai was not wronged when he was arrested. I found out afterwards that the boss of the Luliangshan 13th Taibao, a guy named Chen Zinti, had been performing illusions. I am afraid that what Yu Hengai saw at that time were all hallucinations. This guy is really terrifying. He specializes in exploiting the weakness of human nature to attack." Lin Yu felt helpless. At this time, neither he nor Cao Fuli could rescue Yu Hengai. No one knew how tightly guarded the Xianlong Bureau's prison was. Lin Yu hesitated and thought, "Is it possible that I need to ask the city lord for help? However, the city lord may not be in time, right? Yizhao is thousands of miles away from Yanjing, and Yu Hengai will be judged in a few days. There is not enough time. Also, communication is also a problem. I don't know if I can receive the telegram to Yizhao." When Lin Yu and Cao Fuli were in a dilemma, Guang Changfa said with a smile, "I can help you, but it's still the same sentence. You need to pay, otherwise, nothing will be discussed." Chang Guang found out that Lin Yu needed help right now, so he immediately started to raise the price on the ground. "As long as there is a place that needs his help, no problem, you can. However, there is one thing that needs to be explained, that is, the ability potion needs to be paid. There are more than 20 people in the Xiangsung Bureau, which is barely rebuilt. However, the strength is still not enough. Only those who can fight are those who can fight. It must be developed. In this way, the supernatural potion is very precious." Lin Yu frowned and said, "We are not qualified to do this kind of transaction. Why don't you contact our city lord? The power potion is in the hands of the city lord. Who can use the supernatural potion needs the approval of the city lord or deputy city lord. I'm not eligible to trade." Lin Yu is still very sensible, knowing that it is impossible for him to reach a deal with others in private, which is equivalent to ignoring the existence of the city lord. Gong Changfa was not discouraged, and said directly, "You don't have supernatural potions, but I heard that Yu Hengai has supernatural potions. How about this? I will help you rescue Yu Hengai, and after that, Let Yu Hengyi give us the supernatural potions. That's all right, right, Lin? Yu hesitated, not knowing whether the news was true or not. Yunlei explained, our site in Shen Feng went to Wa country one after another. Later, we burned the Yasukuni shrine in Wa country. We heard about Shen Feng and prepared to meet up. We didn't expect it to be a step late, but I also heard that Shen Feng picked up a meteorite on the way back, and there are many extraterrestrial elements in it, which can cultivate supernatural beings, Lin. Yu said hesitantly, I can't be Yu Hengyi's master. The outer space element belongs to him. I don't know where he hides it. I can't agree to you, Guang. Changfa shrugged and looked at the air on one side. This is Li Qiyi's direction, but she is invisible at this time. Miss Li, I heard that you have a sea beast crystal that Shen Feng gave you in your hand. Is that true? Guang Changfa said with a smile. What do you want to do? Li Qiyi's tone suddenly became unkind. Although she couldn't see her expression, it was conceivable that Li Qiyi must be very angry at this time. After all, someone started to play tricks on her. Gong Changfa explained, actually, the supernatural beings brought back by his and K Yiming brothers were cultivated using sea beast crystals. Sea beast crystals actually contain many extraterrestrial elements, and they are also a kind of supernatural medicine if you have time. At this point in the words, Guang Changfa's meaning is already obvious, that is, he hopes that Li Qiyi will give him the sea beast crystal that Shen Feng gave her, and then the Xiangsong Bureau will do its best to help Cao Fuli and Lin Yu. No. This is something Shen Feng gave me. It's priceless. If you want it, I can't give it to you. Only when Shen Feng asks, can I return it to him? Don't even think about it. Li Qiyi was furious. Anger, this was the only gift Shen Feng gave him, but he was taking a fancy to buy others, so what if he took a fancy? It was impossible for him to give it to him. Chapter 640 Secret Passage. Guang Changfa saw that he couldn't get an answer after repeatedly asking for supernatural potions, and he couldn't really imprison Lin Yu. If he really wanted to do this, it would be equivalent to making enemies with Yuzhao. Maybe I still have to cooperate with Yuzhao. This is not possible. After much deliberation, Guang Changfa said, then you guys write an IOU. When Yu Hengyi is rescued, I will tell him personally that I believe Yu Hengyi is not an ungrateful person. At this time, Guang Changfa chose to get on the bus first and pay the fare later. As long as he saved Yu Hengyi, he would not worry about Yu Hengyi not paying him. Lin Yu thought about it, and it seemed that this was the only way to go. He could only rescue Yu Hengyi. As for the Xiangsong Bureau, let Yu Hengyi handle it next, Lin Yu asked, then how can you help me, Guang? Changfa was also unambiguous, so he asked someone to move the table and spread out a map in the small room, and said, I have been quarantined for half a year, and I have not been idle during this time. I know all about places big and small. The prison of the Xianlong Bureau used to be a winery, which was specially used by a family to store wine, whether it was wine from southern Yunnan, wine from western Xinjiang, or even French wine. The wine is stored here. Rich people are really idle, don't they just drink? They also need to build a winery. Cao Fuli muttered, thinking that he couldn't understand the thoughts of rich people. Ordinary people drink shachu for a few dollars, and even buy in homemade roasted wine. This kind of wine has no specific brand name, only a collective name, called Baogu wine, or sorghum wine. People with a little money can drink small bottles. The pine gin and Tartary buckwheat wine in the dress. The higher level people will drink famous wine, and the richer people have special cabinets for red wine or white wine, which is also a status symbol. But no matter how rich people are, they can't build a winery, can they? Facts have proved that the luxury of rich people has far exceeded Cao Fuli's imagination. If you want to drink, you can directly build a winery, and you can store wine all over the world. As long as there is a place where wine is produced, you can go to buy it, whether domestic or imported, all can be stored in a cellar. This is the real low-key luxury with connotation. Speaking of this, Guang Changfa said with some nostalgia, I was lucky enough to go to this person's home, and the wine tasted really good and mellow. The taste is not particularly spicy, but the aftertaste is long. The most rare thing is that the world's wine I can taste it. Staying in the wine cellar in the hot weather of June will feel cold. Hey, I'm digressing. Cao Fuli couldn't stand it any longer. He introduced the prison, so he introduced the prison. He insisted on talking about such a lot of gossip, as if he was showing off a place that no one else had been to. Reminded by Cao Fuli, Guang Changfa also immediately remembered the business. Now is not the time to miss the past. But this time should be the time to introduce the reign of the prison. Ahem. Guang Changfa cleared his throat, and then continued, after the end of the day, the owner of this winery died, and his family members have never claimed it, and most of them turned into zombies. Then, the owner of the winery died. It was confiscated to the public, and the nearby buildings became the base of the Qianlong Bureau, and the winery became the prison of the Qianlong Bureau. In this prison, all the guys in prison are supernatural beings, but in fact only Yu Hengai was arrested one person. That is to say, if you want to rescue Yu Hengai, you have to enter the cellar. This is not good. There must be cameras everywhere in the prison. It is impossible to get close to the prison. Lin Yu said with a frown. Li Qi said, I can be invisible, and if I save someone, I can help. Don't think about it. The monitoring in the winery is all infrared monitoring. As long as you have a body temperature, it is impossible to hide from the camera. Guang Changfa said lightly. If it was an ordinary optical camera, Li Qi would be invisible, so it would be easy to enter the prison. But now, all the prisons are equipped with infrared cameras, so it is not easy to enter under such circumstances. Then, what should we do? Lin Yu asked quickly. Li Qi is probably the only person who can walk around the city at will. After all, she can be invisible. Now that she suddenly knows that Li Qi's invisibility is useless in front of infrared surveillance, Lin Yu is now at a loss. Gong Changfa pointed to his head, and said, Don't worry, isn't there me? I know 1 or 2 secret passages that others don't know about. Then, you can just say that there is a secret passage. Why do you introduce so many? Xiao Fuli couldn't help asking just now. Guang Changfa directly introduced such a lot of content, making people feel that Yu Hengai, who is imprisoned in the cellar, could not be rescued. But now, Guang Changfa suddenly said that there is a secret passage. Okay, this passage is not easy, because it's a sewer. Guang Changfa shrugged helplessly. If there was a way that could be easily discovered, Guang Changfa would have said it long ago. Don't forget, the North China Plain was hit by a typhoon before, and the ground was full of sewage, which all flowed into the sewer pipes. There were countless rats and cockroaches in the sewer pipes. Can you bear it? Guang Changfa continued to ask. Road, I can't bear it, so I have to bear it. Who told us to be tied to Yu Hengai by a thread? Let's get him out first. Speaking of which, how does this sewer get into the cellar? Lin Yu asked helplessly. Gong Changfa said, in order to store fine wine, this winery uses ice in the cellar. With the ice bank, there is water, so a sink was dug to connect the sewer in Yanjing. Almost no one pays attention to this matter, and there is no need to pay attention to it. It was because I was bored that I studied Yanjing's sewer system. Thinking of the life during the quarantine period, Guang Changfa was still terrified at this time. If he was under house arrest all the time, it would be really hopeless, and fortunately K. Yiming and Yun Lei's both a man returned from the sea at this moment. K. Yiming remembered something, and asked quickly, by the way, Lin Yu, I contacted Jinling's mother-in-law today to ask her about my daughter-in-law, and she told me vaguely that Gu Yangxiao went to Yazhou. What does it mean, Gu Yangxiao? Oh, Dr. Gu, she. Lin Yu felt embarrassed when he heard this question, and said to himself, why did you suddenly ask this question? Why? Don't you talk? Do you know or don't you know? K. Yiming suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why didn't Lin Yu explain this clearly? Could it be that something happened to his daughter-in-law? Lin Yu had no choice but to tell the truth about it. Actually, I don't want to hurt you either. The main reason is that Gu Yangxiao remarried to a man named Lu Kaiwan from Yazhou. Do you know him? Heck. Hearing this, K. Yiming gritted his teeth, his silver teeth almost shattered, and said, I know him. Why don't I know him? Well, I treat him as a brother, and we hunted down the Yangtze River villain together. It's a good time now. He even played a trick on me by entrusting his wife and son, K. Yiming originally thought that it would be better for him to live a peaceful and stable life if he could reunite with his wife after he escaped death and returned to China. He would never do such a thing as going to sea again, but now, K. Yiming suddenly heard that Lu Kaiwan married his wife. Although the top of his head was still black and beautiful, he felt that a green hat seemed to appear on his head. It's okay if the wife remarries someone else, and it's not unacceptable. After all, I've been missing for more than half a year, and my wife can't wait forever, but if I remarry a brother I know, I can't bear it. Others can do this kind of thing. Can you, Lu Kevin, do this kind of thing? Then, what are you going to do? Lin Yu asked. What should I do? K. Yiming sneered, and said, "Of course I went to Yazhou to find Shen Feng to settle the matter. Others don't know about this matter, so how could Shen Feng not know about it? He just didn't stop it, and just watched. It's too much to see my daughter-in-law remarry. First confront Shen Feng, and then deal with Lu Kaiwen. No one can keep him, as the saying goes, a friend's wife can't be bullied, no matter at any time, no matter what the reason is. It is immoral to play with a good brother and give up his wife and son." K. Yiming's personality is not particularly hot, but he is definitely not the kind of weak and bully guy. Well, he couldn't take it anymore. After finishing speaking, K. Yiming stood up immediately, planning to leave. Now Yunlei quickly stopped him and said, "Yiming, calm down. You are a member of the Ability Administration Bureau, and you should report now after you return to China, otherwise you will be lawless, disorganized and undisciplined. Go first report, and then go to Yazhou." Yun Lei's and K. Yiming, a pair of troubled brothers, also came back from the sea. At that time, they were in a foreign land and had no relatives. They could only fight side by side. During this time, they also developed deep feelings. Now Yunlei can't bear to look at K. Yiming. Ming made a mistake, so he quickly reminded him, but K. Yiming couldn't control so much now, and said directly, "No need. There is only one Qin Qi left in the Ability Management Bureau, and he is not mentally normal. Why should I report? I have to settle accounts now. First kill Lu Kaiwen, and then question Shen Feng. If you don't give me a proper answer, I will make a big fuss in Yazhou." Whether it is tolerable or unbearable, the most important thing for a man is his face, but his wife remarried to a good friend, which has already made K. Yiming's face fall to the ground. This time, K. Yiming has to pick up his face. After all, K. Yiming walked out directly. Gong Changfa said with a smile, "As your brother is going to do something dangerous, why don't you hurry up and chase after him? You know, Shen Feng is not easy to provoke. If you kill him, it will be bad." Yun Lei's thought about it carefully, and it was the same, so he immediately chased him out and said, "I will bring K. Yiming back." Seeing Yun Lei's leaving, Guang Changfa felt relieved, and said, "Okay, these two are gone, and the supernatural being they brought back will be subdued by me. This is the chosen one. Wait until Azhe is back, and I have regained power." Guang Changfa discovered one thing these days, that is, the supernatural beings brought back by Yunlei and K. Yiming, although they joined the Xiangsong Bureau and joined their subordinates, they still used to ask K. Yiming when they were doing things. Yiming and Yunlei caused Gong Changfa's own authority to be insufficient. When Gong Changfa was worrying about how to establish his own prestige, Lu Kaiwen robbed his friend's wife by force. Now, K. Yiming and Yunlei left Yanjing for Yazhou, which happened to be given to Gong Changfa. Opportunity to establish authority in the new organization. At this time, Lin Yu looked at Yanjing's pipeline map, and thought of a good way, and then said, "Captain Guang, do you have anyone under your command who can melt steel? Let me borrow it. I now have a plan to rescue Yu Hengai. There's a way, there is such a task. I will ask him to help immediately. What are you going to do?" Guang Changfa immediately remembered that there were such talents among the supernatural beings brought back by K. Yiming, so he began to ask. Lin Yu said seriously, "The reason why the enemy can grasp the information advantage is because they can control the insects in Yanjing. As long as there are insects, they can monitor them. I want to play a trick, and some people will contain the enemy. Bring someone who can melt steel into the sewer to rescue Yu Hengai. No problem, when Yu Hengai is rescued, he must be given 3 drinks." Guang Changfa readily agreed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641. There is nothing greater than death. Yu Hengai was arrested for 2 days, and the effects of the anesthetic came and went quickly. Yu Hengai had already woken up. Looking at the iron walls around him, he also knew where he was. Now, he must be in prison. Middle of the room where Yu Hengai lived was heavily guarded, and he was tied up on a test bench by restraint belts. In addition to the restraint belts, there were also iron chains on the test bench that bound Yu Hengai's hands and feet. Said, except for Yu Hengai's head can move, the whole body is completely impossible to move. Yu Hengai felt some pain in his arm, and tried to look over it, only to find that a needle had been buried in his arm, and the needle was connected to a transparent tube. Once he had any abnormal behavior, he would be injected with liquid. The surroundings of the room are all made of steel plates. Although they have been painted with white paint, the existence of rivets can still be seen. There is a small window at the door, not very big, and the glass is embedded with bulletproof glass. Yu Hengyi did not expect to meet this kind of treatment. A bright headlight shone down from the ceiling. Yu Hengyi could only tilt his head to avoid being hurt by the light. It is difficult for human beings to fall asleep when exposed to strong light, because the human subconscious mind thinks that it is daytime, and the strong light will stimulate the nerves, and multiple effects make it difficult for human beings to fall asleep. In the process of returning to China, Mr. Jin was once exposed to strong light by the US side 24 hours a day, and asked questions from time to time. Seeing the current scene, Yu Hengyi also knew that he had enjoyed the treatment of Jin Lao back then, but who made him a supernatural person? It's normal to be treated like this. A face appeared at the small window outside the door, and then the door was quickly opened, and Long Jin walked in with a few people from the Xianlong Bureau. When he walked in, Long Jin said with a straight face, "Yu Hengyi, you'd better not take any action now, otherwise a tranquilizer will be injected into your body immediately. You killed 7,000 people, you have already betrayed the Ability Administration. When you joined the Ability Administration, the agreement should have been signed and the killing of civilians is not allowed." At this time, Yu Hengyi also remembered everything he experienced before he fell into coma. Now, he couldn't figure out whether he was in reality or in an illusion. What troubled him the most was whether Qin Qi was alright. Long Jin continued, "Yu Hengyi, you have made a big mistake and you will definitely die. But as long as you admit your mistake and admit that Shen Feng instructed you to kill ordinary people, then we can report the truth and we can give you a reduced sentence." Hearing this, Yu Hengyi finally struggled. The iron chains rattled immediately, and the restraint belts on his body began to tighten. The power of a real superhuman is no longer bound by iron chains and restraint belts. Quick, electric shock. Seeing this scene, Long Jin quickly commanded. There are actually 2 electrodes on the test bench under Yu Hengyi. At this time, someone pressed the switch, and the electric shock immediately started. Even the supernatural being couldn't bear it. After Yu Hengyi endured a strong electric shock, he finally understood what it was like for the teenagers who were forced to quit the internet addiction. They were all stimulated by electric shocks. After the cells are shocked by the electric shock, they will become active, especially the muscle cells. The activity of the muscle cells is manifested on the outside, that is, uncontrolled convulsions. Even he himself cannot control the muscles. Yu Hengyi lay on the test bench again, while twitching, his eyes widened. Long Jin continued, "Perhaps, you don't want to betray Shen Feng, but we have evidence that Shen Feng instigated this incident. Shen Feng will definitely be involved in the disaster that Yanjing encountered this time. If you think about it, for the sake of a good brother, I also respect it very much, and I am willing to keep it a secret for you, but you need to pay the price." Dream. Yu Hengyi spat out these 2 words with difficulty. The muscles on his face were also hard to control. He was still twitching constantly at this moment, and it was already very difficult to speak by this time. Yu Hengyi had already understood the current situation. He was caught on strange charges. He was clearly being led by the nose step by step, but now, he had become a sinner. Long Jin continued, "Have you really thought it through? Now Yanjing is so excited that even Qin Qi is going to sue you for killing your rival because of love and hatred. If no one speaks good words to you, you can only be sentenced to death. I heard that you and Shen Feng picked up a meteorite and obtained some extraterrestrial elements from the meteorite. How about it? As long as you can give these things to me, I can help you get out. Even if I die, I won't forgive you. You bastards have set me up for this matter from the beginning to the end. You led me into the trap step by step." Yu Hengyi gritted his teeth and said, when he heard Qin Qi's name, Yu Hengyi was not moved at all. His most vulnerable part had disappeared a few days ago. Now, Yu Hengyi has lost his love. From then on, Yu Hengyi no longer believed in any love, but Yu Hengyi would rather die than cooperate with those who framed him. Long Jin heard Yu Hengyi say this, and then said seriously, "Are you serious? You have thought it through for me. If you really choose such a path, no one can protect your parents. You're dead. What about your parents? Let them send the white-haired one to the black-haired one." Long Jin also didn't think he could continue to use Qin Qi's threats. For Yu Hengyi, Qin Qi might have been completely lost, so there was no need to miss him. If he wanted to threaten him, he could only use other means. Yu Hengai's parents are the ones who can be used as threats. After Yu Hengai heard the other party's shameless threats, he couldn't help but cursed. You bastards, you use other people's family members to threaten you. What kind of heroes are you? You have been scheming against me from the beginning to the end. Until I go out one day, I must kill you with my own hands. So, if you don't want all this to happen, and if you want to seek revenge from the people in Luliangshan in the future, then you need to survive. As for your claim that we are plotting against you, do you have evidence? Do you have even a little bit of evidence? Is there evidence? Can it be produced? Let me tell you, the person who plotted against you is the 13th Taibao of Lulian Mountain. Long Jin said with a smile. At this time, Yu Hengai just wanted to die. Recalling all the things he had done before, even killing many innocent people with his own hands, he felt guilty. After killing many people in Japan, Yu Hengai, I can also anesthetize myself, thinking that this is a foreigner, not my compatriots, and that the other party did it first. I am avenging my ancestors. Besides, I have already helped many poor people, but now, Yu Hengai couldn't find any reason to excuse himself. Even if he was being tricked, he was always the one who performed the supernatural power. The murder he committed was already very serious. It's a pity that it's not so easy even if you want to die. Yu Hengai is now threatened by the safety of his parents. Even if there is no danger at present, he is not sure whether there will be danger in the future. Yu Hengai had a severe headache and closed his eyes as if he hadn't heard anything. Yu Hengai showed an uncooperative attitude, while Long Jin sneered and said, "You still have one day to think about it, and the day after tomorrow, you will go to the trial. During this period, you'd better be able to think about it. Clearly, if I don't give the extraterrestrial elements to me, I won't do anything, but it's hard to say how the families of some innocent people killed by you will treat your parents." After saying this, Long Jin walked towards the door. In the prison of the Xianlong Bureau, Yu Hengai was the first person to enjoy this kind of treatment. This is the place where people with supernatural abilities are detained. The victim couldn't escape, and he hadn't used the opportunity before. Now that the opportunity came, he used it on Yu Hengai first. Yu Hengai closed his eyes as if he didn't hear anything. After Long Jin went out, he closed the door, and then ordered, "Turn up the lights for me. Are you worried about not being able to pay the electricity bill? Shine him hard." The light in the cell suddenly became extremely bright, and it was impossible to fall asleep. To sleep under the sun, you need to cover your face with a book to block the sun. After all, light can pass through the eyelids. You can still feel the light with your eyes closed, but the light in the cell is bright, and there are still white walls around, so the reflection of the light is even more uncomfortable. Yu Hengai couldn't sleep at all either. He closed his eyes and didn't know what to do. Yu Hengai could use his ability at this time, but he was worried that the moment he did so, the tranquilizer would be injected into his body. Moreover, even if Yu Hengai used his abilities, it would be useless. So what if he escaped? Isn't he an executioner? Who likes a bastard who kills innocent people indiscriminately? Yu Hengai's heart was ashamed at this time. Originally, he was also a well-known figure in the Ability Management Bureau. Even though he was living on a deserted island, Yu Hengai had no intention of betraying him. For the organization, I still want to have a happy love with Qin Kui, but now, there is nothing left. In terms of reputation, he is already Yanjing's murderer, and everyone is cursing. In terms of love, Qin Kui has already sued himself for murder, and what he saw in the club before is mostly hallucinations. Family affection is also not good. He has dragged his family members down. His own death is not counted, and he has to make his parents the object of others' curses. It seems that I am really a worthless man. Back then when I was overseas, I laughed at Shen Feng and said that Shen Feng was not a good person. But now it seems that Shen Feng has love, family affection, and smooth sailing in his career. People around me can say they are sorry, but I, who claim to be a gentleman and a good person, can get nothing and protect nothing. What a tragedy. Yu Hengai said silently in his heart. The flying dragon falls to the ground, and the fierce tiger enters the cage. The great man who used to be powerful is now imprisoned by the downcast. It is difficult to fly and hate fate. I bow my head to recognize the origin. If there's an ambition of the past, I should not cry. Sad, pitiful. Yu Hengai laughed at himself. He said as if, now he sees his true face clearly. But he is just a high school student who has not yet graduated, and he suddenly gained great power and cannot see himself clearly. It is only now that he realizes that the past was just a dream. The ancients said, there is nothing greater than death. The meaning is very simple. When a person is extremely sad, His whole heart is already dead. It does not mean that the heart stops beating, but that he loses any direction, no goal, no reason to cheer up. Turning into Walking Dead, such a person is only physically alive, but his heart is dead at this moment. Yu Henggai is in this state. He doesn't think about anything anymore. He has completely emptied his head. Since he has nothing left, he might as well die silently like this, but he doesn't know that he will be under the underworld in the future. How to face parents. Chapter 642. After Long Jin returned to the headquarters of the Xianlong Bureau with his subordinates, he began to think about the next step. There were still too few combat-type superpowers on his side. Su Liang and the main force of the Xianlong Bureau had already died. What kind of brilliant supernatural beings there were before the Xianlong Bureau, whether they could melt steel instantly or cause small-scale earthquakes, they are all dead, and Yuz Hao directly distributed the supernatural medicine, completely ignoring the face of Xianlong Bureau, so the current Xianlong Bureau is just an empty shelf, let alone compared with a supernatural bureau, even compared with a newly established Xiangsung Bureau. It is not comparable. The most important thing at present is to increase the number of supernatural beings in the Xianlong Bureau. Otherwise, the Xianlong Bureau will inevitably suffer blows in the future, and may even be swallowed up by other supernatural organizations. Needless to say, this time it is aimed at Yu Henggai. The action of the three of them was an ambush that was completed only after temporarily asking for help from the 13th Taibao of Lulian Mountain. If they lacked foreign aid, it was hard to say whether they could catch Yu Henggai. Long Jin sat down with the people, only feeling tired, and said in his heart, I should have smashed Su Liang's body into thousands of pieces a long time ago, and took the main force out to fight. Not to mention the failure of the mission, all the elite were buried outside. Let me now. Such passivity is unforgivable. At this time, Long Jin's resentment towards Su Liang was no longer the slightest bit, and then he extended his resentment towards Su Liang to Shen Feng and Yu Henggai. After all, if Shen Feng and Yu Henggai hadn't suddenly appeared in Yuz Hao, then Su Liang, these people are not going to be killed lightly either. He obviously sent a message to Su Liang, saying that Yu Henggai had already returned to China. Why did he still insist on taking action? He was killed by the enemy. What a fool. Long Jin suddenly remembered that he had sent the message to Su Liang before. But in the end it failed to stop Su Liang's plan, and he didn't know how Su Liang made the decision at that time. Long Jin didn't know that the superpowers of the Xianlong Bureau at that time had been cut off from any signal in Yuz Hao. This matter was still done by Lu Qiang. In terms of interrupt signal, there is an effect. It was because of Lu Qiang's ability to display, that directly cut off the channel for Long Jin to send messages to Su Liang. However, thinking of the current situation, Long Jin was overwhelmed with confidence. He sneered and said, this time, we must put the disaster caused by Yu Henggai on Shen Feng's head, and say that this incident was instigated by Shen Feng. I don't believe Shen Feng can't be involved in this, and Yuz Hao and Yanjing don't want to ease the relationship in the future. Suddenly, Wang Like asked, Captain, didn't we get more than a dozen supernatural potions from Qin Qi before? When will we add new players? Long Jin frowned when he heard this question, and said, new supernatural beings are already being cultivated, and they will appear in a few days. I hope we can get some powerful supernatural beings this time, otherwise, the Xianlong Bureau, it's really dangerous. Long Jin's own ability has a huge advantage in obtaining information. The bugs in the entire Yanjing city are controlled by Long Jin. The information that Long Jin wants to know can be obtained by manipulating the bugs to observe. But in terms of combat, his ability is not particularly strong. At most he uses bugs to sneak attack. What Xianlong Bureau lacks is dedicated combat personnel. Zanjinsu couldn't help asking, Captain, my younger brother has always been very good and has admired you since he was a child. Otherwise, would you consider him? Although Zanjinsu didn't say it clearly, the meaning in the words is already obvious. That is, she hopes that her younger brother can also become a supernatural being. Nowadays, there is no doubt about the power of supernatural beings, and the big families are also starting to compete. Allowing the children in the family to become supernatural beings is also an extra guarantee. When Zanjinsu said this, other people began to criticize. How can you be so selfish? Obviously your family already has you as a supernatural being, but now you are not satisfied, and you still want to become a supernatural being. What a fool's dream. That's right, you didn't do any meritorious service in this operation. I entrusted you with the task of arresting Lin Yu. You can make him run away. This is trash, you are a waste, and your brother is also a waste. The Xianlong Bureau does not need waste. Hearing these people's accusations, Zhang Jinsu couldn't help getting angry, and directly accused other people, saying, I failed to complete the task. Did you complete the task? The person who contributed to the capture of Yu Henggai is captain? You don't even have the qualifications to participate in the mission, that is, to be in charge of liaison, but I was almost killed by him in order to arrest Lin Yu. The quarrel between the two sides is no longer a game. Everyone is a member of the big family and an outstanding figure selected from the army. Between each other, no one agrees with the other, and it is not pleasing to see each other. Suddenly it became noisy at this moment. Long Jin slammed the table and made a loud noise. Everyone quickly stopped arguing and looked at Long Jin with panic on their faces. Long Jin looked at these people with hatred, and said, what's the point of making a noise? Can the use of supernatural potions cause noise? Let me tell you, I have to follow the instructions from above, not who I tell them to be. You can give it to anyone. If you really want extra power potions, then give me the task honestly. I will let you get the power potion sooner or later. In the current society, who doesn't know the preciousness of supernatural potions, and under the leadership of the headquarters, it is not easy to obtain supernatural potions, and the use of supernatural potions is basically decided by the headquarters and approved by the headquarters. Only those who have obtained it can use the supernatural potion, and the headquarters was also very annoyed when they heard that the people from the Ability Management Bureau had hidden the ability potion. After all, this is something that needs to be handed in, and it is an undisciplined practice to hide it privately. However, the main force of the Ability Management Bureau is currently exploiting oil fields in Siberia, and it is impossible for the headquarters to deal with them at this time, so it can only be regarded as ignorance. With Long Jin's suppression, the meeting room was finally quieter. He looked at these people in the meeting room and felt very helpless. These team members, except for a few people who could barely participate in the battle due to their special abilities, the others, the superpowers, are almost useless. These people demand a lot, and it is not a good thing to command them at this moment. Long Jin suddenly sensed something, and quickly said, someone is invading, prepare to fight. Also, call for backup at any time, follow me immediately. After finishing speaking, Long Jin rushed out. The others were almost stunned when they heard the news. At this moment, they just captured the mighty Yu Henggai. At this moment, where would people come to invade? This is Yanjing, who dares to blatantly attack. In ancient times, Yanjing was under the feet of the emperor. Once bad incidents occurred in this kind of place, it would definitely make people extremely concerned. This time Yu Henggai's killing spree in Yanjing was also the result of being calculated. Under normal circumstances, Yu Henggai would not have the guts to do such a thing, but now, Long Jin said that someone was invading, and immediately startled the others. Their first reaction was to find a place to hide. They are not combat-type supernatural beings. It's okay to spray each other with other people. If not, then I will suffer. If I am not sure. Some were timid and some were courageous. They followed Long Jin and rushed out, looking for weapons. As they rushed out, when everyone rushed to the gate of Xianlong Bureau with Long Jin, they saw Gong Changfa in the distance leading a group of people walking towards this side. The formation of more than 20 people seemed to be small in number, but these people all. He is a person with supernatural powers, so he is naturally not someone who is easy to deal with. Gong Changfa, what do you want to do? Are you bringing people here to attack my Xianlong Bureau? Long Jin immediately started questioning. Gong Changfa smiled, and directly led the people to stand outside the gate of Xianlong Bureau, and said, please don't label me casually. I am not the lawless person you imagined. This time I came here just to visit Xianlong Bureau. Is it possible that Mr. Jackie Long Jin wants to keep me out? Hearing this answer, Long Jin said in his heart, most of these people want to create chaos and rob Yu Henggai. It won't let it go, and finally put the responsibility on Yu Henggai, so they must not be allowed to enter it. Long Jin is very worried that these people will enter the Xianlong Bureau and cause chaos. At present, catching Yu Henggai is the greatest credit. If Yu Henggai is allowed to run away at this time, it will be a big loss, not to mention that he has not yet obtained the supernatural potion. Can't take any risk now. However, when Long Jin said this, Guang Changfa led the people to continue walking inside, and said as he walked, young people nowadays are too shy, and it's too stingy not to show them. No, I still have to go in. Long Jin snorted coldly and said, I want to see who dares to trespass. After my Xianlong Bureau is established, who can enter casually? If you want to force your way in, Don't blame me for being rude." After finishing speaking, Long Jin immediately cast his supernatural ability, and the insects in Yanjing City were immediately mobilized. Whether it was flies or bees, they all flew in the air. After gathering together, they danced in the sky like a black dragon. Countless cockroaches also flew out of the sewer. These cockroaches had a bad smell and were harmless, but they were disgusting. Cockroaches are also known as Zioqiang, which means very simple. They have strong vitality and can survive in any harsh environment. If there is a place where even cockroaches cannot survive, then human beings must not be able to survive. It is said that cockroaches can survive for a month without eating or drinking. This kind of ability to resist hunger is really inferior to ordinary animals. Seeing this scene, Changfa couldn't help but said, "It's all putting on airs, but it's very bluffing." Soon Yan also said together, "It's just a matter of a fire. I will burn it all for him." What kind of harm can a group of bugs cause? The two sides actually started a confrontation at the gate of the Xianlong Bureau. The Xianxong Bureau has a large number of people, especially Gong Changfa, who is already a well-known master. On the Xianlong Bureau, except for Long Jin, that is to say, a few sporadic people came out with him, and their strengths were seriously unequal. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Yu took Song Hua Iron to walk through the sewer. The sewers in Yazhou are blocked with steel bars and barbed wire. They are worried that the mutated mice that have been cleaned up will re-enter the city. After all, the mutated mice are not very strong, but their destructive power should not be underestimated. They carry viruses on their bodies. It will lead to the emergence of plague. The same is true for Yanjing. Many barriers have been set up in the sewers to prevent the mutant mice from entering and exiting, but in this way, the cleaning of the sewer became a problem. With the obstruction of the steel fence, some garbage that could be discharged directly accumulated in the sewer, and after fermentation, it was really foul-smelling. Lin Yu blocked his nose with cotton, but he still couldn't stop the stench from entering his nose. He couldn't help frowning, and said, "I will never come to the sewer again. There is silt in the sewer, and there is a layer of sewage floating on the surface, but as long as you step on it, you will sink into the silt. When you lift your foot, it will bring out foul-smelling silt." Some people throw their cigarette butts into the sewer, thinking it's okay. Some people threw the vegetable leaves into the sewer, thinking that sooner or later they would degrade, which caused Lin Yu's road ahead to be full of stench. Lin Yu could even smell methane. What is methane? Of course it is methane. Once ignited, it will explode. Chapter 643 Desire to Die. When Lin Yu discovered the real situation in the sewer, he began to complain about Gong Changfa's idea, saying that the secret passage was just to drill into the sewer, and he saw many mice and cockroaches along the way. Yi, barely able to see the situation in front of her clearly, but the smell in her nose was too strong. After all, Yanjing is the capital city, and the sewers are quite spacious. You can bend over by yourself, but you often encounter the fence in the pipeline. When you encounter the fence, you need Song Hua Iron to do it. Song Hua Iron's ability is to control high temperature. It sounds very powerful. Maybe it can compete with Chang Jianyi at the beginning, but in fact, the performance of this ability is not very good, because it can only melt the iron bars, and it can't do the one-time use of Chang Jianyi at the beginning. Just to the point of melting a pavement, Song Hua Iron put his finger on the iron bar. After casting the supernatural power, the iron bar immediately began to melt. When the steel bar was melted, Song Hua Iron threw it into the mud aside, and the high-temperature iron bar immediately made a slip sound. The steel bars are then cooled by the sewage. During the progress, Lin Yu was free and asked, "Mr. Song, why did you follow K. Yiming and the others back to China?" Hearing this question, Song Hua Iron remembered the tragic experience at the beginning, and could only say helplessly, "This matter is really endless. When the end comes, all of us will be working overseas." Does Paragar know? Forget it, you don't understand. You just need to know that we overseas Chinese are suffering overseas. Go on, I'm listening. Lin Yu continued to ask anyway. At this time, I can only keep moving forward. I really have nothing to do, so I might as well listen to the story that happened to Song Hua Iron. Later, we overseas Chinese could only be bullied. Fortunately, one day, Mr. K. Yiming and Mr. Yun Lays appeared. They heard that we were overseas Chinese, and they were about to take us back to China. Let us also become supernatural beings. This is really a miracle. And then we became supernatural beings, killed the bastard who bullied us, rode all the way, took advantage of Nanfen to return to the country, and that was all on the way. Song Hua Iron said emotionally, Only when you are really overseas can you know the pain of leaving your hometown and the motherland, not to mention having no relatives, and being bullied. In this case, receiving help from fellow villagers is indeed unforgettable, and Song Huiran and others were saved by K. Yiming, so they followed the two of them back with all their hearts. Hearing what Song Huiran said, Lin Yu couldn't help being suspicious, and said to himself, is K. Yiming such a talkative person? Not only can he save people, but he can also give away supernatural potions? Why don't you keep the supernatural potions? I can't figure it out. When Lin Yu was wondering, Song Huiran, who was leading the way ahead, said, Mr. Lin Yu, we are here. We can reach the bottom of the prison through the side sewer. Hearing the news, Lin Yu immediately took action, got into the narrow sewer, found a bright exit, and finally could breathe fresh air when he got here. The smell of rotten things in the sewer was simply overwhelming. People want to vomit. It seems that the work of cleaning the sewer is really not something ordinary people can do. Lin Yu looked up the sewer and saw many surveillance cameras in this underground prison. There was not a single guard here, but there were a lot of surveillance cameras in the far distance. A room was shining brightly. The light was still dazzling. Needless to say, this was the place where Yu Hengyi was imprisoned. Lin Yu didn't dare to rush out of the sewer directly, because he saw many infrared cameras, and there were machine guns beside the cameras. As long as the identity of the intruder was confirmed, these machine guns would automatically fire, and the prison was made of steel. Those who don't know think this is an important base. Even the research institute is not so strict. The defense force of the research institute is quite special. It is directly defended by the army to protect scientists from threats. After much deliberation, Lin Yu decided to test it out, and then began to cast his abilities. He condensed the sound waves and sent them to a house in the distance. Mr. Yu Hengyi, I'm Lin Yu, are you there? How are you doing now? The propagation of sound is carried out in the form of waves, so when a sound appears, people around can hear the sound, but Lin Yu's ability is to control the sound waves, and he condenses the sound waves to avoid spreading to the outside world. Other places, but sent directly to the room at this time. Yu Hengyi's heart was ashamed, and after hearing Lin Yu's voice, he said lightly, there is no need to save me, let me fend for myself. If you are fine, hurry back to Yazhou. This time, thank you for your hard work. Yu Hengyi knew that his words could be heard. He knew that Lin Yu's ability was to control sound waves, but now he was trapped on the test bench, and if he was dishonest, he would receive an electric shock. A sedative will be delivered into the body. However, no matter how difficult it is, if Yu Hengyi wants to leave, at least there is a way. But now, Yu Hengyi has recognized his true face. He is just a weak boy who can't protect anything, so he doesn't plan to struggle anymore. Lin Yu heard Yu Hengyi's answer, so he said quickly, Mr. Yu, don't give up. We were tricked before, and it was all the enemy's fault. We did nothing wrong. However, Yu Hengyi said directly, forget it. This kind of words can only deceive elementary school students. I killed someone, and I should pay for my life according to the law. As for whether I was counted or not, it is not important anymore. Now I shirk it. Responsibility, that is a coward. Perhaps, my life should end here. Goodbye, Lin. Yu still wanted to persuade him, but he didn't know what to say for a while. After all, it sounded like Yu Hengyi wanted to die now. For a person whose heart was ashamed, other things were not important. Suddenly, at this time, Yu Hengyi remembered something, and said quickly, by the way, Lin Yu, please take my parents to live in Yazhou. As a reward, I will tell you where to store the supernatural potion and outer space elements. Place, you tell them that my son was unfilial and made a big mistake. It was my mistake that I couldn't take care of the two elders. In the future, you can adopt a child in Yazhou and teach him not to be a gentleman in the future. It's useless. Lin Yu had no choice but to ask, Mr. Yu, have you really thought it through? Think. Clearly, I always need to make myself responsible for the wrong things I have done, and it is impossible to escape. Goodbye, my parents will be entrusted to you to protect. Yu Hengyi said calmly. Lin Yu was helpless. If Yu Hengyi wanted to leave, he could still rescue him. But now, Yu Hengyi wanted to die, and Lin Yu had no other choice but to let him go. Yu Hengyi said these words, obviously entrusting him within the aftermath. As a friend, I can only fulfill his last wish. Do I need to defend you? Lin Yu finally asked. No. Need. A demon. Why bother to defend? Yu Hengyi said lightly. Next, Yu Hengai told the place where he hid the extraterrestrial elements, and there was no more sound. Lin Yu returned the same way, and Song Hua Iron brought him back to the Xiangsung Bureau. Lin Yu told Li Qi where Yu Hengai stored the supernatural potions and extraterrestrial elements, and Li Qi immediately went incognito to get the things. Before leaving, he said, "Wash it quickly, the smell is unbearable." It was only then that Lin Yu remembered that he had a lot of sludge on his body. Walking in the sewer pipe, the result was like this, and if he was not careful, he would be rubbed with dirt all over his body. At this time, Guang Changfa was still leading the people from the Xiangsung Bureau to make trouble outside the Xianlong Bureau. There are people sitting at the door playing cards, and whoever loses the bet will invite others to drink at night. Looking at a group of people smoking and playing cards at the gate of his base, Long Jin was very angry with the virtue of a bum, but he couldn't do anything except anger, because he could only control bugs. Said, "How much lethality can the bugs have? Just need Sun Yan to spew out a ball of flames. How many bugs will die faced with such a situation?" Long Jin didn't dare to act without authorization. After all, he was the one who would suffer the disadvantage if he acted, and he didn't dare to relax his vigilance, because he was afraid that Gong Changfa would rush in with someone. If it really caused huge losses, he would not good deal seeing Gong Changfa leading people to show off at the door of his house. Long Jin had no choice but to beat him. After all, Long Jin is very aware of the impact of this incident. Although he has prevented the newly established Xiangsung Bureau from entering his own base, but in the eyes of others, his Xianlong Bureau is not as good as the Xiangsung Bureau. During a confrontation, the opponent's personnel were neat and all were playing cards for leisure. Although they were sitting on the street, they talked and laughed freely. "Bastard, when I cultivate some powerful supernatural beings, you will dare to fight against me. You won't be too arrogant for long." Long Jin thought silently in his heart. In fact, this is the legendary method of spiritual victory. Aku is the best at this method. It doesn't matter if you are beaten or humiliated. He thought to himself, "You bastard will have a good life in a few days, then, in this way, you will defeat the opponent on the spiritual level." But at this moment, Guang Changfa's cell phone rang, and he took it out to take a look. When a fly flew over right away, Guang Changfa coughed twice, and Sun Yan then popped up 2 fireballs, which were only the size of teacups, and burned the flying flies to death. "Long Jin, do you want to know who I'm contacting? Isn't this kind of trick too low?" Guang Changfa looked at Long Jin with a half smile. Obviously, Long Jin used his ability just now to control the fly to see what kind of content is on the phone. No matter what kind of news, it is worth inquiring. But with Sun Yan and others around, the insects don't even want to get close to Guang Changfa. Don't look at Long Jin's supernatural powers that seem to be bluffing. Countless insects in the whole city can be controlled. If they really fight, these insects will also. It can only be used as a monitor, and its combat effectiveness is ignored, unless all the flying in the sky are mutated insects. Long Jin said lightly, "I didn't peek. My ability is not very good. Some bugs can't be controlled." Taking advantage of this moment, Guang Changfa looked at his mobile phone and found the message sent back by Lin Yu. "The things are in hand. The task is over. Come back quickly." Seeing this news, Guang Changfa breathed a sigh of relief. Although the current Xiangsung situation is powerful, it is impossible to really run amok in Yanjing. It is good to run decently now, and the Yue element can also be obtained. Brothers, let's go." Guang Changfa didn't talk nonsense, and prepared to leave with his people. Before leaving, Guang Changfa looked at Long Jin and said with a half smile, "Long Jin, you don't seem to have many courageous people under your command. You'd better keep a low profile in the future." After speaking, a group of people walked towards the distance. Looking back, Long Jin saw that there were only 3 people standing behind him, Wang Like, Yang Jin and Zhang Jinsu. Long Jin had already spotted the enemy when someone rushed in for the first time. After rushing out, only the 3 followed themselves. Seeing this kind of scene, Long Jin gritted his teeth and hated secretly, and said in his heart, "A bunch of bastards. When they move their mouths, they are all good at talking. How can these insects become powerful together?" Chapter 644 The Anecdote of Shen Feng. Guang Changfa returned to the Xiangsung Bureau, and then saw Lin Yu and Cao Fuli sitting on the sofa. It seemed that there were only 2 people left in the living room, but when he looked closely, he could find a dent in the sofa beside him, which meant that Li Ke was sitting on the sofa. Yi is also here, but in an invisible state. "Where is the person? Where is Yu Hengai?" Guang Changfa asked casually. Lin Yu said flatly, "He wanted to die and entrusted his parents to us." I have no choice but to come back. But before, Yu Henggai mentioned the place where the outer elements and supernatural potions are hidden. After speaking, Lin Yu found 2 small bottles from his body, which contained light green liquid, and handed them to Gong Changfa. Here you are. Lin Yu said seriously. Gong Changfa laughed at this moment, and said, you know I want the outer space element, you give me the supernatural potion. There are only 2, isn't it enough? Lin Yu shrugged and said, at that time you said that the price was the supernatural potion, but now that I've given it to you, you still think it's too little? This is a scam, it's not righteous. Guang Changfa saw that Lin Yu wanted to play tricks at this time, and immediately frowned, and said, don't play a fool to me, you boy. Yu Henggai and Shen Feng obtained extraterrestrial elements from meteorites, and it stands to reason that Yu Henggai has a quarter. I have nearly 30 grams in my hand. What are these 2 supernatural potions? Don't force me to get angry. It was agreed that the price to be paid to Gong Changfa would be extraterrestrial elements or supernatural potions. At that time, it was not specified how much, but the default was everything in Yu Henggai's hands, in exchange for the help of the Xiangsong Bureau. However, Lin Yu and Cao Fuli came to an opinion after summing up for a while, because both of them felt that they were at a disadvantage. They were just helping their side to attract the attention of the enemy, and they didn't really fight, so they needed to hand over all the outer elements. It's really a loss. Both Lin Yu and Cao Fuli thought they would bring these extraterrestrial elements back to Yazhao. Maybe they could get a reward from the city lord, go out to perform a mission, although they failed, but at least they brought back some good things. Cao Fuli took advantage of this moment to understand the siege. Everyone, don't fight or quarrel, it will hurt peace. Otherwise, we will each take a step back, and Yue elements will be half of us. What do you think? I quit your sister, you two are in the same group, now give me a bad face and a bad face, and you will cut off half of my salary every time you come and go. How can there be people like you in the world? I'm full. Hit the cook, chase the monk. After reading the scriptures, Guang Changfa couldn't take it anymore. He didn't expect the other party to play this game with him. What a bastard. Lin Yu and Cao Fuli glanced at each other, feeling that the guy in front of them was not easy to fool, and then they started messing around. But you didn't say how much you want to pay for the supernatural potion or the outer element of the universe. You are, so wouldn't it be unethical to do it? Guang Changfa looked at the 2 people who looked like hobs. If they really reasoned with them, they would be taken into the ditch by the 2 of them. After much deliberation, Guang Changfa remembered something, and said directly, if the 2 of you don't give me what I deserve, then don't blame me for being dishonest, and go out to publicize Shen Feng's love affairs. He has done a lot in Japan, thanks to K. Yiming and Yunlei Zhe told me. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a pity if everyone didn't know about these things in the future? When Lin Yu and Cao Fuli heard this, they immediately hesitated. The 2 of them got together and began to discuss the authenticity of this matter. Yu said, is the city lord really having fun outside? Yu asked me, how do I know? The city lord has never said much about this kind of thing, and we haven't inquired about it. In my opinion, even if this kind of thing is spread, there will be no problem, right? Did you forget the 2 ladies? They're all jealous. If they hear that the city lord has done such a thing outside, wouldn't they have a falling out? After the 2 discussed carefully, they suddenly realized that this matter was really tricky, and it involved the city lord's face. If it was not handled properly and it was really spread, causing the city lord's house to be restless, then he might be given eye drops. If up to now, the reward can only be given out, and Lin Yu and Cao Fuli also noticed one thing, that is, Guang Changfa actually doesn't know how many extraterrestrial elements Yu Henggai has in his hands. He only knows roughly, so it takes 30 grams, but Li Qi found it from the hiding place. It was actually 40 grams. It seems that I can only give 30 grams out. Lin Yu said to Cao Fuli. Cao Fuli nodded, and said, that's right, we can't let the news of the city lord outside be known to everyone. When the time comes, the 2 wives and the city lord fall out, and the 2 of us will be implicated. Facing Guang Changfa, who was looking sour, Lin Yu immediately changed his mind, and said with a smile, just now, I was just joking. Let's go get the outer space element immediately, and prepare a secret room for us. Don't peek. Guang Changfa readily agreed, thinking that these 2 people hid their things in hidden parts of their bodies, and now that they are in public, it is inconvenient to take them out in the past, in order to prevent being robbed. People like to sew many pockets on their bodies. Some pockets were on the back, some pockets were even in the trouser legs, and some people even hid money in the soles of their shoes. Regardless of whether it stinks or not, as long as it can be used, as long as it is not snatched away, what does it smell like? With this in mind, Guang Changfa didn't intend to take a peek at the two of them, as everyone knows, Lin Yu and Cao Fuli are going to weigh and take out 30 grams of extraterrestrial elements out of 40 grams. Even a tenth of a gram of this kind of thing is extremely important. It is always okay to calculate more of. While the two were leaving, Li Qi spoke instead. Then what? I also want to know about Shen Feng's affair outside. Can you tell me about it? Guang Changfa immediately sternly refused, saying, no, I am a principled person. I have already agreed with Lin Yu and the others before, so I won't mention it again. Don't ask, I won't say anything. Li Qi then released the invisible state, leaned on the sofa, looked at Gong Changfu with a sneer, and said, can you just threaten others with intelligence? Don't tell me I won't. After finishing speaking, Li Qi leaned on the sofa and said, as far as I know, these people under your command did a lot of things on the way back, right? You burned the Yasukuni Shrine in Tokyo, right? The Blue House of Bangzi in South Korea seems to have also collapsed, and it happened just when they went to South Korea, which is damaging to international relations. You said, if these news spread to other people, can the Xianxun Bureau continue to be stable? Guang Changfa was speechless. He had just threatened others before, but now he has encountered the same situation, and the Xianxun Bureau has just been established. If this kind of thing spreads, it will inevitably cause the enemy to attack, such as Long Jin. He is not a good bird. He will definitely be black when he sees this kind of opportunity. Okay, I'll just talk about it, and don't spread it around. It will damage my reputation. Guang Changfa had no choice but to compromise. Next, Guang Changfa told what K. Yiming and Cao Fuli had heard in Kagashima. First of all, Shen Feng and Yu Hengai forced the enemy to surrender twice, and the person in charge committed suicide by cesarean section in public, and both Shen Feng and Yu Hengai, he didn't use his real name, so not many people knew about it. After that, Shen Feng often turned against the three vulgarities. After entering the customs shop, he lifted his pants and ran away. No one can catch up with Shen Feng. He's extremely fast in the world, so who can catch Shen Feng? There is a way. Hearing these contents, Li Qi's face gradually became gloomy, obviously not very happy. Others don't know about the relationship between Shen Feng and Li Qi, but Gong Changfa happened to be an insider. When he was at sea, Guang Changfa asked Su Huai to keep monitoring the situation on the ferry. At that time, he heard that Li Qi often talked to Shen Feng in the middle of the night. Although nothing else happened, it is certain that the relationship between the two is not as simple as it appears on the surface at this time. Guang Changfa saw that there was something wrong with Li Qi's face, and the narration stopped. Li Qi glanced at Gong Changfa and said, go on, I'm still listening. Guang Changfa shrugged and continued, later, for some reason, Shen Feng got on good terms with a big family in Kagashima, and when K. Yiming and the others rushed to Kagashima, they killed him. The main managers of the other 6 families, after coming to Kagashima, this woman has the final say, and Yu Hengai is not clean. What happened to him and another married woman? What is the guilt afterward? And gave this woman the power medicine. In short, you just need to know that Shen Feng and Yu Hengai did a lot of ridiculous things while recuperating over there. Li Qi took a deep breath and said, it has nothing to do with me. I just listened to it. After all, I am not someone from Shen Feng. After saying this, Li Qi continued to hide, as if he didn't want his expression to be seen by others. After Gong Changfa finished talking about what Shen Feng and Yu Hengai did in Kagashima, Lin Yu and Cao Fuli came out of the room just at this time, holding a sealed bag in their hands, which contained 30 grams of off-white powder. As long as you eat these powders, you can become a supernatural being, and you only need a small amount. These powders are enough to cultivate more than a dozen supernatural beings. Guang Changfa rushed forward and snatched the sealed bag in his hand. Only holding it in his hand is the safest way. Lin Yu and Cao Fuli thought about it. Since Yu Hengai has accepted his fate, there is no need to stay in Yanjing any longer. If he continues to stay, he may be in danger. Besides, Yu Hengai entrusted his parents to his side, so he must protect them as soon as possible. Stand up. After thinking about this, Lin Yu and Cao Fuli began to say goodbye. Let's go first. After we find Yu Hengai's parents, we will return to Yazhou and contact them later. Remember, you still have 2 supernatural potions in your hands, right? Guang Changfa asked suddenly at this moment. Hearing this question, both Lin Yu and Xiao Fuli couldn't help frowning, and said, "It's too greedy to be human, isn't it, Guang?" Changfa quickly said, "That's not what I mean. I just want to ask, are you willing to sell me the medicine? Come on, the Xiangxun Bureau you just established is poor and white, and can you afford supernatural potions? These 2 potions should be given to Yu Hengai's parents. It's a sad thing for a white-haired person to give a black-haired person." Huh? Xiao Fuli said seriously. The other party has said this to this extent: if Gong Changfa still has his mind on the supernatural potion, he will be dishonest regarding this. Guang Changfa shrugged his shoulders and said, "You guys better act fast, don't hesitate when you leave Yanjing. I will announce the news that Lin Yu has been rescued later, and I will be able to fool you with a little injury. However, if it is convenient in the future, I still want to do business with Yashao. Let's see each other again. Mr. Yu is sure to die this time. Anyway, these people from the Xianlong Bureau are really insidious. The most important thing is that they even contacted the guys in Lulian Mountain. I suspect they might have something close contact. You should also be careful. If the bastards from the Xianlong Bureau can't beat them, they will call for foreign aid." Lin Yu said to several people around him. After Lin Yu and Xiao Fuli bid farewell to everyone, they left Yanjing. Li Qi also lost her reason to stay in the Xiangxun Bureau, and soon disappeared. As long as she is invisible, it will be difficult for others to find her, unless an infrared camera is installed. Infrared rays can detect changes in heat, and people who use invisibility can be found. Chapter 645. Yu Hengai was imprisoned in the dungeon, and the bright light shone directly on his face. In this situation, he couldn't sleep at all, and because of being exposed for a long time, Yu Hengai's eyes were shot and became red and swollen. People fed Yu Hengai, and he was able to survive thanks to the tube above his arm, where normal saline and glucose were injected, barely keeping Yu Hengai from dying. The conditions of the Xianlong Bureau are already very clear. As long as Yu Hengai handed over the extraterrestrial elements obtained before, then this series of torture will disappear, and the Xianlong Bureau can also help Yu Hengai to excuse. Just need Yu Hengai to identify the killing of civilians as being punished by God according to Feng's instruction. All the responsibilities can be pushed to Shen Feng's body regardless of whether it is in the civilization of the East or the West. Killing is the worst act, and even though it is the end of the day, this kind of thinking has never been out of date. Different from the killing of ordinary people, killing people with supernatural powers can be justified. Yes, say that the person has offended me, and that is even forgiven under normal circumstances. However, the commotion Yu Hengai made this time was too great. He killed 7,000 people, and they all died, whether they were old people or children. Such a large-scale killing is no longer an offense or a punishment for evil. Shen can explain it. Even if it is an adjective in ancient times, it is just an adjective. But in the hands of Yu Hengai, the number of 7,000 is infinitely close to 10,000. Therefore, if Yu Hengai could not find a reason to be forgiven, he would definitely be sentenced to death in order to torture Yu Hengai's conscience. The group of Xianlong Bureau also used a special method to treat Yu Hengai. An extra speaker was added in the room, and the curses of outsiders on Yu Hengai were played on this speaker in a loop. Cursing is fine, it can make Yu Hengai feel better, but besides cursing, Yu Hengai also heard a lot of crying. These cries that appeared all the time let Yu Hengai know how big a mistake he had made. 7,000 people, that is 7,000 families. Therefore, it was impossible for Yu Hengai to sleep. There was a strong light shining on him, and the sound of cursing and crying kept coming from his ears. With the existence of light and sound, Yu Hengai was tortured and his body could not get rest. He was exhausted, and his spirit was also sluggish. He didn't sleep for several days, and the wrinkles on his face gradually appeared. Until this time, Yu Hengai still did not give in. He knew that he was being calculated, and he also knew that he had made an unforgivable mistake. Right now, he has lost everything and has nothing left. For Xianlong, who planned this incident, it is impossible for everyone in the bureau to make Yu Hengai bow his head. Yu Hengai, you have to think clearly. Tomorrow is the time to judge you. Don't you think about your parents? Think about it carefully. When 2 gray-haired old men and old ladies look at your body, do you just want to see this kind of scene? You are their hope for the rest of their lives. If you die, how can they survive in this dangerous world? Long Jin said to Yu Hengai in the room with a gloomy face. The original Long Jin was full of self-confidence. He knew that no one in the world is not afraid of death, and the supernatural beings are the same. After all, even if the supernatural beings have powerful power, they must be human thoughts. Under the threat of death and the fetters of family affection, Yu Henggai will definitely compromise. After all, survival is more important than anything else. But Long Jin made a mistake. No matter what kind of torture he received, Yu Henggai still didn't say a word. He seemed to have become a fool. No matter how he threatened, it was as if he was talking to a piece of wood now. It was the eve of Yu Henggai's trial. If Yu Henggai still didn't say anything, his idea of getting Yue elements would be completely bankrupt. As a result, Long Jin's face also became gloomy. It was undoubtedly uncomfortable to watch the Yue element slip away from his hands. Yu Henggai lay on the experimental table without any reaction. His eyes were red and swollen, his face was haggard, and his skin was dry and inelastic. Long Jin still had no reaction when he saw Yu Henggai at this time, so he could only use his trump card. He walked up to Yu Henggai's ear and said, "Yu Henggai, do you really want to know why Qin Qiu remarried so quickly, and why did he marry so hastily? Marry He Kanwen, a scumbag." Yu Henggai remained motionless. Long Jin continued, "Because it was all my design. In fact, I have heard that Qin Qiu has a supernatural potion in his hand, so I specially asked someone to pretend to be you. The ridiculous thing is that Qin Qiu's spirit is haggard. I can't tell it's you, but in fact, He Kanwen is the one pretending to be you. He Kanwen is a real scumbag. He borrowed your identity and enjoyed Qin Qiu's body. How is it? Are you angry about being treated like this?" This was the first time Yu Henggai knew these things. He suddenly opened his eyes, and when he stared at Long Jin, he seemed to want to eat people. Seeing that Yu Henggai finally reacted, Long Jin continued with a smile, "Do you hate me? There are even more extreme things. Qin Qiu later saw through this and almost killed He Kanwen, but I directly had someone seal part of Qin Qiu's memory, and invited Chen Zinti from Lulian Mountain to use illusions to torture Qin Qiu, and successfully changed Qin Qiu's memory, so you became Qin Qiu. Qiu thinks that he has a good relationship with passersby and friends, but He Kanwen has become Qin Qiu's considerate husband." Yu Henggai stared at Long Jin, his eyes full of resentment, and now he wished he could peel Long Jin's skin. Long Jin saw that the aggressive method was useful, so he said proudly, "What, do you want to kill me? But this requires you to be alive. If you die, who can you find for revenge?" After all, Long Jin was still stimulating Yu Henggai's fighting spirit to live. As long as Yu Henggai had the desire to kill, he would definitely find a way to survive. However, Yu Henggai closed his eyes in the end, as if he didn't hear anything. Yu Henggai's chest was constantly heaving. Obviously he was so angry that he needed to take a big breath, but his emotions gradually calmed down, because Yu Henggai thought clearly about one thing: the lost things can never come back. However, Chen Zinti's abilities are nothing more than illusions, making people see the most terrifying things in the illusion. Yu Henggai saw Qin Qiu being bullied by many people. At this moment, Yu Henggai knew that deep down in his heart, he was afraid that Qin Qiu would leave him. However, since Qin Qiu had chosen to sue oneself, then what should be lost has also been lost. For those who have already lost, there is no need to retain, and there is no need to retain. If you miss it, just miss it. After thinking about this point clearly, Yu Henggai said lightly, "What does Qin Qiu's matter have to do with me?" Yu Henggai has completely let go of Qin Qiu, so it is impossible to use Qin Qiu to anger Yu Henggai. "Okay, then you just wait to die. You stubborn guy, I'm waiting to crush you to ashes." Hearing Yu Henggai say this, Long Jin was so angry that he finally walked away. On the day of Yu Henggai's trial, the whole city of Yanjing has already started to pay attention to this matter. Now Yu Henggai has become a guy who everyone shouts and beats, because Yu Henggai killed too many people. No matter whether Yu Henggai was a hero or not before, this time, he will become the demon king in the mouth of others in the area around Yanjing. Adults have changed their words when coaxing their children to sleep. They used to say, "Sleep quickly, or the wild dogs will take you away if you don't sleep." Now it has become, "Sleep quickly. Otherwise, Yu Henggai will eat you up." Although Yu Henggai doesn't know how to eat people, many words will always have special changes in the process of passing them on. Many people who don't know the truth say that Yu Henggai is a big devil through and through. People always do, right? The car in which Yu Henggai was imprisoned was specially made. The car was bulletproof, and the inside of the car was full of steel plates. Yu Henggai was locked in the car and couldn't see anything. At this time, He was tightly bound to the custom-made seat, and the pillow buried in Yu Hengai's vein. Once Yu Hengai behaved abnormally, someone would immediately choose to inject poison. The car drove out of the prison near the Xianlong Bureau and drove towards the court in the distance. It would pass through many places along the way, and in order to avoid traffic jams, there were soldiers on the side of the street to clear the way and stop the excited crowd. By the way, when passing through the street, Yu Hengai heard the sound of dong 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 on the carriage. This sound has not stopped since then, and Yu Hengai has no idea what it is. However, when Yu Hengai was taken out of the car, he fully understood that on the street, there were densely packed rotten eggs and rotten vegetables, especially on the car that escorted him. Almost the whole car was covered with rotten eggs and rotten vegetables. The rotten leaves were covered. It is conceivable that if Yu Hengai sat in an ancient prison cart, he would be drowned in rotten eggs by now. Yu Hengai was carried down by the chair. Taking advantage of this time, someone in the distance began to curse, "You are such a murderous demon, why don't you die? Do you know how many people you killed, Yu Hengai, you bastard, for colluding with outsiders and harming your own people? You deserve to die, you devil, you will definitely go to hell in the future. Do you know how many families you have destroyed, Yu?" Hengai looked at the crowd in the distance with red and swollen eyes. Without saying a word, in the end, Yu Hengai was brought into the court. In many squares in Yanjing, there are large TVs specially used to broadcast the contents of the court. Yu Hengai was thrown into the defendant's seat with a chair and sat down. On the plaintiff's side, there were too many people. In the end, 10 people were recommended to attend, and Qin Kui was the one in front. Yu Hengai simply stopped looking at Qin Kui. Now that he had put it down, there was no need to worry about it. He just leaned on the chair without saying anything, closing his eyes like a dead person looking at Yu Hengai sitting on the dock in the distance. Qin Kui's mood was very complicated. She had forgotten a lot about Yu Hengai, but for some reason, when she saw Yu Hengai, she still wanted to the first time rush to hug. Qin Kui questioned himself in his heart, "What's wrong with me? Aren't we good friends? Did he kill my husband? How could I have such thoughts? I can't continue thinking, my head it hurts." Qin Kui forgot a lot of things, especially the memories about Yu Hengai. Yang Yun, who treated her, gave her the answer that these memories are the source of pain, and it would be great if he could forget them. Qin Kui has never doubted it, but now, Qin Kui finds that there is always an indescribable throbbing in his heart, as if there is something in his heart that he wants to express, even if the memory has been sealed, even if many things have been out of his mind. When she got up, she still couldn't help wanting to do these things. Finally, the gate was slowly closed, and the trial began. The court opened. This time the vicious case of Yu Hengai's murder was opened, and 7,205 people were killed. It was extremely cruel. Even members of the Ability Management Bureau, even people with abilities, could not forgive such actions. 4. The judge said directly by Yu Hengai's side is the lawyer assigned to take over the defense task. If the defendant has no lawyer willing to defend, the court will assign a lawyer. As for whether he can win the case, it depends on fate. Chapter 646, The End of the Hero. When he came to the court, Yu Hengai still had an unrealistic feeling. His head was dizzy, and he wanted to fall asleep. After all, he has not fallen asleep for several days, and Yu Hengai's spirit is not very good. Now that he is finally out of prison, Yu Hengai instinctively wants to sleep. Seeing Yu Hengai like this, a soldier immediately turned on the switch and used a custom-made chair to directly shock Yu Hengai with electric shock, which made Yu Hengai's spirit doubled. Immediately Yu Hengai's tragic situation was broadcasted, and many people saw his red and swollen eyes and haggard face. He was once a high-spirited young man, but now he has become such a virtuous person, which makes people feel sad. After seeing Yu Hengai's tragic state, some people thought of the countless ruins that appeared in Yanjing City, and immediately gritted their teeth and said, "This kind of person just deserves it. Only by killing him can justice be preached." However, there were also a few people who felt that Yu Hengai was pitiful. It was too miserable for the former hero to be tortured like this, so they said, "But you see, Yu Hengai is really miserable. It seems that he is already very emaciated. You are pure virgins, when do you need sympathy for this kind of murderer? Do you think that your family has not been hurt by him, so you have to sympathize with him?" Someone immediately began to criticize the poor Yu Hengai standing on the commanding heights of morality, and criticizing others. Others are often unable to say anything. Next, the statement of the case, followed by the plaintiff's speech. Qin Kui was the first to speak. She suppressed the throbbing in her heart, took out the speech she had prepared, and said directly, Yu Hengai killed my husband. I can explain that it was because of his love and hatred, and the courtship failed. So he committed the murder angrily. Yu Hengai pursued me at the beginning. I can't remember this memory clearly, but later I married He Kanwan. As a result, more than 10 days ago, Yu Hengai first appeared in front of me and almost killed He Kanwan. After this happened, I proved that Yu Hengai had a sufficient motive to kill Yu. Hengai closed his eyes without any reaction. However, at this time, the lawyer sitting next to Yu Hengai began to retort, I want to make it clear that before Yu Hengai returned to China, he was with Shen Feng. As far as I know, Yu Hengai followed Shen Feng's decision all the way. I have the reason shows that this matter was planned by Shen Feng and asked Yu Hengai to execute it, and Yu Hengai may be forced to follow Shen Feng's instructions. The lawyer next to Yu Hengai was naturally arranged by the Xianlong Bureau to drag Shen Feng into trouble at this time. Yu Hengai suddenly said, I don't know Shen Feng, no one instructs me, just sentence me to death, I don't want to stay in this world anymore. Yu Hengai didn't want to implicate Shen Feng. If he died, his parents would be treated better if they went to Yaziao. However, if Shen Feng could be involved in his own matter, it would be bad. So Yu Hengai spoke directly. What Yu Hengai said spread to all the places where it was broadcast. At this time, everyone heard what Yu Hengai said, but they didn't believe it at all. Many people saw the video released by Shen Feng and Yu Hengai from the internet. The two people were still together at that time. What about killing zombies? Now that you don't know each other, how about lying to ghosts? Hearing what Yu Hengai said, the lawyer was not affected in any way, and continued, my client wanted to cover up the mastermind in this matter. Facts have proved that Yu Hengai and Shen Feng have been staying together during this period. Under the leadership of Shen Feng, Zhou even killed 24 supernatural beings from the Xianlong Bureau. After this incident, Shen Feng must have held a grudge and prepared to take revenge, so he sent Yu Hengai to do this. Used to weaken Yanjing's power, after Yu Hengai found out that Shen Feng was involved, it seemed that all the troubles would be directed to Shen Feng. So he couldn't help it anymore, and directly cursed, you bastards, just want to hurt me, and you don't want to hurt me. It is really shameless to want to blame others for what I have done. I know that all my words will not be believed, but I still want to say that I was framed, and the person who framed me is the guys from the Xianlong Bureau, and the supernatural beings in Lulian Mountain. Yu Hengai couldn't stand Shen Feng being framed, so he wanted to tell all the truth out of excitement. Even if there was no evidence to prove that what he said was true, but after he said it, he could always reveal the mastermind behind the scene's true face. It's a pity that Yu Hengai's performance in court was all expected. Long Jin had long thought that Yu Hengai might talk nonsense. Even if he didn't have any evidence, if he continued to talk nonsense, the Xianlong Bureau might be suspected. So, Long Jin winked at a person. Yu Hengai was immediately injected with a sedative, and Yu Hengai fell into deep sleep. The lawyer continued, facts have proved that it was Yu Hengai who did the killing. It is beyond doubt, and Yu Hengai's mental state is worrying. I have reason to believe that Yu Hengai did these things while his mental state was not good. Before the words fell, a large group of bystanders began to stand up and protest, shouting, you bastard, defending a devil, are you still a lawyer with a conscience? What nonsense are you talking about? What? Do you mean that Yu Hengai has mental problems? Do you want to say that Yu Hengai is a mental patient? Do you think that mental patients should not be held responsible for killing people? You bastard, you want to exonerate Yu Hengai in the way of a mental patient. Don't think I don't know. We have seen this method many times. It doesn't mean that we are fools and can be used by you at will. Fool. Many people in the auditorium are the family members of the previous victims. It is normal to be emotional, and what they can't tolerate the most is the identity of the mental patient. In the past, the mental patient killed when he was ill, and there was no need for a person in charge. So there are wealthy children who go to the hospital to issue a mental illness certificate after killing someone, so as to get rid of the crime, and, in the public opinion, so what if it is mental illness? Killing people is the same as being responsible. Not only the people in the audience are already angry, but also the people who are watching the broadcast in other places are already angry. The sense of justice of ordinary people is very simple, that is, to kill for life and pay for debts, no matter what their status is. This lawyer is simply sick. Asking him to defend is just an act. In the end, he became serious and really exonerated Yu Hengai. If he said he was ordered or mentally ill, he was completely fooling us. That's right, someone has seen the killing process long ago, and besides Yu Henggai, who can cause such huge damage, who can kill so many people, quickly. Pronounce the death penalty. What's the point of procrastinating now? Judges also need to consider other people's opinions. When the judge saw the excitement of many people, he quickly shouted, "Silence, silence." Finally, after careful consideration, the judge announced in court, "Yu Henggai, death sentence." After the verdict came down, the entire court erupted in jubilation. Everyone felt that justice had really appeared by their side, and excitedly embraced the people around them, and the Xianlong Bureau, which arrested the murderous Yu Henggai, was pushed to the forefront at this time, and countless people began to praise the justice of the Xianlong Bureau many times. The justice of ordinary people is blind. Many things are black and white. No matter what others say, they have preconceived notions and always feel that what they say is right. These people are keyboard warriors on the internet. Just say what you want with your mouth. In life, this kind of person is a muscle. No matter what others say, they don't listen. There are too few other people among these people, and although they are relatively sober, they can only be coerced. Just like this trial, neither the list of evidence nor the interpretation of the law has been carried out, and the logical debate has not yet been carried out. In the end, the verdict was hastily pronounced under the coercion of public opinion. Even though Yu Henggai wanted to die wholeheartedly, many processes have been ignored. Up leaning on a chair, Long Jin saw the boiling crowd around him, with a smug smile on his face. He knew that his plan had always been perfect, and that he would be able to increase the reputation of the Xianlong Bureau without being affected by a lot of people. The slightest threat, and one potential enemy has been eliminated. Satisfied, Long Jin thought to himself, Yu Henggai, originally, if you were sensible, you could be sentenced to life, but you would rather die than involve Shen Feng, so I can only let you die. Qin Kui looked at Yu Henggai, who had fainted on the chair opposite, and there was only one thought in his mind: I killed Yu Henggai, it was me. Looking at Yu Henggai's sluggish appearance, Qin Kui suddenly felt distressed, and his head couldn't help but hurt at this moment, and then he covered his head and said, "My head hurts so much." Suddenly, pictures appeared in Qin Kui's mind, some in the dark underground, some in the raging fire, and even pictures in the sea. At that time, Yu Henggai's smile was so happy amidst the jubilation of the large crowd. Qin Kui's actions and voice were not particularly eye-catching. After all, everyone was cheering that justice had been realized. However, at this moment, Yang Yun noticed this, and what he was most worried about it was Qin Kui, who was stimulated and would recover his memory, so he had been standing not far away. At this time, he noticed Qin Kui's movements, so he hurried forward. "You must have recalled some painful memories, let me seal these bad memories for you." After speaking, Yang Yun pressed his hands on Qin Kui's temples. Qin Kui has already begun to resist Yang Yun's actions. She replied, "No, I must recall these things. These memories must be very important to me. Don't seal my memory." But no one paid attention to what Qin Kui said at this time, and the memory that was about to be remembered was sealed again. At this moment, the judge went on to announce, "The execution will be executed in 1 month. Yu Henggai's fate had already been determined. As for the execution time, many people wish they could do it now and kill him now. This demon has killed too many people. The evidence is conclusive. Killing him now is the most appropriate choice, but since the court has announced the decision, it is impossible for others to change the judgment, and they can only wait for the day of execution." At this time, Long Jin whispered to Zhan Jingsu, who was beside him, "When the day of execution, remember to bring Yu Henggai's body back, and tell the outside world that it needs to be cremated, but you know what I need, I understand. I will definitely bring Yu Henggai's brain back." Zhan Jingsu said seriously. Yu Henggai's strength is obvious to all, and if Yu Henggai dies, the ability to control gravity will basically disappear. He is the only person in the world who can have this kind of ability. Wouldn't it be a pity if he was taken underground? Therefore, the best choice is to bring back Yu Henggai's brain and transfer it into someone else's body, so as to cultivate a powerful supernatural being. Long Jin failed to get the extraterrestrial elements and supernatural potions from Yu Henggai's hands, but he didn't get nothing. At least Yu Henggai's brain was already targeted by him at this time, and there was no need for a person who inherited gravity to surpass Yu Henggai. It is enough to reach Yu Henggai's level. Cheer started in Yanjing City, and everyone started to set off firecrackers to celebrate that the devil got the justice he deserved. Guang Changfu left a sigh, feeling the fall of a hero. After all, he was a genius of the Ability Administration Bureau. One of the great supernatural beings had reached the level of a third-order supernatural being in just a few months, but now, he ended up with a death penalty. Let's find a way to collect Yu Hengai's body. We should get to know each other for a while, so we can't be too indifferent. Guang Changfu said to Sun Yan, who was beside him. Chapter 647 The Price of Arrogance. Although the internet can be used in Yazhou, it is only a local area network. Only cities in Yazhou can use mobile phones. If you leave the urban area, if you want to use the internet, don't even think about it, it is completely impossible. However, when Yazhou wants to know the news from the outside world, it is often 1 to 2 days later than the outside world. The information is blocked, which is a serious problem for Yazhou. Even so, Shen Feng still heard about what happened to Yu Hengai in Yanjing. When he learned that Yu Hengai was finally sentenced to death, he couldn't help feeling a little bit sad. It's a pity, Xiao, at such a young age, I have to say goodbye to this world. Shen Feng sighed before fighting side by side with Yu Hengai. Shen Feng also had his own views on Yu Hengai. In his eyes, although Yu Hengai was immature, he had a belief in his heart, and he would be disappointed by his meaningless killings. This meant that he was very kind. Now, he has personally killed more than 7,000 people. It must be hard to think about it. While Shen Feng was processing the documents, a message suddenly came from outside the city. City Master, there are 2 supernatural beings here, namely K Yiming and Yun Lays. They said they want to find you. But now they are very wrong. What's wrong? Shen Feng asked casually. The person who sent the message couldn't help the smile on his face, and said, these 2 supernatural beings have a big belly, and they are screaming outside the city with their stomachs up. Shen Feng hit his head hard, and said with a strange expression, if I remember correctly, K Yiming and Yun Lays are both men, right? They can still conceive. Shen Feng felt that this matter was rather strange, so he said quickly, I'm going out of the city to have a look. You don't need to follow, Chaoyan, please. When Shen Feng left the city, the person handling documents in the office would naturally become Chu Chaoyan. As for Chang Jianyi, she was taking care of the children in the Fengshan Palace and teaching Chang Haoji a lesson. A few days ago, Chang Haoji returned to the city after completing the task of collecting information in the mountains, but accidentally heard about what happened between Chang Jianyi and Hua Jingren. Hua Jingren, who planned to frame him with one hand, caused Hua Jingren to make a wrong choice. Chang Jianyi was very angry, and immediately locked up his younger brother, not allowing him to come in and out at will, and no one was allowed to visit Chang Haoji. Chang Jianyi couldn't stand her brother contradicting her again and again because of an outsider. If it was a good match, it would have been fine, but it turned out to be a woman who can't be bothered. How could she be in a good mood when she was moved by others' words? As for the fact that this incident happened by coincidence, Chang Haoji insisted that it was Chang Jianyi's scheme, which immediately angered her. After Chang Haoji was locked up, he also had a strong backbone, and started a hunger strike. No matter what others brought, he would not touch it, and used the hunger strike to express his protest. These days Shen Feng has been persuading the 2 siblings, if the quarrel continues, it will be a consequence of restlessness in the family village, and we can't let others see the joke. So Shen Feng has been avoiding the confrontation between the 2. It's a pity it's useless. Afterwards, Shen Feng quickly went to the outside of the city. Although the outer city was already under construction, the scope of construction needed for the outer city was too large. The city wall hadn't even laid a good foundation, and K Yiming and Yun Lays had already arrived at the inner city. Outside the city walls, the soldiers said nothing to let these 2 people in. After all, the other party was a supernatural being from Yanjing. When Shen Feng went out of the city, he couldn't help laughing on the spot, because he saw K Yiming and Yun Lays sitting on the chairs with their chests open. Their stomachs were already bulging, because their stomachs were too big, causing the blood vessels on the belly are clearly visible. Even pregnant women can't compare to this situation. What are you 2 doing? Shen Feng couldn't hold back his laughter. The intuitive appearance of K Yiming and Yun Lays at this time was really ridiculous. K Yiming gritted his teeth and looked at Shen Feng, and then said directly, don't talk nonsense. I'm here to find you. Your purpose must be very clear. Call me the bastard Lu Kevin. This is a battle between me and him. Shen Feng couldn't help it, and asked, not to mention anything else, did the 2 of you drink the water from the Zimu River? Why did your stomach grow bigger? I think it's at least 9 months pregnant. Shen Feng didn't expect that the survivor at sea mentioned by Gong Changfa before was K Yiming, and it was not easy to come back from the sea, and K Yiming would come here with an obvious purpose, most likely to find Guyank Xiao, but Shen Feng. This is definitely not what Feng cares about. Both K Yiming and Yun Lei's were dressed in the same way, leaning on the chair with a big belly, and their bodies were already thin. The two majestic supernatural beings couldn't even put on their clothes, so they could only open their clothes. The big belly leaked out, the zipper couldn't be zipped up, and the buttons couldn't be buttoned up. If Shen Feng didn't know that these two were men, he would definitely think that they were two pregnant women. K Yiming pointed to Yun Lei's who was next to him, and said, "This boy invited me to eat sashimi, but it was fished up from the river. There were parasites in his body, and there happened to be eggs of schistosomiasis. It's only been 2 days. It took so long for her belly to grow so big." After figuring out what happened, Shen Feng finally understood why the two people's stomachs were big. It turned out that they had eaten the eggs of schistosomiasis. K Yiming, you and I saw schistosomiasis at the beginning, and you also know that schistosomiasis has covered the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, and you still dare to eat sashimi. You are also a birthday star who eats arsenic. You want to die. Shen Feng couldn't help but said, speaking of this incident, K Yiming was full of complaints. You think I want this? Yun Lei has always told me that sashimi tastes good, and dipping it in soy sauce and vinegar can kill parasites. I really believed it. It's all his fault now. Yun Lei also leaned back on the chair, looked at the sky, and said, I think we are always supernatural beings. Stomach acid may kill parasites. Unexpectedly, parasites are not so easy to kill, so it has become what it is now. You think you are a jet zombie? If your stomach acid could kill parasites, the parasites would have been extinct long ago. Shen Feng said helplessly. Nowadays, the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River are basically occupied by schistosomiasis. The intermediate host of schistosomiasis used to be snails, so as long as the snails are killed, schistosomiasis can be prevented, but the current schistosomiasis has mutated, and the intermediate host has expanded. When it comes to other fish and shrimp, especially when the world is in chaos, no one can control schistosomiasis. Moreover, schistosomiasis shows signs of expanding to the Pearl River Liu area. Therefore, once the mercenaries eat in the wild, they can only eat cooked food. No one knows whether there are parasite eggs in the water. The death sentence was pronounced. Looking at the miserable condition of the two, Shen Feng said quickly, I'll take you two to receive treatment first. Be mentally prepared, because Guyank Xiao has remarried. K Yiming said weakly. Shen Feng didn't know much about this matter, so he shrugged and didn't answer, but he still excused Guyank Xiao and said, actually, Guyank Xiao also has deep feelings for you. First of all, her natal family is persecuting her family. He would rather die than follow, and he ran from the Three Gorges to yes how to hide. Tell me, how many people can have this kind of feeling? What's the use of saying this? After I recover from my injuries, I'm going to find these two bastards, a pair of dogs and men. If I don't kill them, I won't be able to appease the anger in my heart. K Yiming was still angry. Xiao, now you have to avenge your wife's hatred for everything you say. Yun Lei said. Shen Feng, save yourself. I have persuaded K Yiming more than once. These days I haven't been able to persuade him, let alone you. Hearing this, Shen Feng shrugged helplessly, and had no choice but to send the two of them to the hospital for the time being. Even if they are supernatural beings, if their livers are riddled with parasites, they still cannot survive. Receiving treatment is a must. First kill the schistosomiasis. As for the future, we will talk about it later. Guyank Xiao in Yeshao City, who was still working on opening the hospital in Zhangluo, unexpectedly learned that K Yiming had returned, and was infected with parasites, and was sent to the hospital. Guyank Xiao immediately became excited. Immediately rushed towards the direction of the hospital. Lu Keiwen originally wanted to go and see K Yiming together, but Shen Feng sent a letter to ask Lu Keiwen to hide in Zhengyang, because K Yiming was going to settle accounts with him. Although K Yiming is already a patient infected by parasites, he is still a supernatural person after all. Although Lu Keiwen got the supernatural potion, he has not had time to use it. Kevin couldn't hold on to a move after Lu Keiwen figured this out. He wanted to cry immediately, and said to Gu Yan with a smile, Miss Gu, it's all a fake marriage you said, it's all over now, your husband is here, what should I do? Lu Keiwen was worried that K Yiming had already hated him, so he could escape the first day of junior high school but not the 15th day. What are you afraid of? As long as you explain this matter clearly, we are innocent these days, nothing happened, and I have a clear conscience. Gu Yangxiao said seriously. What you think is really too simple. I am a man, and I know what a man thinks best. Even if you explain the fake marriage clearly, this matter will always be a thorn in K Yiming's heart. I believe it on the surface, but I still have doubts in my heart. In short, I am in danger. I am going to Jiangyang to hide and take the supernatural potion by the way. Lu Keiwen smiled bitterly, then packed up his things and left. Yiming couldn't move. Lu Keiwen's idea is very simple. Even if you explain things like fake marriages clearly, there will definitely be a grudge in K Yiming's heart. You can't pin your own life on the broad minds of others. So, run now while you can. After Lu Keiwen escaped, Gu Yangxiao also hesitated. The relationship between her and K Yiming was very good before, and K Yiming had always trusted him, but after more than half a year, many things have changed. It's not clear if this is really a misunderstanding. It's hard to say if it makes a big mess. Thinking of this, Gu Yangxiao immediately sent a message to Chang Jianyi in Fengshan Palace. The previous Gu Yangxiao was worried about being gossiped by others, so he specially found Chang Jianyi to prove it, but he didn't expect that K Yiming was still alive. That being the case, Chang Jianyi needs to stand up and prove himself at this time. Afterwards, Gu Yangxiao walked towards the hospital. Chang Jianyi saw the message sent by Gu Yangxiao, so she didn't dare to neglect, and immediately rushed towards the hospital, and before leaving, she told everyone in Fengshan Palace, all of you, take care of Chang Haoji. Don't let him slip out, understand? Everyone quickly nodded and replied, understood, Mom. We must be optimistic about the eldest son. After receiving everyone's answers, Chang Jianyi immediately rushed to the hospital in the city. In the tower of the castle, there is a steeple with no stairs. It is Chang Haoji's exclusive room. Chang Haoji usually enters the room through the window from here. Chang Haoji was locked in the minaret, and the windows were already entangled by thick creepers. This was done by Chang Jianyi. It only took a minute for the creepers to wrap all the minaret around. With lights on, it's already dark inside. Chang Haoji pushed the ivy away from the window, saw that his sister had left Fengshan Palace, and immediately felt that his chance had come, and he couldn't help saying to himself, you don't want me to marry the person I like, so I just want to marry you. Mary, just wait and see. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648 Humiliation of One Word. When Gu Yangxiao finally arrived at the hospital where K Yiming was, he found that many soldiers had blocked the outside of the ward. It was obvious that K Yiming and Yunlei's were too noble, so people are specially protected. In addition to protection, there is also the meaning of surveillance. After all, Yazhao just fell out with the headquarters. At this time, someone with supernatural powers from Yanjing came to Yazhao. Who can guarantee that these two people have no other intentions? Only 4,000 people died in the chaos in Yazhao before, and Yazhao can't afford another task. Gu Yangxiao was about to enter the ward. After hearing Gu Yangxiao's request, the soldiers guarding the door immediately asked their superiors for instructions, but they were rejected. The soldiers did not let go until Chang Jianyi rushed to the hospital from Fengshan Palace. Chang Jianyi explained to Gu Yangxiao, don't have other thoughts, we are here for your safety. We can't let you be killed by K Yiming, who is angry. You can be safer with me. There is also Luo Qing beside Chang Jianyi. In fact, Chang Jianyi does not have the ability to protect Gu Yangxiao, but Luo Qing's ability is used for protection, so it is difficult to be killed by the enemy. Go in quickly. Gu Yangxiao said hastily. Afterwards, the two opened the door and entered, and saw K Yiming and Yunlei's lying on the hospital bed. The beds are also next to each other. Gu Yangxiao immediately walked to K Yiming's hospital bed, pulled a stool and sat down, and said softly, Yiming, you are finally back. You don't even know how hard it was for me to wait for you. While speaking, Gu Yangxiao was still holding K Yiming's palm, looking at K Yiming tenderly. His eyes were full of tenderness. After Chang Jianyi and Luo Qing saw this kind of scene, they were secretly on guard. They both heard Shen Feng say that K Yiming was very angry now, so they were always careful about K Yiming's hands. The same is true for Yunlei's. He is also worried that K. Yiming will kill someone after being angry. Fortunately, K. Yiming remained motionless. Looking at Gu Yangxiao, who was holding his hand beside him, he quietly withdrew his palm and said lightly, "Congratulations on marrying a good husband. Back then when I was at sea, all my thoughts were for you. In the end, I didn't hear about you until I returned to China, and speaking of it, I am not worthy to be your husband at all, and you don't have to continue to pretend to be hypocritical." K. Yiming said this to make Gu Yangxiao understand one thing, that is, he already knew Gu Yangxiao's choice from K. Yiming's point of view. Gu Yangxiao acted so agitated at this time because he appeared and was afraid of being retaliated, so he deliberately pretended to be so gentle. Since he was pretending, it was meaningless. You have to listen to my explanation for this matter. There is nothing between Luke, Kevin and I. We were married in a fake manner. During this period, nothing happened to us. Gu Yangxiao said hastily, HMPH. Fake marriage? Do you think I read a lot of that outrageous romance, don't you? Think I'm easy to cheat? Thanks to you being able to come up with an excuse like a fake marriage, I won't believe it. Is there anything else you want to say? K. Yiming replied directly. He didn't believe Gu Yangxiao's answer at this time. It's not that K. Yiming doesn't want to believe Gu Yangxiao, it's that fake marriages only appear in some mindless TV dramas, and they're also the type of happy friends. In the end, a man and a woman will get together in a fake show? So well, K. Yiming didn't believe what Gu Yangxiao said at all. Seeing that K. Yiming hadn't believed what he said, Gu Yangxiao looked at Chang Jianyi. Now, only Chang Jianyi can prove all this to himself. Chang Jianyi quickly stepped forward and said, Mr. K. Yiming, you really misunderstood. I know the matter between Gu Yangxiao and Lu Kwan best because I was the witness. To prove it is fake, if you don't believe me, I will show the photo right away. No need. K. Yiming said lightly. Gu Yangxiao thought that K. Yiming finally believed in her, and finally had a smile on her face, but K. Yiming's subsequent words made her unable to laugh. Do you think that if you unite together and let someone with identity testify? By the way, I will believe what you said? In short, it is impossible for us to go back to the past. Gu Yangxiao, I can see you clearly. She's just a flirtatious slut. K. Yiming said coldly. If it was just a misunderstanding, Gu Yangxiao could still seriously explain the whole thing clearly, but at this moment, K. Yiming directly insulted her as a slut. After getting this title, Gu Yangxiao's face suddenly felt uncomfortable expression. You said that to me? You are too much? Why did you say that to me? Gu Yangxiao looked at K. Yiming with disbelief, unable to imagine that these were words spoken by her former husband. K. Yiming thought he was right, and now Gu Yangxiao was still acting, so he continued, what did I say wrong? There's no point in continuing to pretend to be pitiful. Let me make it clear, you are a bitch. I haven't heard anything from me for more than half a year, and you're going to get married soon, which doesn't mean there's any problem with remarrying, but why did you find Kevin Lu? I suspect that the two of you had some improper relationship before. I deserve you to wear a hat, don't I? K. Yiming didn't show mercy at all. In these days, K. Yiming was ready to lose Gu Yangxiao. Okay, I'm a slut. I shouldn't have appeared here. If I had known at the beginning, I should have listened to my parents and remarried directly to a superhuman in Jinling, and I should have treated you as heir. Who told me so lowly? In order to avoid being chased by the family, I ran here from the Three Gorges to hide, and I have to run around all day long for daily necessities. If I knew it earlier, I should have returned to Jinling and found someone who really deserves my liking to marry, not someone who is jealous. Such a serious bastard. Gu Yan laughed angrily. He didn't expect that he had done so many things to defend his love, but in the end, it was completely worthless in the eyes of his husband. In this way, he has done so many things, it really wasn't worth it at all. After saying this, Gu Yangxiao walked out of the door and said this before leaving, Mrs. Chang, thank you for your care these days. It seems that the hospital I planned to open before can't go on. I'm going back to Jinling now. From now on, K. Yiming, you will never appear in front of me again. K. Yiming was run over by Gu Yangxiao's words. He didn't know what to say for a while, and he didn't know what kind of grievances Gu Yangxiao had suffered, so he was stunned for a while. Chang Jianyi explained at this time, Mr. K. Listen to my explanation. You really misunderstood. After you died, Ms. Gu has been forced to marry by the family to marry other supernatural beings. She reluctant. In order to avoid being chased by the family, she ran from the Three Gorges to Yazhou, and lived outside the city for several months. and the only person who helped her during this time was Luke Kwan, and, in order to let the family, she gave up her mind. She planned a fake marriage, but she didn't expect you to come back at this time, even. If K. Yiming didn't believe it anymore, now he had doubts after hearing Chang Jianyi's explanation, and he was also muttering in his heart, thinking, could it be that I misunderstood it? In fact, Gu Yangxiao really didn't betray me. At this time, Yunlei also persuaded K. Yiming, Yiming, you were so excited just now. It was obviously a wonderful thing. The husband and wife were reunited, but you just didn't believe any of Miss Gu's explanations, so it became what it is now. You should also trust others, right? At this time, K. Yiming finally started to think seriously. Could it be that his wife and Lu Kwan's fake marriage was to avoid the pursuit of the family? If this is the case, isn't my misunderstanding too big? Thinking of his insult just now, K. Yiming regretted it a little. For Chinese women, one of the most insulting words is flirtatious. Yang Ho can live and take root no matter where she falls. It is not plum blossom at all. The character of orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum is called licentiousness, and it is almost humiliating to describe women. K. Yiming thought about it carefully, and said to Chang Jianyi, Madam Chang, I want to meet Lu Kwan, can you satisfy my wish? At this time, K. Yiming and Yunlei were still receiving treatment in the hospital. Their ascites had already accumulated a lot. Although their stomachs were so big, they were actually full of stagnant ascites. In this case, it was obviously impossible to leave the hospital. Yes, so if you want to find out the truth of the matter, you can only let Luke Kwan come over. However, for this request, Chang Jianyi shrugged and replied helplessly, I can't satisfy your wish. Luke Kwan heard that you were going to kill him, so he ran to Jiangyang in fright. That's how before, I couldn't find him for a while, and he wanted to hide, but there was nothing I could do. After getting this answer, K. Yiming couldn't help lying on the bed with a wry smile, and said to himself, my wife left after being insulted by me, and my good brother was scared away and hid outside. What did I do? K. Yiming was already regretting it at this time. Why didn't he listen to other people's dissuasion? Obviously, both Yunlei and Shen Feng have already persuaded himself, but now, he still messed up the whole thing. At this moment, Chang Jianyi's cell phone rang, and when he picked it up, it turned out that it was Du Xinshi, the chief manager of Fengshan Palace, who called. If Chang Jianyi was not at home on weekdays, it would be Du Xinshi taking care of the child. She also has experience. Chang Jianyi thought something happened to the child, so she quickly answered the phone and asked, Sister Du, is there something wrong with Shen Xingzi? Du Xinshi quickly said, no, Xiao who fell asleep after eating enough. I called you because I wanted to say that Xiaoji was gone. When I found him, he was no longer in the room. I called Wu Yilian, and she said that Tu Jingren in the orphanage had also disappeared, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. These two little bastards really dare to elope. They are so bold. I'll have someone chase them right away. Sister Du, take care of Xiaohu. When Chang Jianyi heard that his younger brother and Hu Jingren had disappeared, he immediately remembered what Shen Feng said back then. Chang Haoji had planned to elope before. At that time, Chang Jianyi thought that his younger brother was just talking about this matter, and he didn't take it seriously, but now it seems that this is not the case at all, and his younger brother really does what he says. Chang Jianyi didn't have time to talk to K. Yiming, who was too regretful, and said goodbye to the two of them, and then contacted the city lord's mansion. First, let people know the direction Chang Haoji left, and then sent a helicopter to chase him. Let Shen Feng also prepare to bring the two back. When Shen Feng learned about this, he shook his head helplessly. He had been mediating between the siblings, hoping that the siblings could sit down and have a serious talk, but now, Chang Haoji he actually eloped with someone. It has to be said that he is really courageous. He is only a 13-year-old boy, but he can do such a thing soon. Qi Lingshan replied, report to the city lord, someone saw the eldest son riding a cloud to the east. I don't know where he is going. The helicopter has already chased him in this direction. After getting this answer, Shen Feng immediately said, since this is the case, then I will immediately catch up and bring the two of them back. The current children are not worrying. Chapter 649 Attack in the Air. On the cloudless sky, at first glance, it is a clear blue sky. In the apocalypse, the emission of many harmful gases has been reduced. The sky, which was already gray and white, has turned blue again at this time. On the one hand, The end may only be the end of mankind, but for the entire Earth, this is the arrival of new life at present. Global carbon emissions have been reduced to a very low level, and the carbon dioxide produced by a human burning firewood is not much. The real bulk of carbon emissions is the sudden increase in carbon emissions brought about by industrial production. The industrial era has been more than 300 years old. Yes, human carbon emissions are too much, which indirectly leads to global warming, but now at this time, human carbon emissions have plummeted, and the exploration of oil and natural gas has been affected. In addition, many volcanoes around the world are spewing acidic gases, which has led to the arrival of the Little Ice Age. The already hot summer is now finally got to cool down. At this moment, a small white cloud floated across the sky. This white cloud was not particularly high, nor was it very big. It was flying slowly at low altitude, sitting on the white clouds. Chang Haoji couldn't help showing off to Hua Jingren. Did you see it? I said I can take you out of Yazhou, and I can take you away. No one can stop us, and we will go first. I hid in the Dabi Mountains for a few days, and then went to Pudong. I heard that it is very prosperous there, so let's live there. This was Chang Haoji's first time running away from home, and he had already prepared for it, carrying a map with him, and besides the map, he also had a lot of gold and silver, so even if he arrived in Pudong, he could live for a while. When Hua Jingren heard what Chang Haoji said, he couldn't help but said, but I heard that Pudong is very xenophobic and looks down on foreigners like us. They say that we are a bunch of poor ghosts, and we should go back as soon as possible. Countryside. Hua Jingren is very worried that he will not be able to live a normal life after arriving in Pudong. After all, this kind of international metropolis is very serious about xenophobia. In this respect, Yanjing may not be able to compare. Chang Haoji has also heard of the xenophobic behavior in Pudong. High consumption and high income. Only the rich can live in Pudong. If foreigners ask the locals for directions, they will not respond, and they will say something like this words, HMPH, outsider, throughout the whole country. There is no phenomenon of xenophobia more serious than Pudong. Chang Haoji thought for a while, and said, let's go and have a look first. Hearing is deception, seeing is believing. There are black areas everywhere, say Yunnan province or the northeast and Guangdong and Guangxi. Many people say it is a barren land. Here people are also barbarians, but when it comes to Henan in the Central Plains, it is also said that people steal manhole covers, so after reading it, maybe you are unexpectedly tolerant. Hua Jingren was persuaded by Chang Haoji, and had no objection to Chang Haoji's choice. After becoming a third-order superhuman, Chang Haoji's ability has also been improved. In the past, even if he was driving the clouds, his speed would not be particularly fast, and the number of people he could carry was not particularly large, but now, Chang Haoji can already carry the 10 people moved a long distance, and when they encounter danger, they could also use clouds to block their sight. Chang Haoji had used this trick when he was fighting in Fengshan Palace sitting on the clouds. Chang Haoji couldn't help but said, my brother-in-law is the dragon of Yazhou, known as Fengshan, and it happens that my ability is to control clouds. In the future, if I get the title, I will be called Lord Yunzhong. Don't say it loudly, but it's also very easy to say, the wind and the clouds. The wind rises and the clouds move. Seeing Chang Haoji's self-confidence, Hua Jingren was also very happy, and said, you will definitely become a great hero in the future. Originally, Hua Jingren thought that after Chang Haoji found out about his choice to betray Shen Feng, he would completely ignore him, but now it seems that Chang Haoji has not changed. However, she finally felt relieved, but she felt a little regretful. If I had known that Chang Haoji liked me so much, how could I have believed the words of this little girl? Use Haijing. Hua Jingren thought helplessly. Hua Jingren also knew why Chang Jianyi hated him, and it wasn't because this happened by chance. Hua Jingren felt that it was just for the city lord to meet other people, and it was harmless, but in Chang Jianyi's eyes, that was using his younger brother to achieve ulterior motives. The prejudice between the two sides arose in this way. When the two were flying in the clouds, Chang Haoji was still looking at the magnificent mountains and rivers below. From the top down, this magnificent mountains and rivers will never get tired of looking at them, but at this moment, Chang Haoji heard some strange sounds in his ears, and immediately became puzzled. Then he looked around, and first saw the Yangtze River in the distance. It is even more turbulent. Once an ordinary boat overturns into the water, it is difficult to get out of the water, because the underwater undercurrent will drag people down. Shusha. The strange voice continued, and Chang Haoji knew that this voice was not from the Yangtze River. Hu Jingren tugged on Chang Haoji's sleeve at this moment, and said with a pale face, "Brother Ji, look quickly, are there many birds down there?" Chang Haoji got this reminder, and quickly looked behind him. It was amazing to see that there were many small black spots in the undulating mountain forest at this time, and these small black spots were still rising. Look, it turned out to be mutated birds. The reproductive ability of mutated birds has been greatly enhanced. Ordinary birds lay 1 to 3 eggs at a time, but mutated birds can hatch 10 eggs in one nest. A few birds with such a terrifying reproductive ability. The mutated birds expanded very fast. Chang Haoji was stunned when he saw the densely packed mutated birds, and couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Did my brother-in-law say that it was the mutated sparrows I met on Wudang Mountain? Why are you here now?" "Here too, back." Then, Shen Feng encountered mutated birds in the sky twice, both near Wudang Mountain, where the mountains are densely forested and sparsely populated, and it is normal for birds to breed here. But after Chang Haoji looked carefully and bowed his head, he was sure that he was next to Daba Mountain and the Three Gorges was nearby, and he could also meet a flock of mutant birds here, which Chang Haoji did not expect. Seeing the current situation, Chang Haoji immediately told Hu Jingren, "At this moment, we can't make any sound, let's leave quietly." After finishing speaking, Chang Haoji immediately cast his supernatural ability, and a cloud of mist floated over, directly covering the figures of the two people above the cloud. Chang Haoji grabbed Hu Jingren's palm, so that Hu Jingren could stand in this situation. Not particularly alarmed, the two of them hid in the clouds and didn't dare to say a word, for fear of being discovered, but they were afraid of something. The two of them didn't want to say anything, they just wanted to leave silently, but the mutated birds had already flown into the sky. The clouds are surrounded, and it seems that as long as there is a little instruction, an attack can be launched. Chang Haoji didn't understand why it was like this. He obviously didn't make any movement, but he was surrounded directly. Now if you want to run, the speed is not as fast as the mutated birds. After all, these birds are flying in the sky. Well, the sky is the paradise for these birds, and the speed cannot be compared. In order to prevent being attacked, Chang Haoji had an idea and used a supernatural power to make more clouds appear, so it was like a huge cotton candy floating in the sky, and the birds came in and out of the clouds, but found nothing. Among this group of birds, sparrows are the most numerous, and a large area of sparrows is densely covered with sparrows. These sparrows also have a spot on their faces. This kind of sparrows is basically distributed in the whole of China. Except for sparrows, cuckoos, there are also many birds such as shrikes and albatrosses, but the number is relatively small, and no particularly large birds have appeared. It is also easy to understand that the food in the mountains and forests is not enough to feed large birds. Basically, large birds need a fixed source of meat, so some birds live by the water, which is convenient for fishing. Some live on high mountains, eat birds if there are birds, and rabbits if there are rabbits. If you are in a hurry, you can eat lambs. Hey! Suddenly, at this moment, a huge peacock soared into the sky, with colorful feathers on its body. Normally, peacocks would not fly too far. Or the swan competition, even if it is a sparrow competition, the ability to migrate is not good. Therefore, if you want to see peacocks, you can basically only see them in Yunnan province. In other provinces, you can only see peacocks in zoos. They were transported from the south. People in the north want to see them. Getting to the peacock is not an easy task, but now at this time, Chang Haoji suddenly found that he could see peacocks in the mountains, and immediately felt bad. In the sky, the mutated peacock spread its wings, and its wingspan could be 10 meters long. Such a wide wingspan could prove that this peacock was a real king of birds. Among the wild beasts, there is the beast king, and among the birds, there is also the bird king. The existence of the beast king and the bird king can directly command animals with average intelligence. At present, the peacock has mutated. This is a blue peacock. When it flew into the sky, the tail feather seemed to draw a rainbow in the sky, but then the blue peacock uttered a cry, and many birds around immediately moved into action. Countless birds flew towards the clouds, and they all started pecking at the clouds. The clouds are nothing more than water mist, almost without substance, and it is very difficult to be pecked at, but when the birds really move, the size of the clouds begins to decrease, and the birds in the sky are still flapping their wings, causing the cloud to dissipate. At this time, Chang Haoji had completely regretted it. He regretted why he didn't listen to his brother-in-law. Before that, his brother-in-law said that it might not be safe in the sky, But Chang Haoji had never experienced such a thing, so he took it for granted that this was Shen Feng. To scare himself, until now, Chang Haoji didn't know that all of this was true. It's over, we must go to the ground and find a place to hide. If we are in the sky, we will be killed by these birds sooner or later. Chang Haoji quickly said to Hu Jingren beside him. Hu Jingren was already panicking at this time, and quickly asked, "But how can we go down now? There are birds all around." Chang Haoji didn't answer, because this kind of situation was not in his consideration. He had never encountered an attack in the sky, and now he was suddenly surrounded by birds, and it was already very difficult to land on the ground. In order to survive, Chang Haoji could only do his best. In the sky, sight is the most important thing. At present, Chang Haoji and Hu Jingren have not exposed their positions because of the cover of clouds and mist, so Chang Haoji began to gather clouds and mist crazily. The sun's wings had just scattered a small cloud, and then more clouds appeared. No matter how the flock of birds pecked at the clouds and mist, these clouds and mist have not disappeared, but there is a growing trend up to now. A smile appeared on Chang Haoji's face. He felt the hope of living now. As long as he persisted, he would have the hope of landing safely. Bird flocks do not have much IQ, after all, the brain capacity is not enough, but the blue peacock is the king of birds. The mutated blue peacock already has a super large brain capacity, and the IQ is also online. After seeing the current situation, it immediately began to command. The blue peacock croaked again, and the group of birds then changed their attack methods. These birds no longer pecked at the clouds, because no matter how they pecked, the clouds would increase, and the guys hiding inside would not suffer any harm. At this moment, countless birds fluttered their wings quickly, and rushed straight towards the clouds in the sky. Obviously, as long as they got into the clouds, they would lose all sight, but these birds were still fearless. All of a sudden, sparrows, thrushes, cuckoos and other birds all rushed in. No matter whether they would hit the wall or other objects, they had almost lost their instinct of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Chapter 650 The Danger of Doomsday. Chang Haoji thought that his elopement journey would be smooth, but at this moment, he finally realized that something was wrong. The world is full of dangers. He originally thought that the sky was already the most dangerous place, but now, the sky is no longer safe. When the birds from all directions rushed into the clouds, they lost any direction at that time. It is said that swans can fly over the clouds, and even fly over Mount Everest, but not all birds have this ability. The bird had never entered the white cloud, and now it lost its direction as soon as it rushed into the cloud. Immediately, countless birds began to rampage in the clouds and mist. Chang Haoji was caught off guard, and several birds rushed to him on the spot. Their feathers fluttered, and the birds' calls were messy. The violent impact directly scared Hu Jingren. Hearing the scream, Chang Haoji quickly showed his masculinity, and hugged Hu Jingren to prevent Hu Jingren from being separated from him. However, it was Hu Jingren's scream just now that allowed the blue peacock to determine the positions of the two of them. Even though the birds don't seem to have long ears, the birds' hearing is also very keen, and they also have the ability to hear and distinguish their positions. When the target was locked, the blue peacock immediately made a move. The blue peacock fluttered its wings and flew high, and within 5 seconds, it had already reached above the clouds and mist. Then it swung its wings suddenly, blowing away the surrounding clouds and mist, and then swooped down. At this time, Chang Haoji and Hu Jingren were still looking around anxiously. The two of them, who had never experienced air combat, certainly didn't know what to do under the siege of birds, but at this time, the fog around the two of them had already begun to dissipate. Before they could react, the peacock had already flown down from the sky, and the clouds and mist spread to both sides. The plan to use the clouds and mist to cover their figures had failed. The blue peacock descended from the sky, stared at Chang Haoji with sharp eyes and launched an attack. Chang Haoji didn't expect to be attacked, so he took out a dagger from his body and wanted to fight back. When he escaped from the steeple, Chang Haoji used the dagger to cut open the creeper. Now, the only weapon Chang Haoji carried was this dagger. Facing the menacing blue peacock, Chang Haoji had no choice but to grit his teeth and fight hard, holding the dagger tightly in his hand, and when the blue peacock came in front of him, he stabbed it out instantly. The dagger was aimed at the head of the blue peacock, and as long as it could hit it, it could cause a killing effect. After all, Chang Haoji was also a supernatural being, and his strength was far beyond ordinary people. However, just as the dagger stabbed out, the blue peacock dodged to the side, and its thick wings slapped down heavily. The dagger stabbed the peacock's wings and successfully caused damage, but then its heavy body fell down. A peacock with a wingspan of 10 meters, although it is a bird, is much lighter than an animal of the same size, but when it falls at this time, the weight of its whole body has been suppressed. For Chang Haoji, this is like Mount Tai. Totally irresistible, bang! Chang Haoji and Huo Jingren were slapped by the blue peacock, and they were severely injured immediately. Chang Haoji vomited blood, looked sluggish, and his right arm was broken. But Huo Jingren was even worse, with blood flowing from her mouth and nose, and she fell into coma immediately. If Chang Haoji hadn't hugged her tightly, she would have fallen to nowhere. However, after being hit by the blue peacock, Chang Haoji and Huo Jingren were severely injured, fell from the clouds, lost the cover of the clouds, and the surrounding birds also flew over. At this time the mutated sparrow can be as big as a hen, flap its wings vigorously, wrap Chang Haoji and Huo Jingren in it, and start pecking. Chang Haoji quickly hugged Huo Jingren in his arms, trying to cover it with his body, but after a few seconds, the clothes on the two of them had already become tattered. It hurts, am I going to die? Countless sparrows formed a ball, constantly pecking at the surrounded Chang Haoji, and soon Chang Haoji felt the pain. Chang Haoji finally could only think sadly, even the sparrows that surround Chang Haoji have no fighting ability, but as the saying goes, if ants kill elephants, even elephants can hardly resist the ants. Today's countless sparrows, every peck, Chang Haoji, it's going to be a skeleton. It's too late to regret it now. When you encounter danger in the wild, you need real skills if you want to survive. If you don't have real skills, you can only wait for death. Chang Haoji wanted to gather the clouds again to include himself, but after casting the supernatural power, the surrounding white clouds were immediately torn apart by countless sparrows. Countless birds were fluttering their wings at this moment, and the airflow in the air was also particularly chaotic. All the water vapor was blown away when Chang Haoji was so desperate that he could do nothing. A helicopter flew over in the distance. It turned out that Chang Jianyi had already sent a helicopter to find the whereabouts of his younger brother. He happened to find it here and discovered the strangeness of the mutated bird's move. Come closer, the eldest son is already in danger. A person on the helicopter said quickly. Although Chang Haoji and Huo Jingren cannot be seen now, there is a huge sphere made of sparrows in the air, and only Chang Haoji can fly to the sky. Needless to say, this is the eldest son who attacked the helicopter. Immediately approached the flock of birds. The height of the helicopter was much higher than that of the flock of birds. At this time, the helicopter approached slowly, which immediately brought great pressure to the flock of birds. The blue peacock noticed the uninvited guest, so he immediately sent out his sang, and controlled the surrounding birds to approach the helicopter. There are too many birds, hurry up and shoot. The pilot was stunned when he saw this situation. The birds were densely packed below, and countless birds approached him like a torrent. There are pilots and fighters on the helicopter, and the fighters are naturally responsible for shooting and dropping bombs. In this case, the two have to fight. The gun on the helicopter aimed at the bird below, and then started to shoot directly. The muzzle of the gun continued to spit out flames, and hot bullets were fired, and instantly appeared in the air. Blood mist. The bullets of the machine gun cannot be blocked by the flesh and blood of sparrows. Each bullet can penetrate more than a dozen sparrows. After the bullet hits the sparrows immediately exploded like balloons. Flesh and feathers flew in the air, and countless birds fell from the sky. The machine guns were constantly shooting down, and the hot bullets directly caused a road paved with blood to appear among the birds. But even so, the birds did not stop rushing forward. The movement made by the helicopter was too loud, especially when it appeared above the flock of birds. The condescension made the flock feel fear. The blue peacock was even more worried that he would be attacked, so he let the flock of birds continuously attack the helicopter. For a while, Chang Haoji and Huo Jingren had no time to deal with it. The two fell straight to the ground. Without the support of the surrounding birds, gravity would have to play a role. Seeing that he was constantly falling downwards, Chang Haoji was unwilling to be thrown to his death. At this time, he was more than 70 meters above the ground. Bayun gathered successfully and protected Chang Haoji and Huo Jingren when they were about to fall to the ground. With a buffer of the clouds, they finally didn't have to die. Chang Haoji was rejoicing that he was saved, but suddenly found that it started to rain from the sky, and there was water falling down on his face and body, and he stretched out his hand to wipe it, only to find that it was rain of blood, and when he looked up, he could only see feathers and bones mixed with blood fell from the sky, and the sky became very dark, and the sunlight was blocked by birds. Chang Haoji doesn't know what's going on now, But in short, he can escape. Taking advantage of this moment, he must escape quickly. If the birds catch up, he will be in danger. Chang Jianyi didn't dare to continue flying anymore. He controlled Baiyun to land slowly, put the unconscious Hu Jingren on his back, and fled towards the distance with Hu Jingren on his back. One of his arms was broken, but the legs can still run. Chang Jianyi didn't dare to enter the woods, because he was worried that the woods were the base camp of these birds. If he rushed in, he would undoubtedly fall into the trap of himself. Therefore, Chang Jianyi went to open places and avoided entering the woods as much as possible. In the vicinity of all airports, there are special equipment to repel birds, because once the plane is disturbed by birds when it takes off, it may lead to crashes, and it has happened in foreign countries after this kind of thing. When the plane was flying in the sky, it encountered a flying bird, and the two collided. The bird was smashed to pieces on the spot, but several big holes were also knocked out in the glass of the cockpit. Flying at high altitude, the plane was originally in a closed environment. As a result, a large hole appeared in the glass, and the strong wind suddenly poured into the cabin, which eventually caused the plane to lose its balance and fell to the ground, which could not be found. But now, under the control of the Blue Peacock, the flock of birds flew directly towards the helicopter. Although the machine guns kept firing, causing heavy casualties to the birds, there were too many birds flying from all directions, and it was impossible to stop them. After the birds surrounded the helicopter, they continued to attack in the same way as before. They aimed at the helicopter and started pecking. In a short time, the sound of ding 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 came from the helicopter. The helicopter was safe and sound. The two people in the cabin finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the defense ability of steel is relatively strong, and it will not be pecked by birds. The helicopter is made of steel and is extremely hard. A group of mutated sparrows, which are actually birds the size of a hen, want to open the helicopter. It is obviously a fantasy. These sparrows can only peck off the paint at most. However, at this moment, a sparrow with closed eyes approached the propeller, and there was a boom, and the sparrow turned into powder on the spot. The propeller of the helicopter was rotating at a high speed, and even a human body could be crushed. Cut it in half, let alone a group of sparrows. The pilot thought it was safe for the time being, but unexpectedly, the propeller was still turning continuously, and countless birds flew towards the propeller. The propeller turned into a meat grinder at this time. Clang clang clang. No matter how many sparrows fly over, they will be crushed mercilessly by the propeller, and the feathers and flesh from the sky keep falling down like rain. At this time, the fighters already sensed that something was wrong, and quickly said, "Hurry up and raise the altitude, otherwise, the propeller may not be able to bear it." The pilot thought so deeply, and immediately raised the height of the helicopter. As long as they flew high enough, these birds would not be able to catch themselves. However, when the helicopter raised the altitude, something went wrong with the propeller. Metal is one of the hardest objects in nature, but even metal is subject to fatigue. When the metal is too fatigued, it will break. At this time, the propeller has experienced many collisions, and the mutated bird is also charging bravely. When the propeller hits the bird, it will be smashed to pieces at that time. However, in the process, the blades of the blades have also been fatigued and began to deform. In the end, the helicopter lost its balance and fell towards the forest below. 10 seconds later, there was a loud bang in the forest, and the flames shot into the sky, and the helicopter had lost its signal. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.